us in the room. Good morning. We are in the second day of our conference entitled At the Turn of an Era, Greekist Context of Italian Art and Material Culture, 14th, 16th centuries. And we will begin with our fifth session, Architecture and Artistic Production in the Venetian Levant. So the chair is Dr. Good day, Dr. Jenny Albani. How are you? Unmute, open your microphone, please. Buongiorno, Olivia.
Okay, can you hear me? Very well. Good morning.
So, the floor is yours.
So, can we start?
Okay.
Good morning. Nice to see you again. This is our fifth session entitled Architecture and Artistic Production in the Venetian Levant. Our first speaker is Dr. Livia Bevilacqua. She's a professor at Roma Tre University, and she will speak us on the topic artistic production and circulation in the Venetian Levant in the late Middle Ages. Some remarks through the archival documents. Mrs. Bevilacqua, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Albani. I need to share my screen, but I read that the organizer needs to allow me. Pascalis, maybe you can help us because I cannot share.
Perhaps if you
press...
Okay, now it's working. Thank you. Yes.
Grazie.
Grazie. Can you see my screen? It's full screen.
Yes, full screen. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I wish to thank the organizers of this conference for encouraging me to go back to a topic to which I devoted my research a few years ago, specifically the production and circulation of artworks in the Venetian settlements of the Outremer. Focusing on a specific category of artifacts, devotional and liturgical vessels and textiles, reliquaries, manuscripts, icons, I have highlighted how, by virtue of their portability, the dissemination of these objects connected different realms and provided the soil of a shared artistic culture in the Middle Ages. The Venetians were tireless travelers within a network of trading, diplomatic, and cultural routes, though their relationships with neighboring communities were not always smooth. The 13th, 14th, and 15th centuries are dotted with covenant pacts and commercial agreements between Venice and Byzantium, while the Mediterranean scenario was rapidly changing. The rise of other Italian maritime powers and the expansion of the Seljuks and later the Ottomans, however, did not affect the quantity and quality of works of art circulating in the Venetian quarters. The written sources shed some light on the patronage, acquisition, and circulation of these artifacts. However, they provide information about the people, while they provide information about the people involved, dates, places, types of commodities used, they offer limited details on the appearance of these objects, sometimes failing to specify their exact function and to reveal where, when, and by whom they were made. Another challenge arises from the fact that the numerous artifacts in present day's collections rarely match precise citations in the documents. In addition, their exact provenance and displacements cannot be traced, making it impossible to single out artifacts that originated surely from those contexts. Addressing this issue requires a global perspective, recognizing that archival research serves only as the initial step. To examine this aspect, it is crucial to consider the environment in which the protagonists operated. Specifically, one must look at the organization of Venetian settlements throughout the Mediterranean, the larger being that of Constantinople, situated by the Golden Horn, officially granted to the Venetians in the 11th century. The traditional structure consisted of a house for the governor, the bailo, warehouses, fondachi, kilns, docks, and included rights over extensive pieces of land and sea. A significant role in the life of the Venetian overseas communities was played by local church establishments, which typically depended upon churches and monasteries in the homeland. The clergy were appointed directly from these institutions. Most of the information we possess about these peripheral establishments can therefore be found in the archival folders preserving documents from monasteries in Venice, in particular San Giorgio Maggiore, San Nicolò di Lido, and Santi Felice e Fortunato di Ammiana, which owned the largest estates overseas. These charts detail every aspect of the life of the Levantine communities, including information on furniture and liturgical vessels. These documents mostly use standard language and require a deep dive into a form of communication that is often incomplete, omitting all that would be obvious to the addressees. Nevertheless, they are of utmost interest to us, and they are worth a thorough research in the state's archives in Venice, where they are currently housed. An intriguing case study is the island of Negroponte, as it allows for an examination of the facts over a long durée. As it is well known, thanks to the studies by Johannes Koda and more recently Nikos Kontoyannis, the island had been serving as a hub for Venetian trade in the Mediterranean since the Comnenian period and preserves significant archaeological evidence of both Byzantine and Venetian presence. As mentioned yesterday, Venetian rule brought about relevant updates in the urban and monumental layout to meet the needs of defense, government, cult, and trade. Within the new city walls, alongside the Bailos Palace and other establishments, the most prominent structures included the Church of San Marco. In compliance with its obligations as a dependency of the monastery of San Giorgio Maggiore in Venice, the prior of the Church of San Marco was requested to sign a promissione, a legal agreement, in which he had to report on the state of all church possessions. Several documents of this nature are preserved in the archives at Venice, most of which date to the 13th century. A significant event, however, takes place in mid-15th century, shortly after the fall of Constantinople, when Negroponte was still a Venetian domain. In a lengthy letter in Venetian language dated 1454, Paolo Pasqualigo, the chaplain of the regiment stationed on the island, reports to the abbot of San Giorgio Maggiore on the monastery's properties, emphasizing his particular concern for the artistic decorum of the church. For example, he commissioned a beautiful painted crucifix featuring St. Mary and St. John. But his primary challenge is the retrieval of various items once belonging to the Church of San Marco and to the monastery that had been alienated or pawned. To this purpose, he urgently seeks an official mandate from the abbot, citing a specific rule that states that church possessions are not to be pawned, and he is determined to have the priest responsible for the object's removal excommunicated. Pasqualigo details his findings, listing various vessels, and through his remarks, he provides some rare descriptive information on their states of preservation. Among the recovered items are a silver cross, an icon of the Virgin, a silver gilt incense burner missing its foot, a small incense boat without its lid, a silver paten, a missal book, and various textiles. Furthermore, Pasqualigo has personally bought new equipment, including altar cloths, while the local archbishop contributed a chalice worth 8 ounces. He believes, however, that part of the vessels and books are no longer needed in Negroponte and suggests shipping them to Venice. Pasqualigo describes improvements and repairs to the building structure, stressing the fact that he funded them entirely at his own expense and complains about the meager offerings from the locals. The chaplain is obviously claiming financial support from his superior to conclude the procedure and cover expenses. This letter offers a cross-section of the routine and extraordinary tasks undertaken by a cleric with administrative responsibilities in the colony, set against the backdrop of a complex historical scenario. In the troubled years preceding the Ottoman conquest of Constantinople, there may have been a loosening of control over the treasuries and assets of the Latin churches in the Levant. This document may attest to an effort to address such losses within one of these establishments. The extent of its success remains uncertain, as just a few years later, in 1470, Negroponte will fall to the Ottomans and the Church of San Marco will disappear. Pasqualigo's unusually detailed list aligns with others sent from Negroponte and other colonies. Analyzing these documents collectively helps us discern the provenance of the objects and the key players in their production: patrons, merchants, artists. Moreover, it allows us to address questions about the nature of the objects, their intended purposes, and the ratio of new works to ready-made artifacts in circulation. The use of specific vocabulary in the documents provides some indication. For example, Pasqualigo mentions a navicella, denoting an oblong incense case of the standing type only used in Western churches. This suggests that these objects were either imported from Italy or crafted in loco by Western artisans. Less likely, Byzantine workshops produced them based on a model provided by the commissioning clergy. Another possibility is that they were reassembled by reusing elements originally intended for a different purpose, as happened with the 14th century navicella of the Tesoro di San Marco, where a silver mount is secured to an older Byzantine stone cup. Other implements may have been purchased from workshops supplying both Byzantine and Western churches, given their equivalent use in the rituals of both communities. This is exemplified by the swinging incense burner, referred to as terribullo, or in older charts, turribulum or terribulum. The use of verbs such as comprare and the Latin form comparare, to buy, in certain documents, appears to affirm a preference for commodities off the shelf. Beginning in the second half of the 14th century, the export of luxury goods from Venice towards Byzantium increases significantly, as Anna Baliana has highlighted, but within this context, also specialized local workshops appear to emerge in the Levantine settlements. Evidence of such workshops exists in the Venetian colonies in Üsküdar, Dubrovnik, and Candia. These workshops can be described as mixed in character, where masters and craftsmen of diverse background and ethnicities worked side by side, as observed by Michele Bacci. This collaboration had been a common feature of the Mediterranean workshops ever since, and gains particular prominence in the late Middle Ages, when artists, patrons, and dealers enjoyed extensive freedom of movement, engaging in an intense exchange of objects and skills, and contributed to what might be called an internationalization of the mechanisms of artistic production. The coexistence of artworks of both Western and Eastern origins characterizes all the endowments of the Venetian churches of the Levant and is particularly noteworthy in another well-known case, that of Crete. Candia, a Venetian territory until the 17th century, boasted a remarkable collection of relics, precious vessels, icons, altarpieces within the monastery of St. Francis and the cathedral of St. Titus. Spanning from the Middle Ages to the Renaissance, these artworks were gathered over the centuries and assimilated into the religious practices of the Venetians following their settlement in the island. As the island faced imminent loss, the treasury of Candia was transferred to the Venetian lagoon. Accounts reveal an adventurous journey along the Adriatic coast and the shipwreck off the shores of Apulia. This event resulted in partial loss of the treasury, with some items salvaged at Zakynthos. The story is well known, but the focus on the implicated artworks is rather disregarded, with exceptions for a few Renaissance masterpieces. Although Giuseppe Gerola published 4 17th century inventories and 3 accompanying letters over a century ago, they have yet to undergo an in-depth analysis. These inventories mention some items that are surely Byzantine, including 2 icons of the Virgin, one of which, the Mesopanditissa, now in Santa Maria della Salute, and various reliquaries. Other Byzantine artifacts are documented in Candia before their arrival in the West under different circumstances. For instance, the 10th century silver-gilt ink pot of Leo the Calligrapher, now in Padua, was purchased on the island by the bishop Pietro Donà in 1430. These documents open up to intriguing research paths and deserve a comprehensive examination that I must defer to a future occasion. While retracing the journey back of these artifacts from Greece to Italy, let us return to Venice as a conclusion. In the late medieval period, starting from the 13th century, the Church of San Marco underwent a refurbishing campaign during which it was refurnished in accordance with Byzantine models. Focusing on precious liturgical furniture, the Pala d'Oro itself is the result of a combination of Byzantine enamel plaques of different dates assembled within a goldsmith's frame, fabriqué à Venise. Its final form is defined in the mid-14th century, displaying Byzantine spolia within a device that caters to a typically Western ritual. Similarly, the Byzantine book covers, now in the Biblioteca Marciana, became part of the precious display during major liturgical events in the Serenissima. While San Marco held a unique celebrative role as the Church of the Doge, similar examples exist beyond city's confines. The Pala d'Oro in Caorle Cathedral, assembled during the 13th and 14th centuries, features Byzantine-inspired iconography reflecting a similar approach. The reliquary of the head of St. Blaise in Dubrovnik, combining Western and Byzantine enamels with busts of saints within a later Venetian-made mount, offers another among many possible examples. All these instances suggest that Venetians were completely at ease, freely combining and incorporating exotic elements into their liturgical performances. The Eastern Mediterranean territories served as a fertile ground for this blending of inspiration. The circulation of liturgical vessels, well documented in written sources and through preserved examples, offers remarkable evidence, or at least a high significant clue to this versatility. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Bevilacqua, for these interesting insights into the archival documents. We are looking forward for the reactions of the public in later. And we move now to the paper of Dr. Oswald, Dr. Brendan Oswald, L'influence italienne sur l'art Epirus, 13e au 15e siècle. Dr. Oswald is a research assistant at Heidelberg Academy of Science. Dr. Oswald, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So I am trying to show you my screen. Do you see my screen?
Yes, but not in full screen.
Yes.
Yes.
Here it comes. One moment, please. Here it is. All right?
Very well. It's
Thank you.
okay, yes.
So, bonjour à tous et merci pour cette aimable introduction et merci également aux organisateurs pour leur aimable invitation. L'influence italienne sur l'art épirote est souvent présentée comme une évidence en raison de la proximité géographique du nord-ouest de la Grèce avec l'Italie et des importantes relations politiques et commerciales qui ont marqué la période byzantine tardive, à l'époque où l'Épire a constitué un État indépendant. Je rappellerai ici rapidement que cet État fut fondé après la 4e croisade par Michel Ier Comnène. À sa mort, son frère Théodore lui succéda et, après la prise de Thessalonique au latin en 1224, prit le titre d'empereur. Son règne prit fin avec sa défaite face aux Bulgares en 1230. Par la suite, c'est Michel II, fils de Michel, qui régna sur l'Épire avec le titre de despote, d'où la désignation ultérieure de l'État épirote en tant que despotat d'Épire. L'État épirote poursuivit ensuite son existence jusqu'en 1449, date de la conquête d'Arta par les Ottomans. Au cours de cet exposé, je discuterai les différents monuments en lien potentiel ou avéré avec une influence italienne stricto sensu ou occidentale en général, afin de vérifier si cette dernière est si évidente qu'on a pu parfois l'affirmer. Dès le règne de Michel Ier, on note l'existence de relations avec l'Italie et l'Occident en général. Ainsi, Michel rendit hommage en 1209 à l'empereur Henri de Constantinople et en 1210 au doge de Venise. Néanmoins, ces relations diplomatiques furent de courte durée. Michel rompit rapidement ces accords afin d'entreprendre la reconquête des territoires grecs. Par ailleurs, la production artistique sous le règne de ce prince fut, semble-t-il, assez limitée. Sous son frère Théodore, cependant, certaines œuvres sont attestées, mais aucune ne vient prouver, à mon sens, une influence italienne. Cela n'est guère étonnant, Théodore ayant passé l'essentiel de son règne à lutter contre les Francs. L'hypothèse a récemment été émise que les tondis de Venise et de Dommertonox représentent Théodore après sa proclamation impériale. L'argument principal de cette hypothèse serait que le décor de fond des tondis témoignerait d'une influence italienne. Et par conséquent, cela désignerait l'Épire, région de Grèce la plus proche de l'Italie, et par contre-coup Théodore, seul empereur épirote. Or, il n'existe à mon avis aucune raison de penser que l'Épire avait sous le règne de Théodore une relation particulière avec l'Italie sur le plan artistique. L'hypothèse est intéressante, mais sans que l'on puisse totalement l'exclure, elle me semble difficile à prouver. L'hypothèse d'une influence italienne a également été formulée à propos du règne de Michel II, cette fois-ci pour des raisons architecturales. Tout d'abord, la chronique de Galaxidie mentionne la construction de l'église de Galaxidie en Phocide par l'ingénieur Signieris Nicolos Caroulis. On reconnaît ici les prénoms italiens Nicolo et Carlo, mais cette source n'inspire pas la confiance, tout d'abord en raison de sa date très postérieure aux faits, 1703. Le reste de la chronique est de façon générale assez fantaisiste, pour ce qui concerne l'époque de Michel II. Par ailleurs, l'extrait lui-même est suspect. Là où l'on s'attendrait à ce qu'un maître d'œuvre vienne depuis l'Italie, donc Apo Tinfragia, à Galaxidie, eh bien celui-ci vient de Galaxidie, Apoto Galaxidie, et a beaucoup voyagé dans le monde, y compris en Italie, donc Puive Cosmopoline. Donc le texte est un petit peu étrange dans sa rédaction elle-même. Par ailleurs, l'église présente un caractère entièrement byzantin, sans influence italienne. Certains auteurs pensent également déceler une influence italienne dans deux églises de la région d'Arta, à savoir la Panagia Brioni et la Catopanaia. Elles présentent un plan à toit cruciforme et à 3 nefs, nouveau dans l'espace byzantin à cette époque et similaire à celui d'églises normandes d'Italie du Sud, telles que la basilique cathédrale Santa Maria Assunta de Trani. Il y aurait donc une influence italienne en Épire dès le début du règne de Michel II, puisque la Panagia Brioni date de 1238. L'argument est sérieux, mais il doit être pris avec circonspection. En effet, l'église de la Panagia Brioni a subi un important remaniement au XIXe siècle, et son état originel fait l'objet d'un débat entre les spécialistes. Il n'est donc pas du tout certain que l'influence italienne remonte aussitôt dans le temps. L'autre église, celle de la Catopanaia, avait dès le début ce plan. En revanche, on ignore sa date exacte de construction. S'il faut voir dans son plan l'influence de l'Italie méridionale, je suggère alors que la construction de cette église soit placée après 1258, date de l'alliance entre Michel II et le roi Manfred de Sicile, voire 1259, année du mariage de Manfred et d'Hélène, fille de Michel II, qui débarqua cette année-là à Trani, précisément, pour rejoindre son époux. Il est possible que la délégation épirote, de retour en Épire, ait ramené l'idée de ce type de plan pour une église. Les témoignages suivants sont en tout cas postérieurs à cette date de 1259, puisqu'ils datent de la fin du règne de Michel II et surtout du règne de Nicéphore Ier. Ce dernier conclut dans les années 1270 avec les Angevins de Naples une alliance qui culmina en 1294 avec le mariage de sa fille Tamar avec le prince Philippe de Tarente, fils du roi Charles II d'Anjou. Ces témoignages sont de deux ordres. On peut tout d'abord citer des fresques représentant des chevaliers occidentaux. Leonela Fundic en a relevé 4. Je vous en montrerai 2. La première est la plus intéressante puisqu'elle met en scène un centaure. Or, de telles scènes sont attestées également dans la Morée franque. On aurait donc ici l'indice d'un transfert survenu après le mariage d'Anne, la seconde fille de Michel II, avec le prince de Morée, Guillaume de Villehardouin, toujours en 1259. Les 3 autres, en revanche, ne sont pas forcément inspirées de l'art occidental. Elles mettent en scène des personnages occidentaux, ce qui n'est pas pareil. Ici, vous avez l'exemple d'une fresque située à Divra, au sud de l'Albanie, qui présente les soldats romains au moment de la crucifixion, au moment de la passion du Christ, donc sous les traits de chevaliers occidentaux. Il convient à ce propos de rappeler que malgré l'alliance avec les Angevins, le règne de Nicéphore Ier, est également celui de la résistance de l'Épire contre l'union des églises décrétée par Michel VIII, paléologue. Par conséquent, la représentation de soldats romains hostiles au Christ sous les traits de chevaliers francs ressemble plus à une critique qu'à un hommage. Il n'y a en tout cas pas de raison de penser que des peintres italiens ont travaillé ni à cette fresque, ni à d'autres fresques en Épire à cette époque-là. Les autres témoignages sont d'ordre architectural. Ce sont les plus nombreux et les plus convaincants. On citera notamment l'église de la Paregoretissa à Arta, qui comporte de nombreux éléments d'inspiration occidentale, à commencer par ses nombreux décors sculptés, inhabituels en si grande quantité dans les églises byzantines, contrairement aux églises catholiques. Leur quantité seule constitue donc l'indice d'une forte influence occidentale. Leur nature aussi, pour certains. Linda Safran a notamment remarqué que la représentation du Christ sous forme d'agneau, courante en Occident, était théoriquement interdite en Orient. Mais certains signes ou certains symboles peuvent être trompeurs ou au moins ambigus. Ainsi, la fleur de lys pourrait apparaître comme un hommage aux Angevins de Naples, branche cadette des Capétiens, ce qu'elle est peut-être ici. Mais la fleur de lys n'est pas propre à l'Occident, et elle était déjà en usage à Byzance sous les Comnènes. Autre monument ambigu, l'arc historié comportant à la fois l'inscription fondatrice et des représentations d'animaux parfois fantastiques. Il peut être tentant d'y voir des représentations héraldiques. Par exemple, le mariage de Tamar et Philippe en 1294 donna lieu à la confection d'un bijou représentant les armoires du prince de Tarente et de son épouse. Ici, il est certain que l'aigle bicéphale est représenté de façon héraldique et tient lieu d'armoirie de la dynastie Comnène. Mais ce bijou fut vraisemblablement confectionné en Occident et il était destiné au couple qui résidait à Naples. En revanche, dans la Paregoretissa, s'il est certain que l'aigle représente la dynastie Comnène ou l'autorité du despote, je ne suis pas certain que l'on puisse parler de représentation à proprement parler héraldique. En effet, l'aigle bicéphale est accompagné d'autres animaux tels que des lions ou des griffons, et je ne pense pas qu'il désigne ici des personnes ou des institutions. Ils ont certainement une valeur symbolique, mais pas nécessairement héraldique. Quoi qu'il en soit, la présence de sculpteurs originaires d'Italie du Sud semble certaine si l'on en croit les conclusions de Linda Safran. En revanche, l'architecture de la Paregoretissa, bien que très originale pour le monde byzantin, n'est pas spécifiquement d'origine occidentale. Son trait le plus remarquable, à savoir l'usage de colonnes placées horizontalement pour supporter la coupole centrale, est un unicum que l'on ne retrouve pas en Italie. Quant à l'association de la Paregoretissa au palais florentin des Pazzi, Medici, Strozzi et Gondi, en dépit de la ressemblance flagrante des bâtiments, elle ne me paraît pas convaincante. Tout d'abord, ces palais datent de la seconde moitié du XVe siècle et n'ont donc pas pu inspirer la Paregoretissa dans la seconde moitié du XIIIe siècle. De plus, on se demande pourquoi une église serait inspirée d'un palais. D'autre part, Arta était liée aux Angevins de Naples, pas aux grandes familles florentines. Enfin, la Parigoretissa comportait probablement un portique en bois, aujourd'hui disparu, de sorte que visuellement, elle ne devait pas ressembler au palais florentin autant qu'aujourd'hui. On trouve cependant d'autres éléments architecturaux d'origine occidentale, tels que les portiques de l'église Sainte-Théodora et de la Pandanassa. Notamment, le portique de Sainte-Théodora comporte des compartiments recouverts par des voûtes d'arêtes d'inspiration gothique. Le tombeau de la Sainte comporte également des éléments d'inspiration gothique, comme cette fenêtre bilobée en forme de trèfle. Mais le monument actuel date du XIXe siècle et on ignore son état originel, ce qui rend l'interprétation difficile. Il faut également citer l'usage décoratif de plaques de céramique dans 3 églises, donc la Parigoretissa à Arta, la Coquigny Ecclesia à Vulgarelli et Saint-Basile à Arta. Cette dernière se distingue par l'usage de carreaux de couleur, alors que la Parigoretissa et la Coquigny Ecclesia n'ont que des carreaux de 2 couleurs. L'église de Saint-Basile est généralement attribuée au règne de Thomas, fils de Nicéphore Ier. Elle se distingue également par la présence d'icônes en céramique majolica, aujourd'hui conservées au musée de Ioannina et remplacées in situ par des copies. La datation de ces icônes n'est pas connue exactement. Elles peuvent avoir été là dès l'origine ou y avoir été placées ultérieurement. Les analyses ont montré qu'elles avaient été réalisées sur place selon une technique italienne, vraisemblablement par un technicien italien avec des matériaux locaux. D'un point de vue iconographique, les icônes sont elles aussi hybrides. Celle représentant les 3 hiérarques, à droite, suit l'esthétique byzantine, tandis que celle représentant la crucifixion, à gauche, suit l'esthétique gothique. L'église Saint-Basile constitue l'un des derniers éléments artistiques italiens en Épire, au moins pour quelques décennies. En effet, à la mort de Nicéphore, les Angevins tentèrent de s'emparer de son héritage, ce qui mit fin à l'alliance entre Naples et l'Épire. En 1318, Thomas fut assassiné par son oncle Nicolas, comte de Céphalonie. Ce dernier appartenait à une dynastie occidentale, souvent appelée à tort Orsini dans l'historiographie, originaire d'Italie, mais fortement francisée et hellénisée, et vassal du royaume de Naples. Pourtant, ce changement dynastique n'entraîna pas de regain d'influence italienne dans l'art épirote. D'une part, les Angevins continuèrent à revendiquer l'Épire, ce qui conduisit à la rupture avec leurs anciens vassaux. D'autre part, la dynastie de Céphalonie, qui descendait par les femmes de la dynastie épirote, prit à cœur d'adopter la culture de ces nouveaux sujets. Ce n'est cependant pas encore la fin de mon exposé. La dernière représentante de la dynastie épirote dans sa branche cadette fut Marie-Angeline Paléologue, qui régna à Ioannina jusqu'en 1394. 10 ans plus tôt, elle avait épousé un noble florentin, Esau Buondelmonti, oncle du comte de Céphalonie, Carlo, issu d'une nouvelle dynastie, celle des Tocco. Une fois veuf, Esau Buondelmonti continua à régner en tant que despote à Ioannina. Il se remaria une première fois en 1396, puis une seconde fois en 1402, avec une princesse d'origine serbe, Evdokia Balsic. À cette occasion, elle fit confectionner à Venise un épitaphios, c'est-à-dire un drap liturgique, à son nom et à celui de son épouse. Donc, sur la diapositive, vous pouvez voir en bas à gauche donc, les noms d'Isaous et Evdokias. Le drap contient également des armoiries, donc celles d'Esau qui sont en haut à gauche, partie des armoiries des Buondelmonti et de l'aigle bicéphale byzantine, et à droite celle des Balchic, à savoir une tête de loup couronnée. L'aigle bicéphale symbolise ici probablement le titre despotique qu'Esau avait reçu en 1386 de la cour de Constantinople. Ici, le statut de l'œuvre est ambigu. L'objet a été fabriqué en Italie, mais sur une commande épirote, et il a vraisemblablement été utilisé en Épire. Il en résulte un objet hybride comportant des éléments italiens, tels que la technique de tissage italienne, la présence d'armoiries, qui est intrinsèquement occidentale, et en particulier les armoiries des Buondelmonti, qui sont tout à fait italiennes, florentines. Enfin, l'expression chariti feu, par la grâce de Dieu, et c'est une expression d'origine occidentale et pas proprement byzantine. De l'autre côté, l'épitaphos est un objet appartenant à la liturgie byzantine. Les inscriptions sont en grec. Le couple porte les titres byzantins de despote et de vassilissa. Et les armoiries des Buondelmonti sont parties avec l'aigle bicéphale byzantine. Evdokia porte les armoiries de sa famille balkanique. Après la mort d'Esau en 1411, c'est son neveu Carlo Tocco, comte de Céphalonie, qui lui succéda. En 1416, il s'empara d'Arta et c'est probablement lui qui fit représenter ses armoiries sur un puits situées dans le castrum d'Arta. Ces armoiries rappellent celles des Aou, puisqu'elles sont elles aussi partie des armoiries italiennes de la dynastie des Tocco et de l'aigle bicéphale byzantine, qui là encore symbolisait probablement le titre despotique reçu en 1415 de l'empereur Manuel Paléologue. Il s'agit à ma connaissance des seules armoiries présentes au Moyen-Âge en Épire sous la forme d'un écu. Pour conclure, les traces de l'influence occidentale en général et italienne en particulier dans l'art épirote sont indéniables. Cette influence a peut-être été parfois exagérée. Je ne pense pas qu'elle ait été permanente durant les 3 derniers siècles du Moyen-Âge. Les seuls monuments datés me laissent plutôt penser qu'ils sont toujours liés à des circonstances politiques particulières. Par ailleurs, ils reflètent à chaque fois la situation politique particulière de l'Épire, liée à l'Italie, certes, mais en même temps indépendante. Même alliée à des puissances occidentales, même lorsque ces souverains sont occidentaux, et en particulier italiens, eh bien, l'Épire conserve son régime politique et sa culture byzantine. C'est pourquoi, parmi tous les monuments dont j'ai parlé, aucun n'est totalement occidental. Les églises d'Arta, y compris celles qui comportent le plus d'éléments occidentaux, restent des monuments essentiellement byzantins, ce qui les distingue d'autres églises que l'on peut trouver dans des territoires grecs contrôlés par les Latins. Même le monument le plus occidental, à savoir les armoiries de Carlo Tocco à Arta, comporte une importante composante byzantine, à savoir l'aigle bicéphale. Enfin, un parallèle pourrait probablement être établi avec la culture matérielle, l'influence italienne étant par ailleurs visible par l'importation de céramique majolique italienne et la production d'imitations locales. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oswald, for this new light on the Italian influences on Epirote art. And we move now to our next speakers, Dr. Aeneas Economou and Professor Flora Bugiatotti. They are both from the National Technical University of Athens. Dr. Economou is an adjunct lecturer at the School of Architecture, and Professor Buggiotti is assistant professor at also at the School of Architecture. So,
thank you. Yes, I'm happily elected as an assistant professor. Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank
so,
you.
Your paper is titled 15th to 16th century Venetian stone reliefs in the castrum of Sifnos. So, please.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning. Castle of Sifnos, the old capital of the island. Sorry. The old capital of the island until 1836 is today one of the best preserved medieval settlements in the Cyclades. The main purpose of this presentation is to document and to bring to the fore the architectural evidence of Latin-occupied Sifnos, both as it is revealed by the sources and as a result of the field research. Now, the methodology is primarily concerned with presenting data on the secular architecture, the topological and construction and, of course, morphological features of the mansions and the narrow-fronted houses, as well as the ecclesiastical architecture of the settlement, while at the same time recording all the stone reliefs, the coats of arms and the inscriptions of this period that survive to this day. Also, based on the relevant literature on this in situ recording, data on the organization and development of the settlement during this period are presented. The documentation and the architectural measuring drawings were made in August 2021 with the relevant permission of the Effort of Antiquities of the Cyclades. And for this, we would like to especially thank today the archaeologist Katerina Kanadzopoulou. Now, little things about the history. After the fall of Constantinople in 1204, Sifnos became part of the Duchy of Naxos under the Sanudo dynasty in 1207, until in 1269, when it was retaken by the Byzantines, by the Byzantine naval officer Licarius. And in 1307, Sifnos fell to the Spaniard Ianuli da Corona, who was a knight of the Order of St. John, he fortified Castro with a strong wall, and in the Frankish core of the settlement, a marble column with inscription Ianulu il Koron, Ianulu II, and the date 1365 is preserved. The earlier mention of the Castro is made by Christopher Buondelmonti in the Solario of 1420. Now, the island remained under the rule of the Corona family until 1464, and then fell peacefully by marriage to the House of Gozzardini from Bologna, who recognized the supremacy of the Venetians in 1494 and retained the island until its occupation by the Ottomans, firstly in 1537, but finally after 1617. And here you can see the coat of arms of the House of Gozzardini in Agios Ioannis Theologos Mongou, where a monastery was founded in 1456. Now, Castro was fortified from antiquity, and during the Latin occupation, the Frankish and the Venetian period, its organization comprised an outer ring of narrow houses at the periphery and an inner ring, the Mesa Castro, with larger symmetrical houses. The access to the rings was achieved through fortified entrances, the loggias. During the Latin occupation, in addition to the houses, several churches were built, such as the Catholic Church of Agios Antonios in 14th century, the Church of Christ and the Holy Trinity in 15th century, Agios Nikolaos in 1566, and the Dormition of the Mother of God in 1593. Saint Anthony, Agios Antonios of Padua or Francadonis, was built in the 14th century during the Frankish period and was the cathedral of the settlement. It was probably probable that the church was originally three-aisled, and today only the central aisle remains, like Agios Andreas in Andros, and therefore the side arches were open. The floor plan with the proportions 1:2 is characterized by the two transverse arches, in which the first divides the temple in two squares and the second delimits the whole step. Inside, the space is formed by 6 pointed arches of Gothic style, while in the upper part, two characteristic pointed domes are created. Thus, there are several common elements with Crusade churches of the 12th and 13th century in Cyprus, and the facade is inscribed in a square, and it's characterized by the central pointed opening and the two lateral quadrangular ones. And this design of the facade is typical of the medieval period. You've seen it also in Arta, and is found throughout Europe in various triple light windows and arches. Now, the Church of Christ and Holy Trinity is characterized by two distinct faces. Initially, there was a single nave flat-roofed temple with a relatively rectangular plan, and later, perhaps in the 16th century, a second paragon aisle was added to the south. The plan and the facade are quite similar to the other churches of Castro, with the exception of the Dormition of Mother of God, which is wide-fronted. The facade is characterized by the central high bell tower, and today it presents a relative complexity, mainly due to the successive phases. Now, over the entrance, there is a stone relief with a characteristic shape of a cross that ends in lilies. This is the Western lily cross, and it's a knight's symbol. And inside the church, there are cypress beams with a special shape. They were probably come from the hulls of old ships, and were used to cover the southern aisle. And they are also referred by the locals as bows. And they are covered with white planks and layers of xeric earth, algae, and a final layer of compacted soil. And now Agios Nikolaos was built, as mentioned in the stone carving, in 1566. In this carving, in the stone relief of the entrance, the cross is inscribed in a circle, taking the form of the primordial solar wheel. And Agios Nikolaos, the facade of Agios Nikolaos is characterized by the simplicity of the design. On the contrary, the Church of the Dormition of Mother of God, built according to the stone carving in the year 1593, presents the greatest complexity in terms of the configuration of its main facade. The church is a single nave, flat-roofed, but due to its location, it is wide fronted. At the same time, the addition to the west, the eccentric placement of the bell tower, and the extremely elaborate frames of the openings make the facade especially interesting. We will see later on about the stone reliefs, some data, but it's possible that the older stone frame of the right opening was transformed later into a double opening, just as it happened in the Panagia Theoskepasti in Castro in 1631, of course in a later phase. And just a short comment, in the same manner, the Catholics of the island changed their last names and also their religion in this period, in the 17th century, in order to be protected by the Turks. At the same manner, they changed the facades of the churches. In the Italian Renaissance, now the basic characteristics are the symmetry and the compactness of the plans. Some data about the units of measurement include the palmo, the piede, the foot, the braccio, the cubito, basso, and the cana. All these units varied much from one province or city to another. And here now we'll pass to the secular architecture, where the Spitha's residence, built in 1522, is a typical narrow-fronted Venetian house. It is located at the outer ring, and on the upper floor there are two rooms. One front, there's a hall, and at the back there's a room with a square floor plan, while at the ground floor there's just a single space with access from the street. The main facade towards the inner road has a balcony, a high opening at the left and the entrance on the right, and it's very typical to in the settlement, although in most cases the opposite happens. So we have the door at the left. The openings of the houses present a remarkable and impressive standardization, as in most cases the height is equal to 4 Venetian feet, and the width is equal to 2. The same applies to the width of the narrow front houses, where the height of the floor is equal to 12 Venetian feet. And this leads to a conclusion that the outer ring was very carefully designed before it was constructed. Now, in this residence, there's a very rare Venetian coat of arms in the form of a horse, and the initials A and C and the date 1522. The horse is in a very characteristic posture, and it's similar to that of the horses of the Hippodrome of Constantinople that ended in St. Mark of Venice. Next to the Spitha's residence, there's the Miliotis Hasouris residence. It was built also in the 16th century. Its floor plan, it's characterized by the relative symmetry and monumentality. As from the entrance, one enters a spacious hall, and on the left there are two rooms. As it is clear, this plan was derived from Renaissance prototypes, specifically from the designed symmetrical floor plans at the great mansions of Venice. It is noteworthy that the floor plan was probably traced with dimensions in Venetian feet to 18 by 24 for the hall and 9 by 12 for the rooms, with the use of very simple Pythagorean triangles. The facade has typical lowered openings with relief arches that probably had some marble light openings, as in Tinos. Its organization is characterized by symmetry in the openings of the hall, and the construction, we will see that it's probably connected to the construction of the Dormition of the Mother of God, which is located just below. Now, above the entrance, there's a rare ornate lindel with a relief of the trigram of the Jesuit order, the symbol of the sun and the Sacred Heart. On either side of the trigram, there are two engraved nails of the crucifix, identical carving depicting nails, and a very similar kind of stone appears on the stone lindel of the Dormition of Mother of God, on either side of the IS that symbolizes both the name of Christ and 1500. And this finding leads to the conclusion that there must be a direct relationship between the church donor and the home owner. And in the church, there is a second impressive stone relief with an eagle inside the shield, a coat of arms that has been used by several families of the West, but specifically in Sifnos by the Venetian Soranzo family. Now, as for the stone insert members in the Domitian of Mother God, you see the basis of the pilasters that have embossed frames and a row of ivy leaves in the upper part. And there are geometric frames with shallow waves and small anthems. At the top, there are capitals with protrusions that have small rosettes. And respectively, you can see the similar configuration in Miliotis Hasouris residence, also the anthems of the capitals of the lintels. Some things about the construction. The ground floors of the narrow houses are often made in older phase, which proves that the development of Castro was very complex. Now, it took place not only in the periphery, but also in height. So the construction of the floors is interesting. You can see the beams in Spitha's residence that consist of cypress trunks placed at a distance of 1 Venetian foot, approximately 34 by 8.8 centimeters. And on the other hand, in the halls of the great mansions, the large opening is bridged with a structural element of long length and a very creased cross section. This is the middle beam or mesodoki. And in many cases in Sifnos, a reused ship mast is placed over which there are densely placed beams. And last, the Valletta Proku Katsoulakis residence, built in 1551, is part of a larger complex of tower houses in the eastern part and of the wall. The stone lintel of the entrance bears the characteristic crispy coat of arms, the date of the construction, and the letters I and C. Today, the two crosses are the two crosses between the rhombuses are dimly visible. The house was built by Johannes or Giovanni Crispo IV, who was a penultimate Duke of the Archipelagos and husband of Adriana Gozzadini. On the left, there's a second coat of arms and with a double-headed eagle, and the year 1783, which must correspond to the renovation of the complex. Now, on this map, we see all the recording of all buildings that have inscriptions with dating, and we observe that in addition to the Frankish core, that is organized on the Asian citadel, and consists of the despotic houses and St. Antonios, which is here. The settlement begins to be fortified, especially in the 15th century, and it develops to the south and east. But we also observe that the development takes place not only in the perimeter, but also in height, as constantly they add floors to the basements. So, to conclude, through this presentation of the historical, designed and photographic evidence, some interesting facts emerge about the importance of the presence of the Western rulers in Castro of Sifnos and their very strong influence in shaping the architectural heritage of the island. Now, the official typology of the house, with the main hall and rooms on either side of the back, or at the back, is introduced by the Venetians and in the islands of Cyclades, and deeply influences the traditional architecture. The construction also of houses is based on the stonework, using both local slate and using marble by ancient members and building blocks. The masonry is carried out with great care in order to minimize the width of the joints, and at the same time, Western construction techniques based on the use of arches, pointed vaults, and long timber structures are very sophisticated compared to the pre-existing very simple techniques, building techniques based on bridging with stone slabs or simple fides, which are local, relatively low cedar trees. And more important, the great influence is clearly seen in the form of all buildings, with the strong influence of Renaissance elements and symmetry. You see some details from Agios Ioannis Mungou, and also the Venetian ecclesiastical architecture influences the form of the churches in other settlements of Sifnos in the following centuries. In the Church of Elevation of the Cross in Apollonia, built in 1727, a very small window with a typical Gothic flamboyant form exists. In Taxiarches of Apollonia, built in 1750, there are blind arches with a typical pointed medieval shape above all four openings. And the church has also a cross made from decorative plates, resembling Ionic pottery and reminding, this is my opinion, lighting openings made of colored glass. And similar decorative elements and small flamboyant arches can be seen in Panagia Geraniofora, built in 1767. And finally, in the Savior, or Sozon of Apollonia, built in 1768, there are two distinct coat of arms. The first one depicts three fleurs-de-lis, and perhaps it is the coat of arms of Querini family. And the second one, which is above the main entrance, depicts three towers, a shield, a breastplate, and a lion head above. We would like to especially thank our friend Kelly Papaevangelou for the support throughout the field research, all the inhabitants of Castor who helped substantially in the recording of its architectural heritage, and finally Professor Paschalis Androudis for the kind invitation and the great honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Economou, for this comprehensive survey of Venetian reliefs at Castron of Sifnos and also of Apollonia. And we move now to Naxos, and Dr. Athanasios Kotsakis, Doctor of Archaeology, will present us the paper Sculptures from the Franciscans Monastery, Fraro, at Naxos.
Yeah. Hey, this is my wife's account, so you cannot see my name. Just a moment. Just a moment. To share or to share? No. Just a moment. Because can you see?
Yes. Not yet in full screen, but
Yeah.
Perhaps you can press F5.
F5. Just a moment. F5.
To share your screen, to present us in full screen.
But I think we can see also just a moment, because no. I don't know. Can we start now?
Θανάση, θα τα αλλάζεις καλημέρα με το χέρι από αριστερά. Ένα-ένα.
Με το χέρι από κάτω.
Ή αριστερά. Έτσι.
Okay. Thank you. Now, we are talking about the late medieval monastery of the Franciscans at Naxos Island. The name of the monastery is Fraro. It derives from the monks of the Franciscan monks. The location of the monastery of the Franciscans lies at a distance of approximately 2 kilometers from the city of Naxos, at the western entrance of the village Agidia. Today is nearly is connected to Hora. Now, the building belonged to the Franciscan order, which his name was Minori in Italian, or Osservanti, Recolletti, Cioccolanti, or Frari, simply Frari. The monastery, whose existence is mentioned already towards the end of the 14th century, is built to close proximity to the ruin-stated old Christianic basilica of St. Stephen's. Furthermore, it is believed that here dwelt as a monk for some time before the enthronement of the Greek Pope Alexander V, Natus Petros Philagris, from Crete, 1339, 1410. Petros Philagris used to became a monk at another monastery with the name Fraro at Crete near Neapoli Lasithiou. Now, the monastery has given the name to the whole area where it is located. This monastery is dedicated to the Annunciation of the Blessed Mary, Virgin Mary, whereas the side naves are dedicated to Saint Anthony and to Saint Francis. It is believed that, just a moment, this is the one, the first photo, there is the other one. It is believed that this church was built or quite possibly renovated by the Venetian lord of the island of Chios, Ioannes Pisani, in 1535, according to a dedicatory inscription. As we will see that follows, probably on the Franciscan behalf of the settled there, coming from Crete, which at the time were under the Venetian rule. The Franciscan monastery had some only few monks, usually 2 or 3 monks, and at the year in 1789, it was renovated again. Now, the monastery has a country yard at the entrance to it's just a moment, because just a moment. At the outer entrance of the monastery, on the little sculpted on the marble surface, the Lion of San Mark can be seen, the symbol of the Serenissima Republica of Venice. Here we have an artwork which is rather worn, shallow, belonging to the type of right-turning customary. Just a moment. This is the Lion of Venice, of San Marco. It's depicted in full body shape, adorned with a halo and holding a gospel. The book seems to be closed. The artistic representation of the Lion of San Mark, found at the Franciscan monastery, is framed by 2 coats of arms, smaller in size, referred to the 2 Naxos Latin families. These 2 coats of arms quite probably belong to Ruggeri, or the Rugger family of a Latin origin, maybe a Venetian origin. Families, important families of the 15th century. We know that these families were feudal lords of Philoti village in the mid-15th century. The main part of the coat of arms carries a helmet of a type relating to the Crusades, from which a mantle is seen hanging and having at the top the St. Mark lion holding a gospel. The coat of arms of the left side carries a helmet turning to the right and contrary to the heraldic rules, as a sign of attention in respect towards the more official emblem of the Lion of St. Mark of Venice. Now, there is no consensus as to this sculpted complex, time of construction. At least three different interpretive approaches have been formed, which aim to exact dating of St. Mark's Lion of Rhodes. According to one view, it may be traced back to one of the periods of the temporary administration of the Duchy of the Aegean by Venice itself. In 1494 until 1501 and 1511 to 1517. It could be directly connected to the process of the renovation of the monastery in 1535, the second opinion, as well as with the fact that the monastery was placed under the auspice of the Doge of Venice, who also supported with the annual allowance as well as diplomatic immunity. And the third opinion, according to another opinion, it could be a kind of a remnant of the strong presence of Venice in Naxos during the 17th century. Now, there are some other sculptures. Unfortunately, this monument is not accessible, easily accessible. So I have taken some photos, but I hope that I will take in the future some better photos. As one comes to the passage to the front door leading to the monastery's courtyard, and on the western wall of the main church building, one can see one of the marble portal, the coat of arms of crispy dukes. Just a moment, this one. Framed on either side by a spiral band, as well as the dedicatory inscription, which accompanies the ducal herald of Crispy. It is written 1535, Ioannes Crispo, Inglitus Geopelagi. This may be translated as under the reign of glorious Ioannes Crispo, Duke of the Aegean Sea. Undoubtedly, the mention is to Ioannes Crispo IV, 1518-1564, the penultimate Duke of the Aegean, who probably had played a role in the aforementioned monastery's building. It is possible that this inscription was not placed there by Duke Crispo himself, but by his son-in-law, Johannes Pisani, who had under his authority the island of Chios, and he is considered to be the founder of the monastery. This is based on evidence given in Greek inscription, which has been found on the marble herald in the north window of the same building. This is not available. Ioannis Pisanis, Lord of Chios, renovator of the name of the most glorious Duke. Above the limited of the entrance of the Annunciation of the Blessed Virgin Mary Monastery Church in the area of Gydia village, a sculpted presentation is to be seen. Just a moment. On a marble plaque with depict the Apostle Petrus and Paul placed under the papal coronet and the two crossed keys, the symbols of Rome's bishop. Here, the coexistence of the clearly Western type presentation of this symbol, as it can be seen on the earliest scales of popes and of the Byzantine picture of the two apostles, both as far as the depiction and the dressing code are concerned, constitutes an unusual example of the combination between the Western and the Byzantine artistic representation. Have we time enough? How many minutes?
5.
5 minutes. Okay.
Yes.
Just a moment. We're talking about now another Western influence in its artistic nature. Just a moment. Yes. Artistic nature to the pharaoh are the double curved corbels of the entrance door frame. Double curved corbels lead to its main church, the Catholicon. These are the corbels. It may be seen as probably the earliest example found at Naxos of an architectural type which is to become dominant in the Cyclades Islands during the 17th century. The corbels of this specific type are called Pariana from Paros and are widely present in Paros, Naxos, as well as other islands of the island like Sifnos, and also in the island of Skopelos. It has been claimed that their origin is to be traced to the Renaissance in Italy. Their formation as an independent structural part and their wide spreading to the Aegean Islands is due to the work of marble craftsmen from Paros. Corbels of this type seem to have developed from an older form of rectangular door frames made of stone of marble, especially those. Just a moment. These are at the old house at the castle of Naxos, and this one derives from a church, Orthodox Church of Naxos. And we continue that there are older forms of these corbels. Just a moment. Okay. These corbels, these are the older forms. It comes from the St. John Catholic Church at Naxos. And this, the other corbel, this comes from the Panagia Hionon at the old, which is located at the old town of Naxos. Now, in one general note, at Naxos of the era of the Duchy of the Aegean, marble sculptures were produced significantly large numbers, mainly coats of arms or heralds for families of Western origin, which consisted the most characteristic artworks of this category. Now, according to that has been presented up to this point, it becomes, I believe, clear that certain influences can be ascertained pertaining to technical, modal, and artistic ways of Western and especially of the Italian sculpture in the local art of marble sculpting at Naxos, which they are imprinted both on the craft decoration as well as on the surviving engraved inscriptions found at the monastery of the Franciscan at Fraro in the area of Aegean. The sculptured adornment of the monastery reflects eloquently the social and the political reality of the late medieval and post-medieval times in the Cyclades Islands, where the presence of both the Roman Catholic Church and that of Mother Venice are significantly apparent. This specific Franciscan monastery constitutes another monument material remnant testifying to the cultural osmosis of the two worlds, the Orthodox and the Catholic, as seen embedded within the framework of their coexistence, a direct and clear result of the Venetians' conquer of the Cyclades in the aftermath of the 14th Crusade. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kotsakis, for sharing with us this interesting material from Naxos. And now, according to the program, we have a 5 minutes break.
Jenny, sorry to interrupt you. Jenny, sorry to interrupt you. We have two more papers, because the one paper presented by Anna Yalouri will not be presented. So we have two more papers. We could make a better break afterwards and have time for discussion if you want. I don't know.
Okay, whatever you want.
Yes,
so
we should continue with the...
We continue now. So Dr. Yalouri is not present, and we move to Mrs. Lainaki.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, yes.
So, Mrs. Lainaki is our next speaker. Mrs. Nektaria Lainaki, she's architect and PhD candidate at the National Technical University of Athens. And she will speak us. She will present the paper titled The Surviving Venetian Buildings in the Province of Kissamos in Western Crete. Thank you.
Thank you, and for your invitation this conference for the creation of buildings and yes.
Can we see your presentation in full screen?
It's not full screen.
Not yet.
Not yet, because I can see in full screen.
Have you pressed the προβολή παρουσίασης and...
Yes, I have pressed this.
Okay.
To do again?
Then we continue as it is. Okay.
You're screen sharing? I see.
Yes, we can see it. It is shared.
Okay. Yes, sir, but it's a full screen?
No.
Oh, okay. What to do? I don't know. To do again in my full...
Το εικονίδιο στην κάτω μπάρα κάντε, εκεί δεξιά, κάτω δεξιά.
Ναι, το έκανα.
Αυτό πατήστε το αν είναι. Το τελευταίο από τα 4 εκεί, τα πρώτα.
Το ξέρω, δεν είναι η πρώτη φορά. Για να το ξανακάνω. Τώρα?
Όχι. Αλλά εντάξει, δεν πειράζει. Ας συνεχίσουμε. Το βλέπουμε αρκετά καλά.
And change the photos? You can see the changing now?
We see the first one.
Manually, by clicking on its...
Ναι, να πατάτε αριστερά την κάθε εικόνα. Όπως έκανε και ο κύριος Οικονόμου, ο κύριος Κοτσάκης.
Γιατί δεν...
Πατήστε στην αριστερή
πατήστε τη
δεύτερη εικόνα.
Στα εικονίδια.
Ναι, έχω πατήσει τη δεύτερη εικόνα. Περιμένετε. Οκ. Τώρα
ναι,
άλλαξε.
Βλέπουμε. Ναι, άλλαξε.
Γιατί όμως δεν έχει...
Την τεχνολογία δεν την πιάνεις φίλο τελικά.
Τώρα βλέπετε όλο full screen. Όχι.
Όχι, δεν βλέπουμε full screen, αλλά βλέπουμε τη
Δεν θα το
δεύτερη.
κάνουμε έτσι λοιπόν. Εντάξει.
Okay. Ναι.
For the creation of buildings and architectural sculpture of the Venetian period in Crete, a great contribution of the stone cutter as well as the sculptor is important. In the Middle Byzantine period, sculptural art was limited. No clear occupation was for the sculptors, and that was covered by the stone mentioned. In Venetian occupied Crete, people working on stone were given two different names. Sculptors were called scultoris, while builders were called muraris. In Venice, during the 14th century, the Italo Gothic style prevailed and was characterized by the mixing of elements of Gothic, Byzantine, and Islamic architecture. This mixing created composition of an infinitive beauty, which is visible in the remaining pieces of this culture, even in Western Crete. The beginning of Renaissance architecture began in Italy in the 15th century. An early characteristic example can be found in the central square piazza of Venice, next to the Cathedral of St. Marcos, where the Palace of the Dog stands. Large pointed arcs, round skylights, flame shapes, finials with a characterized relief decoration in contact with the golden mosaic of the domes and the plumes of St. Mark elements from Byzantium and the West. At this time, a local Venetian style developed called Plateresco. This architectural form spread throughout the world, with Venetian trade through writings, plans, and treatises. Cretan architecture was significantly influenced, and it also followed this rhythm. Their application by engineers who arrived from Galinotati gave another dimension to the construction on the island of Crete. Pointed arcs and decorated elements with similar influences at windows, doors, wood carved beams began to spread in Crete from the end of the 13th, beginning of the 14th century. An important factor in the transmission of new trends and knowledge in stone and buildings were the establishment of religious orders on the island. The buildings activities on the island attracted other foreign craftsmen besides Venice. However, the monastic orders of the Roman Catholic Church were important patrons of the large building projects, as shown by the surviving works today. In Italy, the works of the Roman Catholic Church were small and simple in architecture. However, as the power of the order grows, so did the clamor of their buildings with works of similar prestige and visibility. It was necessary to organize construction crews with knowledge from the West. A typical example of such works in the Church of Savior of Augustinian, San Salvador, which is known to us from Gerola's photography because it was demolished in 1972. In Chania, similar buildings of monastery of the Dominicans is St. Nicolaus. It was saved during the century after many renovations, and today it is an Orthodox church. Also, a St. Peter in Dominicans in Chania was built the same period. In all large building projects, fortification, mansion, etc., crows worked who knows how to read the architectural plans from the books that came from the West and were executed by Western European craftsmen with local and experienced builders, craftsmen who knows well the local buildings, materials, and their sources. Guilds and workshops were created, those slowly transferred their art and techniques from generation to generation. Each guild has as its center its own church and developing in addition to professional and society service activity. Skilled engineers and architects such as Gabriele Tadini, Michele and Girolamo Sanmicelli, Gerolamo Martiningo, Giulio Savognano were commissioned by Venice to carry out works immediately of those already existing in the metropolis. The books of the architects Serlio and Palladio has reached the island. The first organized workshop with different specialities appeared in Candia. It consisted of both Venetian and Cretan settlers. Already in 1301, on notary paper of that period, a Venetian born in Crete presented himself as an apprentice under a contract as an apprentice to a Greek arts master in Candia. Local and Venetian fermentation creating mutual influences, resulting in an amalgamation of knowledge, method, and special building construction. This mixed crows quickly moved from the capital of Crete to the other major urban centers. They receive orders for building projects in this area, both in urban centers and in the countryside, and gradually the so-called Cretan Renaissance architecture was created. Craftsmen were called upon to construct ecclesiastical or secular all over Crete. The work of each craftsman and will stand out, gradually beginning to acquire its own style. This justified the similarities in the construction of certain architectural elements that can also be seen in the mentions of Western Crete and Kissamos. With these movements, they exchanged techniques and knowledge with local buildings details, while tools that came from the West changed the know-how of local craftsmen. Our knowledge from notary's documents of that period shows that new tools were ordered from Venice. Lithoxoid projects are distinguished into three groups. A group, the morphological elements, the form of the plants and the configuration of the volume. Externally, a special construction feature is the slope, scarpa, and the stone decorative elements in the corners in the form of a chord. This is a B team. Construction details, a new element in relation in the architecture are the pointed covered arcs used for pointed domes and very seldom and for private houses. The same form has been used as an ornament for the entrances to the small churches. And of course, the three team is the decorative elements. Impressed Renaissance figures passed into the facades in the Catholic monastery, as well as in some Orthodox monasteries which were built during the Venetian period. Fortresses and castles were built in all the cities of Crete, Candia, Chania, Rethymno, Kissamos, and smaller ones such as Spinalonga, Suda, Granvus, etc. In all of them, there has impressed entrance gates. The mansion of Kissamos have a special architecture with unique elements that are not often found in other areas of Crete and differ in terms in their use and decorated. Not many examples of such buildings have survived, or at last the buildings are half destroyed. They reformed after the middle of the 16th century by the new conquerors, the Turks. In Western Crete, in the area that we examine, Kissamos, there are monuments at that period. According to the recording monument of Gerola, we know well, Villa Retonda in Calathenes, Villa Trevisiana in Drapagnas, and Villa Seneiana in Rhodopou. Giuseppe Gerola, a historian, was sent by the Academy of Venice at the beginning of the 20th century, and he had produced 5 books with his researching. However, my contribution on this subject with oral information, feed research, remaining more unknown monuments has been discovered. Owner of this mention were noble landowners. Mention we are studying were directly connected to the rural life of the area they belonged to. Each corresponded to a manor. The sculptured masterpieces that appear in the rich mention of the province of Kissamos are of great importance. The local buildings materials, such as the local sandstone, soft Cretan limestone, and the composition of the local mortar used for several decades by the local artisan, imposed new construction, which were also adopted by the foreign artisans. The arcs had immediately adopted the flame-shaped Gothic ending, while later, after the 15th and in the 16th century, the arcs began to approach its form nearly semicircle. The particular gates that appears in the entrances and the processing of door techniques, such as the typical of rural mansioning, opera rustica rusticato, the doors, were originally made with pointed and flame-shaped ends, while over the century and the standardization of the ellipsoid, and the standards are standardized and acquired orthonormality. Their special architecture features and the elaboration decorated arcs on the doors and windows. Usually, the doors of the mansion have a rectangular shape and are made of a simple carved stone frame with a horizontal or arched lintel. These are also some cases where a cornice is formed both on the eaves and on the apron. A close examination of these doorways show that despite their unmistakable similarities in design and decorative motifs to the Venetian ones, they differ in construction in the way the frame is connected to the stone wall. So, the Venetian Gothic style of the Cretan door acquires a Venetian standard, which became known in Crete certainly from the Venetian immigration, but it is not a copy of Venetian buildings. Gables at the main floor entrances with a classicizing character. Particularly emphasis is placed on the decoration of the central entrance on the floor. It is stoutly with a full gable and in some cases a permanent enclosing the coat of arms of the family to which the mansion belongs. Imposing staircases, elaborately construction with strong stonework elements such as decorating roofs and string lead upstairs to a belvedere. Decorated alternative of the construction of the openings. A special characteristic double opening is observed, which is placed diametrically opposite to the other side of the main room. It is 2 lobed arcs window in the middle of the building's first floor elevation, which full mullioned transform and cornice with corbels. It usually ends in a small balcony, which is supported by 2 or 3 pillars that we call dilovo. Of course, stone. I saw some from these windows, picture, and in countryside, and also in the city of Hellenic. A particular stone think art, as mentioned by Gerola, in second use material, the zinc linothestra, the mention of the head. The carving the coat of arms in Winfrey residence was a point of prestige and social recognition. coat of arms, Irish symbols, and inscription were quickly winter-spring in the period of Venetian rule. Examples of this stone carving art are found all over the island. Coats of arms were immediately used in public buildings and on the gates of castles, declaring the presence of the authority of the family it represented. In Western Crete, we have examples in the castle of Kissamos, testimonies and photography material from Gerola, also in the castle of Gramvousa, but also in many rich residences and churches. Conclusions. Sculpture in Crete, and therefore in its western end, flourished during the period of the Venetian occupation. Knowledge and craftsmen came to the island. Since Crete had enough material for the creation of stonework works, it gave the stimulus and the opportunity to develop and flourish the Cretan Renaissance architecture, which left all over the island, but also in the western part of it, hitherto unknown stone artifacts. The study has been shaped based on the finding obtained from surface surveys constituted as part of my doctoral research. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Lainaki, for this stimulating paper. Our next speaker is Dr. Denis Isler. Is Dr. Isler with us?
Yes.
Professor Paschalis Androudis, do you know if Dr. Isler is present?
Yes, I'm
okay.
Here,
if not, we can move to Dr. Eleni Manolescu, who is present. And Dr. Manolescu is head of the Department of Sculptures, Wood Carvings, Ceramics, Minor Arts, Textiles, and Canvases at the Byzantine and Christian Museum of Athens. And her paper is entitled Pardon?
Sorry, Professor.
So she will present us the paper, The Venetians at Acrocorinth, 1687 to 1715, Sculptural Testimonies.
I'm here. There was a problem for the connection here. You couldn't hear me. I'm sorry.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Can I start now?
So Dr. Isler, yes, you can start. Let me present your title. Dr. Isler is a research assistant and lecturer at Barton University. The paper is entitled Venetian Lazarettos in the Ionian Sea in the documents of the Venice State Archives. And we can see your PowerPoint, but not in full screen. Can you try to?
Okay, we can go like that. Can I start like that?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Today, I will try to make a general evaluation of the Lazarettos built during the rule of the Republic of Venice on the Ionian Sea Islands, based on some visual documents from the 18th century found in the Venice State Archive. My presentation will provide an architectural perspective. Actually, this issue has been addressed by the researchers from different approaches, but I would like to emphasize that studies on Byzantine architecture in Turkey are quite new. As a matter of fact, the quarantine practices initiated by the Republic of Venice found their place in the Ottoman geography only in the 19th century, long after other examples in Europe. All these quarantine buildings were the core of public health structures, which were going to develop in the whole world. Examining the different architectural features of these structures, it is definitely necessary to separately consider the Venetian Lazarettos in the Ionian Sea. I'm sorry. We couldn't change the...
Perhaps, yes, okay.
This one must be the first. Okay, thank you. The drawing of the Lazaretto on the island of San Demetrio in Corfu, dating back to 12th of July, 1705, is titled Plan and Facade Drawing of the Corfu Lazaretto with calculation of these costs necessary for restoration. 6 units in the north and 8 units in the south were built in different sizes and asymmetrically on the 2 wings of the central courtyard. Calculations made for the restoration, which consisted in raising the walls to the cover level, repairing the fallen cover system, and connecting the warehouses to each other. Square planned 2-story towers protruding from the facade were built on the northwest and southeast corners of the rectangular planned Lazaretto. Apart from the corner towers, Casa del Priore was also designed as a 2-story building. From this drawing, it's understood that the building, which dates back to the late 16th century, needed a comprehensive restoration. As a matter of fact, it is possible to see the repairs and additions made to the Lazaretto in the drawing dated 1724. It's seen that the volumes were covered with a hipped roof and the units in front of them were divided into 7 symmetrical units of equal size. A trench line was created in the northeast corner of the Lazaretto. This line went down from the tower to the beach and was adjacent to the north wall of the building, and it was extended along the south facade of the church and touched the northwest coast. 2 large volumes can be seen, which are marked with the letters B and C. They are positioned on the above-mentioned trench line. The B was intended for Lazaretto officers, and the C was for patients. Besides the Lazaretto of the cliffs on San Demetrio, the archival documents include another drawing dated approximately to the 18th century, showing the location of the Venetian health magistrate buildings on the fortified harbor of Corfu. In the drawing, it can be seen that the buildings consist of 3 groups, and the central ones are positioned perpendicular to the shore. The building group in the west consists of large-sized storage volumes, and the coastal line in front of these warehouses, marked with the letter L in the legend, is planned to be protected with a double row of security fences. In the central building group behind the quarantine dock, there is a church, a grain warehouse, a tezon, and the timber warehouse, all for the use of the infected people. This area also fenced, isolated from other buildings behind it, and the eastern section is the cemetery. Thanks to another drawing, we have the opportunity to watch the changes and repairs carried out in the structures through the isometric weave of the Corinthian structures of Corfu. Only the area described as the central building group in the previous drawing is shown here. First of all, it is noteworthy that the customs boot structure, which extends perpendicularly to the shore and is marked with a letter F in the previous drawing, has been lented and widened and turned into a fondaco. An interpreter's office and a quartiere with a unifying function were added between these fondaco and the structure described as a tezon to store grain and other goods, connecting the structures in L shape in the north. We see that a bell tower, which did not exist in the previous drawing, was built at the corner where the tezon and quartiere meet. Besides all these, a new security structure was built to the south of the mentioned building group, located independently and exactly behind the dock. The restoration project that is the subject of the drawing has been prepared to repair of the dock, which is stated to be dilapidated and almost completely submerged, and to expand and extend the security wall, which was in bad condition, extending it from the fondaco to the seashore. The project in question is explained with two drawings showing the evaluation of the restoration. The location of the Lazaretto on Santa Maura Island is marked on a map among the Schulenburg documents in the archive. In addition, in the plan dating back to the 15th of August 1719, a total of 16 volumes with a square plan, 12 in south, 2 in east and west, were placed inside the city wall at the point called Bricchi. It was built to be used as a Lazaretto located on the shore of the lagoon in the north of the island of Lefkada, facing the mainland of the island. In the archive, some Provveditori da Terra da Mar documents dating back to 1719 explain the building materials. The walls here are stone walls built using earthen mortar and the wooden beams, which have been used for the roofs. The bridge was built here as a fortified castle in order for the merchants to easily and safely unload their goods. Among the Provveditori alla Sanità documents dating back to November 1760 is a plan of the Lazaretto Campestre in the Villa Lacrites district, where the survivors of infected families were housed. Lazaretto, with a simple rectangular plan, has a total of 40 rooms and 3 small guardhouses, and a small military station were built on the exterior of the Lazaretto. In the archive, also, there are facade drawings and sections of Kefalonia Argostoli Lazaretto. The drawing describes the planned repairs and additions to the Lazaretto of Argostoli to accommodate the offices of the health magistrate, inspector, and consigliere. The first of the sections in the question is the vertical profile showing the inner wing of the facade facing the courtyard. The second section was drawn to show 2 different sections of the plan at parallel levels, with a line vertically cutting the guardhouse and the inner door located in the center of the facade. In the first floor plan, the walls painted in light pink indicate the walls that existed before the repair project, and the walls painted in red indicate the newly constructed walls. A small gunpowder store was planned to be built on the floor of the tower, which had to be rebuilt on the front facade. The towers on both sides of the main facade were planned to be used as garrisons, and the other two towers on the rear facade were planned to be used as prisons for men and women. The 6 units marked with the number 5 in the legend of the plan are defined as quarters with a total capacity of 150 soldiers. Other units, those functions are defined in the first floor plan, are official offices where financial affairs and carried out the kitchen and service rooms, and the church adjacent to the northern wall of the courtyard. The second floor plan shows the layout, the actual offices. The largest volume on this floor is the commissary hall located in the center of the south wing. The other rooms were reserved for the use of udienza, office, living areas, dressing rooms, rooms for registrars and assistants, tax and customs office, rooms for military officers, and the rooms for the use of 20 council members. And a belvedere was also designed on the west wing of the second floor, which opens to the front facade. As can be seen from the positioning of the door openings, all the separated units on this floor do not open to the corridor, but are connected to each other through internal communication doors. In the drawings in the archive, the location of the Lazaretto on the island of Zante is shown on the map, and the construction stages are explained on the plan. The first part of the Lazaretto, called the old part, which was built in 2 stages, has a rectangular plan close to square. It's marked with a letter A on the plan. Prior's quarter, located in the center of the south wing of the building, opens to a central courtyard. It consists of 6 open spaces of equal size and symmetrically placed on the east and west wing of the central courtyard, and narrow rectangular closed volumes behind them. Additionally, there is the San Antonio Church and the Greek church adjacent to the northern facade of the building. The section called Lazaretto Novo, located in the southwestern corner of the Lazaretto Vecchio, is actually just an uncovered extension surrounded by a wall. The open storage areas to the north of the containment wall are divided into 3 equal parts and have a front courtyard entered through the door marked with the letter E on the plan. The settlement, built on the Marathonisi cliffs in the south of Zante, Zakynthos Island, consists of a total of 3 small houses, one of which was designed as a tower house, and it consists of 4 pieces of uncovered land surrounded by a fence, indicated by the letters A, B, C, and D in the drawing. There is a church on the island and 4 wells that appear to have been built to irrigate the open lands in question. After briefly discussing the examples of the plans of Venetian Lazarettos in the Ionian Sea, which show different architectural features, it is possible to make some inferences about Lazaretto architecture. The architectural typology of Venetian Lazarettos varies greatly depending on the strategic location of the building. Since the islands in the Ionian Sea, especially Corfu, were very important military bases for the Republic of Venice, it is clear that the Lazarettos here were not built only to ensure the healthy continuation of commercial movement. They were built as a fortification in this sense for the Lazarettos in Corfu and Kefalonia Argostoli. The Lazaretto of Argostoli was also a barracks for 150 soldiers, and two of its corner towers were designed as prisons. The presence of the gunpowder store and the cannons in the structure also exhibits the typical features of the defensive structure. We know from archival records that the Lazarettos of Corfu and Zante date back to the late 16th century, but buildings in Santa Maura, Kefalonia date to the first half of the 18th century. Therefore, it can be thought that these structures located on these islands, as others, are related to the increased need for security. In addition, these structures built on the islands not only served public health by preventing epidemics, but also created safe harbors where mansions could store their goods against pirate attacks. Therefore, as in the examples in the Ionian Sea, the Venetian lagoon or Dalmatian coast, Lazarettos were designed to meet the defense, control, shelter, storage, and protection needs of important strategic positions, and were often multifunctional. For this reason, these structures could be fortifications, sometimes barracks, or cemeteries where infected patients were kept and finally buried, or a fondaco, where mansions safely stored their goods and stayed. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Isler, for sharing with us your insightful research on Lazarettos in the Ionian Islands. And our last speaker is Dr. Eleni Manolesou. I repeat her title. The title of her paper, The Venetians at Acrocorinth, 1687 to 1715, Sculptural Testimonies. And Dr. Manolesou is head of the Department of Sculptures, Wood Carvings, Ceramics, Minor Arts, Textiles, and Canvases at the Byzantine and Christian Museum in Athens. So, Dr. Manolesou, the floor is yours.
Do you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, we can see your PowerPoint, not yet in full screen.
Better? Yes. Okay.
Very well, yes, now we have it.
Yes. Acrocorinth Castle on top of the high hill bearing the same name dominates over the ancient, medieval, and modern city of Corinth to the northeast of the Peloponnese. Throughout the city's history, it has functioned as its acropolis. Today's presentation will deal with the material remains of one of its least known phases, that of the Venetian occupation. More specifically, we shall present here for the first time two sculptural pieces bearing testimony to the brief period of the so-called Second Venetocracy. One is a sculpted lion, the symbol of Venetian power, and the other is a graffiti of a human figure presenting features which are extremely rare or rather unique in a Greek context. For reasons of time, I have left out some general observations on Venetian presence on the Acrocorinth from my presentation. As may be seen from the timetable, the Byzantine castle of Acrocorinth, after its conquest by the Franks in the 13th century, changed hands several times. It became a Venetian possession for a relatively brief period of time, for 28 years, from 1687 to 1715, during, as mentioned above, the short-lived second Venetian occupation of the Peloponnese. The castle is surrounded by strong walls, which run along the edge of the hill, spanning almost 3 kilometers, and exhibits 3 zones of fortification to the west, each with its own gate. A considerable part of the ancient walls has survived until today, along with repairs and modifications from Byzantine and Frankish times, as well as extensive later fortifications and repairs from the time of Ottoman and Venetian rule. Apart from isolated interventions, the site of Acrocorinth Castle has not been excavated systematically due to its enormous size and concomitant practical difficulties. As indicated by archaeological research, material remains and historical sources, the western section of the castle was the locus of a medieval and post-Byzantine settlement with private and public buildings. Concerning the presence of Italian art in Acrocorinth Castle, the excavations conducted in recent years by the Archaeological Service have brought to light a certain amount of finds, mainly coins and important Italian pottery from the 14th century onwards. My perusal of the sculptural remains found at the castle for the purposes of this conference has confirmed the extreme rarity of any sculptural indications of Italian presence or influence during the medieval period. In contrast to the hundreds of architectural members datable to the Byzantine period discovered on Acrocorinth, there are very few, if any, datable to Venetian times. Consequently, the present discussion will be limited to 2 sculptural examples, which, however, are until now unknown to the academic community and which therefore merit special interest. When compiling the inventory of the sculptured members of Acrocorinth Castle, I came across a new find, part of a base with a wider upper side decorated with molding, which supports the preserved posterior side of a 4-legged animal in the round, sitting on its hind legs. It is made of white marble, is severely cracked and covered with plaster. The front part of the animal and large part of its left side are broken off. From the relatively high posture of its torso, the animal may be assumed to have been sitting on its haunches with upright forepaws. We may see a small leftover piece of marble left unsmoothed to serve as the animal support. It is therefore the left side of the sculpture that functioned as its front. The base seems to have been rather high and may have formed the upper part of a pillar. The animal's overall shape and posture, as compared to other animal sculptures in the round, indicate that it was probably a lion. One may discern potential traces of the tuft of its tail near its left leg. Its head must have been turned towards the spectator. Since the sculpture is obviously not of ancient workmanship and has no Byzantine parallels, its attribution to the Venetian period is quite likely. It cannot be determined whether it was winged, as its upper is damaged and covered by plaster. There are no traces of any cuttings or holes, which might have indicated that the animal served as support to something else, a colonnade, for example. Apart from Venice itself, many cities in northern Italy possess columns bearing the Lion of Mark, the symbol of the Serenissima Republic of Venice's dominion over them, often datable to the 16th, 17th century. Closer to home, we may recall the Frankish period sculpted Lion of St. Mark from the Church of Agia Paraskevi in Chalkis, about which we heard so much yesterday. The relevant description of the local ephorate of antiquities suggests that it may have stood on a column. The poster of the Agia Paraskevi lion is very similar to the sculpture from Acrocorinth, but unfortunately the poor state of preservation of the latter does not allow a closer comparison. Nevertheless, it is quite possible that we are indeed dealing with the Lion of St. Mark standing on a column at a central position of the city, symbolizing Venetian domination. Further research in situ may reveal more details. Coming now to the second sculpted member of today's presentation, it has been found at the North Gate Tower of the third line of fortifications of the castle. There, the Venetian repairs included the construction of a ramp for the transportation of cannons onto the flat roof of the tower. The latter was paved by slabs and Byzantine period spolia with thick and long level surfaces such as mullions. On one of these mullions, as brought to my attention by the then director of the local Byzantine Ephorate of Antiquities, Dr. Dimitris Athanasoulis, there is a graffiti of a human figure in profile. The man depicted is turned to the left and smoking a pipe. That eye is represented as circle with a hole in the center. His nose is sharp and his hair is cut in a long bob, represented by broad, continuous incision. Some sort of head covering is rendered by a dotted line of hollow points along his temples. It is possible that the figure was bearded, as can be gathered by the traces of a horizontal line on the lower part of his face, but inorganic deposits damaging this part of the graffiti do not allow certain conclusions. The upper part of the figure's body is rendered very sketchily as multiple triangles. This may be surmised to constitute a very sketchy representation of armor. A unique characteristic of this figure, to the best of my knowledge, is that it is smoking a pipe. The bowl of the pipe is biconical and is divided in the middle by an incised horizontal line or ring. It has a rounded base to which is attached a carved stem, ending in a horizontal mouthpiece near the figure's mouth. Tobacco was introduced from the Americas to Europe by Christopher Columbus's sailors. By the end of the 16th century, tobacco plant and use of tobacco were both introduced to virtually every country in Europe, and by the 1700s, smoking had become a widespread recreational activity. Collections of paintings and prints from the 1600s and 1700s feature countless scenes of tobacco-infused repose. There are two types of pipes, the one-piece pipe that was widespread throughout Europe and the bowl with separate stem across Africa and around the Eastern Mediterranean. The two waves met along the northwest borders of the Ottoman Empire. The pipe's bowl in graffiti resembles that of Ottoman pipes found throughout the Ottoman Empire, but the pipe and its stem are definitely of a smaller size than the Oriental pipes depicted in 18th and 19th century art. Ceramic pipe of Turkish provenance, dated 1685 approximately, today at the Pipe Museum of Amsterdam, belongs to the stab stem type and has a lead stem with slight bending. The Acrocorinth graffiti type is indicative of a more handy and easily transportable type closer to the Western one-piece pipe. Its stem, due to its carved shape, could be assumed to be made of metal attached to a ceramic bowl. In this case, the pipe in question would be a hybrid between the Eastern and Western types. If one were to attribute the Corinthian pipe to a modern type, bearing in mind that the popular type may survive with small variations over a long period of time, it would stand somewhere between the bent billiard and the on-pole type, with each characteristic vertically upturned stem. Turning now to another unique feature of the Acrocorinth graffiti, let us consider its headgear. The figure resembles depiction of warriors wearing armor and helmets in medieval pottery of Corinth. The schematic depiction of its head covering is most probably a helmet, with a forward projecting peak, a domed skull piece, a neck guard, and perhaps a sliding nasal bar. The helmet is in fact quite close to the so-called lobster-tailed pot helmet, worn mainly by horsemen, which was widespread during the 17th century in Europe and in northern Italy. The depiction of such a helmet is rare on Greek soil. Graffiti takes up roughly the half of the mullion and measures approximately 80 centimeters. It has been incised with a sharp object, making small consecutive holes, forming lines or larger holes. The sketch is rather primitive and could be the work of a simple soldier on guard at the tower of the third gate, scratched on the ground to idle away the boredom of the long hours of watch, or as an expression of his longing to smoke forbidden during guard duty. The shape of the figure's hair, pipe, and helmet all indicate an Occidental provenance of the late 17th, early 18th century and could therefore plausibly be attributed to the period of Venetian occupation. Its location at a part of the fortifications which had undergone remodeling during the time in order to accommodate cannons is an additional indication in this direction. In painting, representation of helmeted soldiers are quite common at the time. To conclude, although the period of Venetian rule did not last long in Corinth and has left very few traces, there are at least two very important samples: a symbolic sculpted lion and a European helmeted soldier smoking a pipe, both testifying to the necessity of further archaeological research of this little-known era. Especially the latter find is, as already pointed out above, a completely isolated and unique example of graffiti decoration in the whole of Greece and merits further and special study. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manolesu, for the presentation of these significant finds from Acrocorinth and their comparanda. And now we can proceed to the discussion, your comments, your questions. Let's start with the presentation of Professor Livia Bevilacqua. Are there any comments or questions to this paper, this very interesting paper? Well, I see no reactions to this very interesting presentation.
Congratulations
And
for
we
your
move-
work, Livia. Excuse me, Jenny. Congratulations
Yes.
for your work, for your fruitful work, and we're waiting for more results about the presence of vessels in the sources, the written sources. Your research is very important.
Thank you. I look forward to some more research in the archives, and not only. I think that some comparanda with extant work artifacts can be fruitful too. So, yeah, hopefully in the future. Thank you.
Let's move to the next presentation of Dr. Oswald. L'influence italienne sur l'art Epirot. Are there any questions or comments? Yes, Professor Mitsiou, please.
Thank you so much, Brendan, for this wonderful paper. I wanted to ask you if you know numbers, perhaps, or names of people that were involved in this mixed, in this production of Italian elements of, people that perhaps have brought this Italian influence in the Epirus state. If you know any name, any builder, somebody who may.
Well, unfortunately, we only have the artifacts as far as I know, and we don't have any name of artist. So there is the name of the master race of the Church of Galaxidi, but as I told, it's a problematic source. And then we can only imagine in which circumstances the people came, but unfortunately there is not so much how to say it, not so much intersection between the monuments and the written sources. For example, the life of Saint Theodora of Arta speaks about the monastery of the Catopanaya, but it doesn't say any word about some Italian workers there. I mean, even the big church of the Parigoretisa, there is no written source about this monument until the modern period. It's hard to think so, but it's like this, and so unfortunately, it's hard to give names, precise names for the artist.
This epitaph was very interesting, and in my knowledge, not very famous. Is there any documentary evidence on this object?
So, it was studied by Juliana Boycheva, mostly in one article, but not only one. She quotes it in more than one article, but there is one main article about it. It is supposed to be in the Museum of Blagoevgrad in Bulgaria. But as far as I know, one friend of mine tried to see it because I wanted to see it too. And one friend of mine who is Bulgarian told me that he tried to see it and that the museum has lost the trace of the object. But personally, I did not make the démarche, so I don't know. But this may explain why it's not so famous nor studied, but the article by Juliana Boycheva is very, very solid. Well, unfortunately, if the artifact is lost, it's a problem because we would like to see it and to study it more in depth. But as far as I know, at the moment, it's not possible. And especially one thing that is a bit a pity is about the coats of arms, because the article has a general photograph of the epitaph, and then there are some zooms about some details and not about the coats of arms. And of course, it's something that would be very interesting.
And a more personal question.
Yes.
Is this presentation a part of a wider research on this topic?
Not exactly. I mean, it's the occasion. Well, I was kindly invited by Professor Androudis, and so yes, it is that I am conducting a research about the architecture of the churches of Arta. So the Italian influence is
Yes,
a part of
obvious,
the research,
yes.
of course, but it was not the main topic.
Yes.
At all.
I see, because it's very interesting, and I think we will have many surprises if one dives in this in these questions. So,
and if I may ask, please, Brenda, congratulations for your paper.
Thank you.
Once again, I very much appreciate and respect your work, especially on heraldry. Your article is superb on the heraldry of Arta. And as far as I know, the epitaph was mentioned in the doctoral thesis of Nikos Toutos, which I know I can send it to you in PDF because
yes, please.
Coded. And secondly, I want to add to all these interesting examples that you showed us, the slab with the representation of a triton and the siren that I discovered in the castle of Ioannina, and that attributed to the first half of 15th century during the presence of Italian lords of the region.
Yes, actually, I thought about it, but I must confess that I don't have your publication. Did you publish something already?
It's gonna to be published in.
Okay, so that's why.
Katia Tsigarida.
I thought about it, but since I didn't have the publication, this is why I did not mention it.
Clearly Occidental, and this representation rare even in the Western context. So I can send you photos and the article. Thank you very much.
Very well. Now, are there any questions or comments on the paper of Professors Economou and Bougiatiotti?
Can I ask you? Yes? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Could you remind us the owners of the two last coat of arms at Apollonia? There were...
Yeah, the only data we have from the bibliography is the work of Eleni Machera Odoni. And she thinks that the two coat of arms are very reminiscent of the coat of arms of Cherini and Soranzo, but in fact, the only common thing is that the three lilies also exist in Cherini coat of arms, but this one is slightly different. It looks like more like a French coat of arm, and perhaps it's for decorative purposes to remind the knights that they are descendants of knights. And we should have in mind that these are from a very late period. During the Ottoman period, some of the families of Sifnos have already changed their last names, and they are also Orthodox. They are not Catholic anymore. So I cannot say for sure that these are like the Cherini and Soranzo. Soranzo had a very different coat of arms with no towers. I have found in bibliography that a very similar coat of arms in Italy with 3 towers, but with a head of an eagle and not a lion, is the one from Giustiniani family, but sorry. Okay. I don't have no more data for this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very interesting, yes. Another question on this or comment? Yes, please. No. Okay, then we move to Naxos. Are there any comments, questions? the paper of by Athanasios Kotsakis, by Dr. Kotsakis. I see a raised hand. Dr. Kotsakis, would you like to add something to your paper?
Oh, it was on the previous presentation.
Okay. Yes.
For the previous presentation.
Some comments on the sculpture from the Franciscans monastery at Naxos. Well, I see no reactions. Then we move to the paper of Mrs. Lainaki, the surviving Venetian buildings in the province of Kissamos in Western Crete. A very interesting paper. The material you showed us was very rich. Crete is so fertile in influences from Venice. Are there any questions? I think it is, you showed a part of your PhD, is it right?
Exactly.
Very good.
I think Mr. Rikonomu, I think, has a question. I have to say that it is a small part of my PhD, but I haven't finished yet. I'm writing now. And the theme is Venetian villas in a Kissamic countryside, architectural analysis and influences, because the western part of Crete doesn't analyze and studying so many as the other part of Crete. And we have a lot of Venetian rich buildings in countryside, and and a lot of number of small churches, with very interesting items inside and outside. And I try to find, to plan and to study all around, not only in architecture, but society, economics, all the parts of it.
Yes,
it's very difficult because we haven't notary and paper from that period in that part of Crete, like Handaka and Rethymno, because destroyed from Turkish when attacked to Hania 1645 and destroyed all the papers, the most of the paper, and some of them are in Venice Institute, I think. And I hope to come in the future to study.
Yes, this would be very useful, I think.
Yes.
Professor Economou, you want to?
Yes, it's not really a question. I just wanted to congratulate you for all this work, for all the architectural documentation. And just to mention something about Sifnos that probably is it's the same in all of the islands, the Aegean islands.
I saw
information that during the 16th century, a lot of stonemasons came from Venice to build these buildings of Castro. Not only the drawings came from Venice, but also stonemasons.
I saw in the drawings, and we have a very similar plans. So I think I'll meet you if you agree to
Thank you again.
change information. Yes. Thank you.
That is it's very good that
yes,
we initiate future collaborations.
Yes, very interesting. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So, as to our next paper by Dr. Didem Ischler, also a very interesting paper with rich archival material. I think it was a privilege that we saw in this session so much material from the archives. Are there any questions or comments on this paper? I see no reaction. So we move to the last paper by Dr. Eleni Manolescu, also very interesting on this very curious finds, I can say. Are there any comments, any questions? Dr. Manolescu, would you like to add something to your paper?
I think that I told you what was yes,
very well,
to the point.
Okay, then Professor Mitsu, would you like to add something?
Yeah, thank you so much. Let me open also my camera. Thank you so much for these wonderful findings. I'm very curious as well for the depiction of this man with the pipe. I found interesting that it's not a line, a continuous line, but it's like point after point, you know, this type of drawing a line. Do you have any other examples, perhaps not in Acrocorinth, it's not, but perhaps in other regions in Italy or?
I think that this graffiti was made from a soldier. He was guarding on that tower and holding his sword made this graffiti. So the points on the mullion are from the point of his sword. That's my opinion.
Okay, that would perhaps explain why he has this
yes,
and not
yes.
a continuous line. This is interesting.
Yes. No thick points.
So, if there are no more questions, no more comments on these interesting papers of this session, I would like to thank you all for your attention and, of course, the participants for their interesting papers. And I would like to propose that we make a coffee break and meet at 12:05. Is it right, Professor Androudis?
Thank you very much, Dr. Albani, for being the chair and all the participants of the speakers of this session. Our meeting will be at 12:15, so we'll have a 15 minutes break because we didn't have a break in between. Thank you very much, all.
Thanks to the audience and to the chair and the organizers once again. Goodbye.
Thank you, Brendan. Salut.
See you. See you.
Dr. Androudis Paschalis.
Ah, Rafal.
Yes. As you know, I remember our last year meeting, so I wanted to try if I'm heard and visible before.
Yes, it's fine.
And may I try to share the screen also?
Yes, of course, of course.
Does it work?
Yes, please, full scale. Can you put it in full scale?
Yes.
Great, Rafal.
Super.
Okay, super. Thank you very much.
Great to meet you again and see you again in an hour, more or less. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, in an hour. Yes, you're right. Okay.
Καλημέρα και από μένα.
Καλημέρα.
Να δοκιμάσω και εγώ ξανά.
Βεβαίως.
Ναι. Πρέπει να την εγκαταλείψει πρώτα ο κύριος που ήταν πριν. Μισό λεπτό, συγγνώμη που σας καθυστερώ. Εντάξει. Οκ, ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Τέλειο, τέλειο.
Καλή όρεξη.
Maximo non vem. No, Greco. Περισσότερο άγχος να κάνω το Προεδρείο. κρύο, κρύο για μας τους δύο.
Τζένι, έχεις ανοιχτό το μικρόφωνο σου. Hello again. We are moving to our sixth session, which is devoted to Genoa, Genoese, and their activity in the East. And it's a great pleasure to have specialists of Genoese art and architecture among with us. And it's very rare to find these sessions in Greece. So I believe we'll have a very fruitful session. And our first speaker is Ekaterini Michiou. It's a doctor historian from the University of Vienna. The title of her paper is The Presence of Latins in Constantinople and Pera in the 13th to 15th centuries. Ekaterini, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you, first of all, for the kind invitation. And I hope you can...
Χρόνια πολλά.
Ευχαριστώ. I hope you can see my screen. I'm not sure you can see it. Full screen now? Can you see the full screen?
Yes, it's fine, it's fine, it's full.
It's full, okay. The title of my paper is The Presence of Latins in Constantinople and Pera in the 13th and 15th centuries. The fall of Constantinople to the Crusaders in 1204 brought about transformations traceable in transcultural processes in art, literature, and everyday life. Latin and Orthodox communities coexisted on a complex urban space. At the same time, monastic and church buildings underwent changes and adaptations in order to satisfy the liturgical and other needs of different congregations. It is during this period of political fragmentation that the mendicant orders emerged. They were at once active proselytizers of the Latin doctrine in the Orient and staunch supporters of papal authority. The political situation in the Eastern Mediterranean created conflicts for which the friars, being missionaries in Greek lands, were asked to find solutions. The discussions between the friars and the Greeks were at the same time official and informal, integrated as they were in daily life. Early on, Dominicans and Franciscans appeared involved in the discussions between Latin and Orthodox churches. A very well-known example is that of the years 1232-1234, with the 4 nuncios, 2 Franciscans and 2 Dominicans, all masters of theology, who had discussions that have taken place in the Empire of Nicaea. The first phase of the discussion took place in the imperial palace or in the Patriarch's mansion in Nicaea, and the second in Nympheon, which was the imperial resort in the house of the Patriarch. Both Emperor John III Kissamos and Patriarch Germanos were present. It was during these negotiations that also a bitter realization took place. The discussions demonstrated the difficult position the Byzantine scholars and experts of theology could found themselves. Only the intervention of the greatest scholar of the Nicene Empire, Nikephoros Vlemidis, saved their prestige. The assigned Ipatos of the philosophers Charikis was unable to reply to the arguments about the procession of the Holy Spirit from the sun, and he remained silent. After this incident, he did not appear in the discussions anymore. Instead, Vlemidis was able to offer an acceptable and irrefutable argument, but it was not easy at all. Let us now move to Constantinople. In Latin Constantinople, as in other former Byzantine areas, the Cistercians and the Benedictines were present early on. To these foundations, Franciscans and Dominicans added their own monasteries and churches. The first Franciscan monastery in Constantinople was built in 1220. It included also a school, but in general, little is known about the monastery. A more stable point was St. Francis in Pera, but it's not certain whether it was built before 1261. After that year, the Byzantine, after 1261 and the recovery of Constantinople, the Byzantine sources present a city in ruins. The Western monasteries, such as the Franciscan one on the Agora, were not welcome after that date. Nevertheless, Guillaume Bernardo of Gaia came to Constantinople in 1299 and founded a monastery in an unknown position. However, at the beginning of the 14th century, the monastic community was transferred to Pera. Around 1307, is stated St. Dominicus or Paulus of Pera, today Arab Sami, which developed into one of the most important centers of Latin culture in the city. Wall paintings discovered there represent on the one hand the birth and baptism of Christ. A second group consists of prophets, evangelists, and church fathers. The building material used probably, which was used for the church, was was coming from a Byzantine church. It is certain that despite the Latin inscriptions, Greek artists were at work. Modern research has shown an enormous interest on the transmission of knowledge, which takes place after 1204, and more accurately on the role of the Dominicans to the transfer of Western philosophy and theology to Byzantine territories. Well known is the monograph by Delacroix-Besnier, but many other scholars have also dealt with the topic. The scholastic syllogism of Thomas Aquinas, which became known to the Byzantine through translations, led to the so-called Byzantine Thomism. In the 13th century, Theodore II had already noted that philosophy had also made progress in the West, and he was deeply concerned about a translatio studiorum. Such a translatio studiorum had already been completed in the middle of the 14th century. Demetrios Kydonis, one of the most important figures of Greek Thomism, studied Latin and translated Thomas Aquin and other Latin theologians. He expressed the opinion that among the Latins there are many capable of the highest spiritual achievements. Demetrios Kydonis is one of the so-called transcultural personalities, individuals who find a way to go beyond the cultures into which they are born, to explore, test, and absorb new, apparently foreign cultures. Kydonis felt compelled at some point to justify his employment with the Latin language and his translations. According to him, the Byzantines had divided the entire human race into two groups, Greeks and barbarians. To the barbarians, they counted also the Latins. They acknowledged only their military and trade abilities. For Kydonis, it was the old prejudices and the lack of language skills which had contributed to a general rejection of the Latins as barbarians. Nevertheless, the Byzantines at the end of the 13th century showed the greatest interest for Latin, as we know also from a wave of translations from Greek to Latin with a great contribution of scholars like Planoudis. Kydonis is one of many who in the 14th century appropriated Latin, but now in the 14th century, many of them converted to Catholicism, and they began to take over the role of interpreters at the imperial court. The official communication between Byzantine and Latins traditionally took over those who were powerful in both languages, Latin and Greek. They were people from southern Italy, such as Nicholas of Otranto or Barlaam the Calabrian, but also Latins who, like the Genoese Ocherio Boccanegra, remained as official interpreters after 1261 in Constantinople. Franciscan friars also served this function. The most important was John Parastron, who had actively participated in the 1270 Union negotiations and was reportedly responsible for the conversion of Patriarch Vekos. However, from their monasteries, the Dominicans were the driving force behind the spread of Latin culture in the Byzantine regions. As part of the missionary work in the Orient, they learned Greek. As early as the 13th century, they translated Latin works into Greek, which they sent to Byzantines. We certainly know Franciscans who showed similar activity, including Jacob, who addressed a letter to Emperor Andronicus II. However, the number of Dominicans as authors of polemical texts and translations was higher in number and importance. One of the most influential of these works was the anonymous treatise Contra Errores Grecorum. The Latin knowledge community consisted of important personalities such as Guillaume Bernard de Caillac, who I mentioned before, who professed in lingua greca, itac vod en plenes civit et libros latinos fratis tome grecam transtulit, and so on. His translations influenced Simon of Constantinople, who died around 1325, and then Manuel Moschopoulos, a student of Planoudis. Simon of Constantinople was one of the first Dominicans to maintain contacts with Orthodox monks. He appeared in contact with Bernardus Kydonis and was part of the circle of Guillaume Bernard de Caillac. He wrote various tracts on the Filioque and corresponded with the monk Symphonias, who had been imperial secretary and ambassador to the Angevin court in Sicily. And he also converted and then lived in the Dominican monastery in Pera. Bernardus Kydonis produced translation of Aquina's works after 1305. Philip de Bindo y Codri, or better known as Philip of Pera, was a young novice when Simon of Pera was already 90 years old. As an inquisitor, he was very interested in the works of Bernardus Kydonis since he was involved in polemics against the Greeks. Apparently, Philip of Pera also served as a Latin teacher of Demetrios Kydonis. As a part of the teaching consisted for Kydonis in the translation of Aquina's Summa Contra Gediles. Finally, John de Fontibus wrote a text about the union which he addressed to an unknown monastery. Interestingly, Demetrios Kydonis had the handwritten Vaticanus Grecus 1115 with this text in his possession. Important factors of success for the work of the Dominicans were the existence of a space of transcultural contact, Constantinople and Pera, the Greek language skills, and the contact with important intellectuals and the Byzantine emperor himself. A statement by Philip of Pera clarifies the way in which this interaction took place and which obstacles the Dominicans had to overcome. And I quote, "At first, when I used to talk to them, the bishops, monks, priests, and people fled from us as though we were excommunicates or heretics, and there was a great fuss even to get permission to look inside the churches and monasteries. Rarely could we find anyone who would talk to us about anything. However, when I began to deal with them more familiarly, visiting their monasteries, meeting them informally, debating with them and answering their points, I have so tamed them that within 10 years, they no longer avoid us. Indeed, they eat and drink together with us and we with them. Philip of Pera, therefore, needed a decade to win the trust of Byzantine monks. In this text, however, he also set up a network of monasteries and monks that he knows. He presents a picture of creating a network of people that he knew, and through this network, he was able to get access to Orthodox churches and Orthodox monasteries, and also Greek texts as well. And I have already presented above some of these actors, some of the Dominicans and Franciscans, and places that were crucial for their activities and works in Constantinople. Now, if we try to understand the networks that the network that my previous discussion actually represents, you can see here a graph and how people, but also texts and places were interconnected in the diffusion of knowledge and the Latin works, but also the Greek texts towards the West. In this example, I have restricted to visualize the information obtained for this talk as a network with three categories of nodes: people, places, as you see, but also you see the manuscripts as a special category of nodes to present the potential of using a network analysis for understanding the connections between individuals, but also objects. These visualizations are not able just to illustrate how people were interconnected, but also could show us how knowledge as a cultural product can be transferred from one person to another and from one place to another. Now, until now, I have concentrated my paper on the scholars, on Western scholars, but also Byzantine scholars that were interacting in the area of Constantinople and Pera. However, this area was one area that attested also a high number of confessions of converts. And what we see by the end of the 14th century is that in this region, many Byzantines felt at ease changing their confessions. What we had previously were a negative attitude of the Byzantines towards the Catholic faith, but even in Constantinople, not in Pera, but in Constantinople, we see many Byzantines who are now thinking or even doing this conversion. The example of Demetrios Kydonis is very prominent, but it's not the only one. Another group of Byzantine converts attended in this period are members even of the patriarchal clergy and monks. When threatened with canonical penalties due to various misconducts or heretical views, they just simply changed sides, only to convert back some time later. They could become Catholics and then back to the Orthodox Church. For the 14th century, a period of Western economic predominance, a significant number also of Latin conversions to Orthodoxy is attested. The traces can be found in one of the most important sources of the period, the Register of the Patriarchate, with which I have worked extensively. It consists of two manuscripts, Vidobonens Historicus Grecus 47 and 48, with around 800 documents. And it's an invaluable source for every aspect of history, but also everyday life in the 14th century. Among other documents, it preserved several professions of faith related to Latin converts dated between 1360 and 1401. And I'm giving you here a list of all attested confessions of faith in this source. I will focus only in those marked with yellow, the one of Philip Lomelin and the one of Ilario Doria. From the 25 converts of Western origin in the register, 20 are men and 5 women. The most prominent among them is the Genoese Hilario Doria, a brother-in-law, Gabros, as it called, of Emperor Manuel II. His confession of faith in April 1392, and here you see the document as it is preserved on the manuscript of the Patriarchal Register, and you see also his signature below this profession of faith, presented his marriage into the imperial family. Ilario Doria certified his document with a monogram and a subscriptio in Latin. Following a common procedure, a patriarchal notary added the Greek translation. Historical sources bear testimony to Doria's involvement in a mission to the papacy on behalf of the emperor in 1399. Pope Boniface IX issued a bull for the collection of money destined to finance a project of military aid to Byzantium. The implementation of the papal bull was assigned to Ilario Doria, but also to the Bishop of Chalkidon and the Genoese Antonio Grillo and Niccolo Lomellini. And now that I'm speaking about Lomellini, let me move to the next confession of faith that we see, and I think it's not a coincidence that another member of the Lomellini family, Philippos Lomellinos, as it is called in the Greek document, appears as convert in the Patriarchal Register. His profession of faith is dated almost 20 years prior to that of Doria, in July 1st, 1370. The text is exceptional, really, I can say an exceptional and unique text. It's a very important testimony because it's an autograph, Professor Fidei. What you read is written by the hand of Philip Lomellin. Philippos Lomellinos, as it is called also in the document, makes many spelling mistakes, but he's fluent in writing Greek. It seems like his hand moving quickly on the paper when writing Greek, but with some Latin elements in his letters, if you can notice that as well. Whereas his signature follows the known form of subscriptio in Latin documents, ego of Philippos Lomellin. Based on his, and you see it on the last line, ego of Philippos Lomellin. Based on his language skills, he may have been a child of mixed marriage, but we cannot be sure. The Lomellini were a prominent Genoese family, attested already in the 12th century. In 1390, Georgios Lomellinos was a Genoese ship owner and entrepreneur. A Galeotus Lomellinus, son of a certain Basil, signed as a witness to the testament of Lucinos de Draperis, who was married to a Paleologina daughter of Kalogiani Livadari. In 1399, we're speaking about now the end of the 14th century, the same Galeotus Lomellinus was together with Nikolaos Notaras, imperial ambassador to Italy. In the following decades, the Notaras and Lomellini families continued to act in the name of the emperor. Shortly before the fall of Constantinople, Angelo Giovanni Lomellino gave a loan to the emperor. The contract was signed at the house of Megas Dux and Mesazon Lucas Notaras. Now, let me come slowly to the conclusions. In this paper, I have shortly presented two groups of Latins who are groups perhaps with a special focus on the Genoese, who are very significant of any discussion on the Western presence in Constantinople and Pera in the last century of Byzantium. The one group are the scholars or experts, if we can call them also, and the other group are the converts. The reasons for being in this area could be different. The Dominicans, the scholars, and the other scholars had another reason to be in the area than perhaps the Genoese merchants. And their interaction with the Byzantines could be a love-hate relation. It could be a very peaceful relation, it could be an aggressive relation, but at some point we see that there is a degree of coexistence between these Westerners and the Byzantines. They are, in my opinion, excellent examples of the coexistence in bad but also in good terms of a cosmopolitan Constantinople shortly before the end. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ekaterini, for your wonderful presentation. You touched so many subjects, and I really admired the networks that you established, the networks of coexistence, collaboration, all these converts thank you very much for your presentation, and I
Thank you.
believe you have many fruitful comments on your paper. The next paper will be by Associate Professor of the University of Torino, di Torino, Professor Enrico Basso, and his topic is the Genoese in of the Romans, economy, politics, and culture in medieval Aegean. Professor Basso, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, in the course of the centuries-old Genoese presence in the space of the Eastern Rome, important phenomena of culture as well as economic and political interaction developed. These phenomena are quite comparable to those related to the Venetian experience, even if until now they have been much less studied than latter. The reasons for this lack of visibility can be traced back, at least in part, to the dispersed and fragmentary nature of the archival documentation that testifies to them, which in turn can be considered as a reflection of the particular structure that the Genoese political presence assumed in the Aegean space. There, the characteristics of a pure thalassocracy was configured with greater clarity, as was already pointed out by my master, Gio Pisterino, and as I myself have had the opportunity to highlight elsewhere. It could even be said that, according to a typically Genoese line of behavior, the intensity of cultural exchange was in some way inversely proportional to the strength of the control exercised by the homeland over the Genoese communities settled overseas. Generally speaking, in fact, where individuals or family groups or groups of economic interests were freer to weave relationships outside the direct control of the Genoese authorities or in parallel with them, we find the most evident phenomena of intense relations with the Hellenic world, its language, and its great cultural heritage. In fact, if we begin to consider the case of Pera, of which we have spoken here in the intervention of Professor Mizio, which has been defined as the brain of the Genoese overseas empire, we can see how this reality is purely configured as an other Genoa, where the Genoese are confronted with Byzantine culture, but living in a context in which the Genoese legal and administrative forms are in force, under the control of a podestat sent from the motherland, remain substantially tied to their own traditions. On the contrary, it's possible to see how the Genoese settle in island realities, such as Chios and Mytilene, were much more permeable to Greek cultural influences. One of the reasons for this difference can certainly be identified in the different percentage concentration of the Genoese element in the composition of the local population. As can be seen both from contemporary documentation and from the rich historiography on the subject, in Pera, the Genoese, and in any case the Latins, were the absolute majority, while on the contrary in the islands they were consistently a minority, albeit in a position of dominance. It's also important to emphasize the fact, while stays in Pera, although they may have been prolonged, were generally intended to be temporary, those in the islands were frequently cases of a permanent emigration. The latter fact is also evidenced by the same terminology used to define the inhabitants of the various settlements. In the documentation that has come down to us, residents of Pera are always referred to as Burgenses, while those who live in Chios or Mytilene can often be qualified as local Chives, and many of them are natives of the place where they reside. Obviously, these two different conditions profoundly influence the relationship between these subjects and the Hellenic culture of the world in which they found themselves living and acting. In fact, it's evident that those who live their stay in Romania as an experience destined to be temporary and essentially linked to the prospects of economic affirmation, as the great majority of the residents of Pera were, tended to be much less interested in deepening their knowledge of the Greek Byzantine world, compared to those who had decided to make that world their new homeland, or even had been born there, and therefore had a distant knowledge of the West, and essentially connected to the narratives of the first-generation settlers. The consequences of this different intellectual position are largely detectable through a wide range of indicators. We can take, as an example, the notarial deeds, of which we fortunately possess rich series both for Pera and for the island areas. Here we can, for example, detect clues linked to the more or less frequent mention of the presence of interpreters, much more present over time in the settlement on the Bosphorus than in the case of Chios, as an example, or to the citation of deeds drawn up by Greek notaries and legal elements of the Byzantine tradition, not to mention the adoption by the Genoese notaries themselves of Greek terms, albeit Latinized, in the text of the documents they drafted, which is once again more frequent in the insular areas, where contact with people who spoke Greek was decidedly more frequent and constant. All these indicators tend to show a more restricted and episodic knowledge of the local language and traditions in the case of individuals settling in Pera than in those who lived in Chios or Mytilene. A further and more in-depth index of evaluation can then be provided by the level of relation with the Greek Church and its representatives, and the appreciation shown toward the testimonies of Byzantine culture, but above all, for the vestiges of classical culture. With regard to the first of these points, I will limit myself to recalling the well-documented example of Mytilene under the Gattilusio, where the members of the ruling dynasty, although personally Catholic, always took care to preserve the rights and social role of the Orthodox Church, confining the Latin rites to the inner church of the castle, in which they also had their burials. This attitude, common to the various branches of the dynasty, earned them excellent relations not only with the bishops of the dioceses of their possession in the northeastern Aegean, but also with the monks of Mount Athos, strict guardians of the orthodoxy. Even in Chios, after the crisis of the anti-Latin conspiracy promoted by the local metropolitan in 1347, relations between the Maona and the Greek Church appear to have developed in a respectful manner, as demonstrated by the constant flourishing of the great monastery of Neamoni, even in the period of the long Genoese presence on the island. This respect for the traditions of the lands in which they were settled translated over time into a form of authentic fascination for the great Hellenic cultural heritage in all its manifestations, from literature to architecture and art. Exemplary of this situation are the trajectories of two figures such as Andreolo Giustiniani and Palamede Gattilusio, which can be considered as significant indicators of the collecting enthusiasm that already at the end of the 14th century involved a part of the Genoese ruling class, and in particularly of the early interest shown in Greek culture, thanks also to the specific circumstances of their existence. Giustiniani, in particular, appears to us as the classic example of a voracious collector who directs his interests in several directions, easily satisfying his desires thanks to the availability of exceptionally large financial resources. Favored in this by his residence on the island of Chios, Andreolo was in fact able to emulate the passion shared by the other Genoese of the East, his contemporaries, for the ancient civilization of Greece and its cultural monuments. The fruit of this passion was not only a very rich collection of medals in precious metal and ancient marbles, but above all, a library of manuscripts which, according to the perhaps excessively or optimistic statements of his nephew, Monsignor Agostino Giustiniani, came to include as many as 2,000 volumes. This figure seems frankly exaggerated, but certainly Giustiniani's personal library must have been very rich, in particular of rare Greek codices. Also because he was able to take advantage of the consequences of the disastrous political situation of the Christian East during the years of his activity. The irresistible Ottoman advance, in fact, pushed a large number of exiled in search of refuge toward Chios and the other islands still in Christian hands. Among them, there were many clergymen and intellectuals who had brought with them precious codices taken from the libraries of monasteries or aristocratic families, which they were forced to get rid of in order to obtain means of subsistence. Such was most likely the fate of the 12th century codex containing the text of the library of Photius, coming from the library of the monastery of the Virgin Theotokos tis Peribleptu in Thessalonica and currently preserved at the Biblioteca Nazionale Marciana in Venice, which, after having been owned by Andreolo, who would have had the opportunity to buy it after the fall of Thessalonica into Turkish hands in 1430, and then passed through the hands of Ambrogio Traversari, would eventually come into the hands of a Cardinal Bessarione and then flow into Venice with the rest of the Cardinal's library. A letter from Giacomo Bracelli, Chancellor of the Common of Genoa, dated 2 July 1440, is particularly significant in clarifying this aspect of the management of Giustiniani's collections. As we have said, Andreolo had collected in his house in Chios an impressive collection of medals and especially of ancient marbles, which he disposed of with extreme liberality by sending numerous pieces as gift to friends and correspondents. And Bracelli must have hoped, and perhaps solicited, the gift of some specimens of classical statuary. Having learned in the meantime that his friend has sent a large number of medals of precious metal and ancient statues as a gift to Pope Eugene IV, he apologized for having been importunate and invited Giustiniani to postpone to a better opportunity possible gift of ancient marbles with which to adorn his suburban residence. If Giustiniani embodies the model of the aristocratic merchant with a passion for art, Palamede Gattilusio, lord of the city of Enos, on the coast of Thrace and of his hinterland, seems to us to fit perfectly to the type of the patron prince, a skilled politician, but even more an enthusiastic and cultured collector. The distinctive feature of Palamede Gattilusio's personality compared to the other member of his family is in fact represented by his sincere and deep interest in culture, in particular in the history and artistic and literary testimonies of the Greek antiquity. In fact, since the beginning of his government, there are frequent attestations of a lively building activity, both civil and ecclesiastical and military, in the territories of his domain, and very often Gattilusio, an enthusiastic collector of epigraphs and sculpted slabs from the great Hellenic monuments of the area, used ancient marble fragments to decorate and ennoble these buildings, whether they were churches or fortress gates and towers. Following the model of his relatives in Metallin, who had used marble metopes from the city's ancient theater to create a decorative band on the facade of their residential castle. Palamedes, who like the other member of the family spoke fluently Greek, also maintained close relation with some intellectuals, exponents of the late Byzantine Hellenistic Renaissance, and in particular with John Knavutzes, a native of Phocaea, who dedicated two of his works to him. Another humanist scholar who had close relation with both Giustiniani and Gattilusio was Ciriaco de Pizzicoli d'Ancona, who in 1444 was welcomed amicably at the court of Enos, where he stayed for some time as a guest. Palamides himself and his secretary, Francesco Calvi, in addition to illustrating the rich collection of ancient statues collected by the prince in his palace of Enos, personally accompanied him to visit the tomb of Polydorus in the surroundings of the city, while Johannes Lascaris, governor of Samothrace, was appointed to guide him in the in-depth visit to the imposing monument of the island. The letters of introduction granted to Ciriaco by Gattilusio also assured him, as a further proof of the positive fruits that the Philhellenic policy of the Lord of Enos had produced, a cordial welcome from the monks of the monastery of Hagia Laura on Mount Athos, who showed him their artistics and book treasures without difficulty. As we have seen in this brief review, the enthusiasm for Hellenic culture was influenced in the Genoese case both by the spread of humanism and, above all, by direct contact with the testimonies of the cultural heritage of the Greek world and with the language spoken by the communities with which they had the opportunity to interact constantly. It has been possible to highlight here only some of the prevailing aspects of this complex relationship, but certainly a more in-depth examination in this specific sense of the rich documentation available to us in the archives could allow to us to have a clearer picture of the effects that such a prolonged interaction over time, and I am thinking above all of the case of Chios, could produce. Referring to this aspect, I would like to emphasize in conclusion that certainly the polyglot encyclopedism of characters such as Agostino and Michele Giustiniani concretely demonstrate how much the Genoese of the East and their descendants passionately cultivated their relationship with the Greek world and its culture still in the midst of the modern age. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Basso, for your very interesting paper and your rich documentation concerning the noble Genoese families in the East and their relations with the local Greek population. The next paper of our session is a joint presentation by Eleftheria Konstantinidou, who is MA architect and PhD candidate in architecture from National University of Athens, and me. And the topic is the fortifications of the Gattilusio and Samothraki from 1431 to 1454, 1455. Dear Eleftheria, the floor is yours.
Hello, Professor Androudis. Hello, everyone. Can you see my screen? Is it full screen?
Yes, fine.
First of all, I would like to congratulate you on organizing such a conference, and thank you very much for the opportunity to present today about the fortifications of Gattilusio and Samothraki. To begin with, the dominion of the Gattilusii in the islands of northeastern Aegean, such as Mytilene, Chios, Imbros, and Samothraki, during the 14th and 15th centuries, marked a distinctive trajectory compared to other islands and influenced the architectural landscape of defensive constructions. Such surviving constructions bear witness to intense construction activities during the lordship of the Genoese Gattilusii family, leaving a lasting impact on the island's identity despite their relatively brief presence at the island. In Samothraki, three crucial fortifications from the late medieval period Aegean, the castle of Kora, the fortress of Paleopolis, and the Tower of Phonias, all linked to the Gatelouzi family. This presentation delves into the aforementioned fortifications, exploring insights derived from the architectural documentation works conducted within the framework of restoration and conservation study undertaken by Professor Paschalis Androudis in 2004 and 2006, focusing on the castles of Hora and Paleopolis of Samothraki. The Gatelouzi family, founded by brothers Nicolo and Francesco, garnered the favor of Byzantine Emperor Ioannis Palaiologos V when Francesco aided him in reclaiming the throne from Ioannis Kantakouzenos. Francesco was duly rewarded, securing the hand of the emperor's sister Maria Palaiologina and the island of Lesbos as a dowry. The arrival of the newlyweds in Mytilene on 17th of July 1355 marked the establishment of the Gatelouzi lordship of Lesbos, which endured until 1462 when it fell into the hands of the Ottomans. Gradually, the Gatelouzi asserted control over the islands of Limnos, Samothraki, Thasos, the eastern Thrace Enos, and the old Phocia at the Asia Minor coast. It appears that by the time Samothraki was granted to the Gatelouzi, the administration of the family properties was divided into two branches, Lesbos and Enos. Diplomatic documents sent from Genoa separately addressed to each lord used the same titles for each one without making any distinction. Samothraki was granted to the Enos branch with an imperial golden bull during the Palamidis rule, who was the third grandson of Francesco I. His presence on the island is affirmed by inscriptions and fortifications in the castle of Hora and Paleopolis, which we will further explore. Referring to the fortifications of Kora, it is a settlement serving as both an administrative center and a refugee, and it consists of two enclosures situated atop of a high rocky hill at the northeastern side of the settlement. Starting from the lowest point where the entrance is located on the eastern side, two prominent towers stand out at the outer circuit wall, and the third one is located at the interior circuit wall. The circular interior tower likely originates from an earlier Byzantine fortification, possibly a defensive wall. It was constructed with vertically alternating zones of stones and bricks. And during the excavation works in 2011 to 2015, architectural remnants were unearthed at the base of the tower, suggesting that it was built over an older structure. In the intermediate space between the two towers, there was a konak used also as a police station in the recent years. As we can see here at the drawings, at the facade, we can see it in between the two towers and also at the ground plan. And it was adjusted to the enclosure walls. This was removed during the recent works, and the initial image of the castle was reinstated, as we can see at the left hand at the bottom of the picture. Now, the second exterior tower, the rectangular one, has a plan of approximately 10.3 to 7.5 meters, and it is currently partially ruined. Only two floors of the tower are preserved today. At its lower level and following the outline of the rectangular plan, there is a cistern found. We can see it at the section, at the bottom part of the section. And its construction was covered with a semi-cylindrical arch whose keystone level has now collapsed. Internally, the cistern is coated with pink hydraulic plaster, while its internal height from the sediment level to the floor level above is approximately 2 meters. The tower was accessible from the second level, while its defense on the upper floor was achieved through arrow slit windows that we can see here at the right bottom picture. Now, at the southern facade of the tower, there is a structure that could be a fountain. As we can see at the proposal, which is a hypothetical one at the lower right corner, this could give water to this arched structure. The frame of the pointed arch, it has been shaped with alternating red and yellow voussoirs assembled with notches, and both the apex and the carving show a decorative intent, which is frequently encountered in constructions of this period, such as in Chios Island, suggesting a possible influence from the west. Now, above this structure, there is an embedded inscription on a white marble slab bearing the coat of arms of Gatilousi family, along with that of the Palaiologos family. According to the inscription, the fortification was erected under the command of the ruler Palamidis Gatilousi and by the master builder Konstantinos in the year 1433. The marble slab is divided into 6 separate squares, with 2 outer ones carrying the inscription. The 4 central squares have carved low relief combined emblems of the Gatilousi and Palaiologos families. Now, there are similarities to these emblems with the ones that are in the castle of Mytilene and in the Thracian Enos, on which the same Konstantinos, the master Konstantinos, left also 2 marble plaques with his signature. Now, let's move to the internal circuit wall, which has a height of approximately 2.5 meters in its interior, and covers the area of 930 square meters. To the northwest of the entrance and to the southwest of the main tower that we see here, there are the 2 remains of cisterns, stone cisterns, and another one was excavated in contact with the western part of the external enclosure. This rectangular tower is approximately 5.6 to 7.25 meters in plan, and it's preserved about 12 meters high. It is constructed with stones of medium and small dimensions and lime mortar, containing sporadic fragments of tiles. And this tower has also a marble plaque on its eastern side, positioned at the height of 4.8 meters from the ground. This plaque bears carved heraldic symbols and an inscription referring to the construction of the tower in 1431. The ruler attributed to the construction is identified also as Palamidis Palaiologos Gatilousios Dominus. The inscription covers all 4 sides of the plaque, depicting the emblems of Gatilousi and Palaiologi in low relief in 3 sections. Between the first and the second sections, the initials of the name of Palamidis are vertically inscribed, and we can see it here as Palam, and in Greek, and the Latin text in Gothic style characters is continued to the larger side of the rectangle. The inscriptions in Greek include the date, the name, and the professional activity of the craftsman, who is also the same master builder, Konstantinos. Now, moving to the second fortification site at Paleoli, it is dated between 1431 and 1433. It was comprised by a trench, an enclosure with 1 only entrance, and 3 towers, with the southeastern one almost entirely preserved. Now, this one has dimensions of 11.5 and 9.9 meters in ground plan and a height of 17.75 meters. It is very imposing, and it features 3 internal floors and a roof. The top floor, which is also the tallest, is covered by a semi-cylindrical vault reinforced with a ribbed arch. Now, beneath the raised level of the entrance, a large circular tank coated with curasani was used to collect rainwater through a conduit from the tower's roof. The few windows from the tower appear externally in the form of arrow slits, but internally they are widened and they are embraced by arches that span the entire thickness of the wall, as we can see here. The parapets are no longer preserved, and they were supported by series of parallel stone corbels. Same corbels are retained at the Tower of Acropolis at the Castle of Mytilene. And we can see them here at the lower, at the bottom right picture. The entrance to this fortress of Paleopolis was located in the northwest section of the tower, and attached to the northern side of the tower was a tank, the cylindrical vault of which has been destroyed. A massive marble block here, measuring 43 to 70 centimeters, was embedded in the southeastern side of the southeastern corner of the tower, and it bears an inscription engraved in capital letters mentioning the name of its builder, named Stroilos. For Stroilos, all indications suggest that he was a director of the construction of the tower and the fortress in general. He's likely to be a high-ranking personality in the service of the Gattilusi family, but his national origin cannot be definitely determined. Now, the second tallest tower in Paleopolis, measuring approximately 5.8 to 6.6 meters, is partially ruined and retains 2 floors at a maximum height of 9.5 meters. The other towers of the fortress, unfortunately, they are heavily ruined. The final tower is that of the Tower of Phonias, which is quite isolated at the coastline. It is a more architecturally refined work with strong characteristics of Byzantine architecture if we consider the Palaiologian masonry on the exterior, and also the use of brick-built arches in the interior. It is also of rectangular plan, and as we can see here from the plans made by Andreas Mazarakis, it encloses the stairs inside the thickness of the wall. Now, it seems that it has been constructed based on a precise knowledge of a plan or a model, and we can see it from the internal eastern facade, where the construction style of the ground floor reflects exactly the functions of the first floor, as we saw the staircase, the arches, or the vaults. Also, the material of the walls has been formed in such a way to save space and to provide better static behavior. We can see it at the whole here at these pictures. In our case here, the significant aspect of this tower is that the metric system used is of the Genoese measure, a fact that could associate this tower with the fortification activities of the Gattilusi family. Unfortunately, today, this tower has suffered severe damage due to a heavy storm in 2017, and a program for its restoration has been announced. This photo is very recent, and we hope that through these works, more findings on the history and data on the history of the tower will emerge. To conclude, with the strategic intent of fortifying the holdings on Samothraki against potential threats both from the Ottomans and the Venetians, the Gattilusi of Enos branch implemented an extensive policy of construction and reconstruction of fortifications in Hora and in Paleopolis during the periods 1431 to 1433 and 1454 to 55. The castle of Hora, on the one hand, with its 2 successive enclosures, was not only a stronghold and the residence of the governor of the island, but also served as a refuge in case of raids for the population of the center of the island. On the other hand, the impressive fortress at Paleopolis, with its structures and its capacity of defense, made it an excellent retreat for the population as well. Now, the interest of 2 fortresses of Gattilusi and Samothraki resides in the fact that they were built shortly before the first period of use of the cannon in Greek lands, which is around the second half of the 15th century, and therefore could be classified among the last specimens of the so-called medieval classical military architecture, whose works were defended by archers and machicolations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eleftheria, for this presentation. Now we're moving to our 4th speaker, which is Dr. Rafał Quirini-Poplawski. He teaches in the Department of History of Art in the Jagiellonian University of Krakow in Poland. And he is going to present us the Church of Santa Maria della Misericordia della Cisterna in Pera, which is a Benedictine monastery between East and West. Dear Rafał, the floor is yours.
Dear Paschalis, Kalimera, buongiorno and good morning, last but not least. Thank you very much for the invitation to this conference. And I would like to congratulate all the organizing committee, this grand conference. And my voice is, I would like to present my voice in the ongoing debate among the architectural historians about this monastery and especially the church. So here we go. During the Middle Ages, the Benedictine order didn't boast many Levantine possessions. Undoubtedly, the most famous of these was San Xavier Monastery, founded on Mount Tabor in 1101. Another was established in Pera, a Genoese colony at the Golden Horn, that at several points in the 14th and 15th centuries expanded its area. According to the traditional account, a large suburb previously located to the east, so to the right on the picture, to the east of it, Lagirio, ancient Argyropolis, was annexed to the colony in 1387. However, thanks to the research of Hassan Serjan Salam, it seems that it was a much more complex and multi-stage process. Most of the non-Latin churches of Pera were located in this district, where Greek, Armenian, and Jewish residents predominated. Of the 18 Latin churches to be found within the borders of Pera in 1453, at least 18, only 3 can be found in the Lagirio district: the Benedictine Church, the Hospital Church of St. Anthony, and the Church of St. Fabian. Of the former Latin churches of Pera, which have survived to the present day, there is, of course, the Dominican Church of St. Dominic, St. Paul, today the Arab Jami Mosque, and fragments of the Benedictine one preserved within the church, which is today known by the French name of Saint Benoit. The date of its foundation, the foundation of the monastery, is a somewhat controversial matter. Based on a misinterpreted note written around the middle of the 17th century, some authors came to the conclusion that both the monastery and church had already been built on this site during the pontificate of Urban V, Pope Urban V, so in the 60s of the 14th century, in fact, before the annexation of this territory to Pera. From a letter sent on 9 January 1426 by the authorities of the Genoese Republic to the Podesta of Pera, we can learn that a Benedictine father, Gregorio de Corsanego, was planning to either take over a monastery and church which was already in existence or to erect the new ones on this site. On 12 May 1427, Father Nicola Mainetti established a Benedictine monastery there, the church being consecrated and dedicated to the visitation of the Blessed Virgin Mary and Saint Benedict in the same year. With time, however, the church came to be commonly known as Santa Maria della Misericordia della Cisterna. A clue to its origin can be also found in an account from 14 August 1437, which describes the monastery in question as being newly built, Monasterium Constructum Noviter. The lion's share of the medieval building was destroyed by a fire in 16. I'm just showing you the timeline, the most important dates in the history of monastery, which is too long to read, but generally the most important points for the architectural history are the last points that state that the lion's share of the medieval building was destroyed by the fire in 1686 and damaged further by minor conflagrations, while its present form mainly comes from 1732 with later additions. Amongst the most controversial issues dividing architectural historians are the time of the construction of the church and its appearance when it was used by the Benedictines in the 15th and 16th centuries, as well as the identification of its fragments that have survived to the 20th century. The latter include primarily a stone tower, built on the axis of the church with walls pierced by before-us-on columns and crowned by the arcade frieze with stone ogee arches with a delicately marked trefoil profile that jut out on corbels and have brick frames. Decorative friezes made of perforated brick surround the arches of before us of the bell chamber. The original form of the top of the tower is unclear, although it most likely had 4 small corner turrets. A portal leading from the street to the courtyard survived only until 1958. The rectangular entrance opening was enclosed in a profiled framing and placed in a pointed niche with the 2 pairs of freestanding columns. These columns, as well as columns and capitals in the towers before us, were reused early Byzantine elements. The greatest amount of controversy is generated by the southeastern chapel, built on a square plan from unworked stones with only the upper part of the southern wall from regular ashlars. Its walls are decorated by friezes made of diagonally arranged bricks and round arches. Some authors have assumed that the Benedictine church was built as early as after 1267, the foundation of the Pera as a colony, or under Pope Urban V. Eugenio d'Aleggio d'Alessio, in turn, assumed that the Benedictines took possession of an abandoned Greek monastery and church, the remains of which are the oldest part of the church in a pure Byzantine style. It means the chapel. While the portal and the tower standing in the front of the church were supposed to have been added in the Italian style in the 15th century. Most of subsequent researchers mentioning the church contented themselves with similar conclusions. Robert Austerhaus was the first to devote more attention to the style of this church, and he considered the entire Benedictine church to be an example of a late Palaiologan architecture from 1427. So the church built on the cross-dome shape, with the tower for the Benedictines in 1427, of which the tower and the dome chapel have survived to this day. He supposed the ceramic and arcade friezes found their way to Constantinople from Bulgarian Nesebar, where they were popular in the decoration of churches built around the mid-14th century. However, a detailed study of this building by Philip Nieweiner hints at an alternative view, completely alternative view. In his opinion, in 1427, the Benedictines occupied an older Greek church, identified as the church dedicated to the Virgin Mary, which had been mentioned in Lagirio area in 1402. According to him, the latter was built around 1300 on the cross-dome plan, and it also included from the very beginning a tower, a dome chapel, and a no longer extant portal. During the period when the church was used by the Benedictines, only the north gallery, which no longer exists, was perhaps built. When taking stance on these contradictory views, it is worth emphasizing that the invocation of the Virgin Mary was held by at least two Greek churches, which were to be found in Lagirio area at the turn of the 14th and 15th centuries. However, their precise location is not sure, or better to say unknown. The Greek church of Panagia Castelliutissa was mentioned there in 1399, and that of the Virgin Mary de Lagirio in 1402, identified by Nieweiner as the church taken over by the Benedictines a quarter of a century later. In the Turkish inventory of properties in the area of former Pera, which was drawn up in 1455, we can find mention of the Castelliutissa church and maybe a Greek one called Santa Maria, mentioned independently of the Benedictine church San Benita. Furthermore, in the Karaköy district in 1519, there are mentions of the churches of Panagia, Panaya, and Castelliutissa, Castelliut, among others, but they are mentioned as two different churches, Panagia and Castelliut. The account of the Russian pilgrim Trifon Korobienikov from 1583 mentioned 10 Greek churches that function on the northern side of the Golden Horn, of which St. John, Panagia Kafatiane, and St. Nicholas stood within the former district of Lagirio. This indicates that the number of Greek churches dedicated to the Virgin Mary only reduced from 2 to 1 in this area between 1519 and 1583. Today, there is still one church dedicated to Mary in this area, currently in the possession of the Turkish Orthodox Church and known variously by its popular name of Panagia Kafatiane, Panagia Kafatiane Kilisesi, so the Church of the Virgin Mary of Kaffa. The most important clues are contained in the form and elements of the decoration of the tower standing next to this church. In Byzantine cross-dome churches, towers were sometimes placed on the axis of the nave, placed secondarily, like by the Catholicon of the Pamakaristos monastery in Constantinople, or erected simultaneously with them, like in the famous La Martorana in Palermo, in the church of St. George in Omorphoklesia by Castoria, or the church of Bogorodica Liewiszka in Prizren. One can also find bell towers, Byzantine bell towers with open-work bell chambers and crowned with arcade friezes, such as the Hagia Sophia and Mistra. Undoubtedly, the type of the ceramic decoration used in the tower and the non-extant portal is of Byzantine origin. although it is only known in Constantinople from the Tekfur Saray Palace, the date of which is disputed. However, it is worth noting a relatively close formal similarity between the form of the tower of the Benedictine church in Pera to the bell tower of the Augustinian Priory of St. Mary of the Annunziata in the town of Corfu. The priory was built in 1394, but it is no longer extant. Some of the features of the decoration in question reflect the influence of Latin or even maybe Islamic art. This included ogive arches and pointed arch used in the portal, the last one to be found in windows and doors of the Pera mendicant churches from the second half of the 13th and first half of the 14th century, so St. Paul, St. Dominic, and the Franciscan ones, St. Francis and St. Anne. From the other side, the ogive arches are, to my knowledge, not to be found in Pera or even Genoa itself. We can see it from the other side in the top of the entrance to the tower at the port of Gallipoli, probably dating back to the renovation of the castle during the times of Sultan Bayazit I Yildirim at the end of the 14th century. Interestingly, it has also a delicately marked trefoil profile. The most characteristic element of the decoration of the tower would be the arcade frieze which crowns it. However, this differs from the friezes found in Byzantine architecture on the walls of both the Nesebar churches and the Mistra towers. A similar form, but not identical, form of arches, also supported on stone corbels, only appears in a fragment of the church incorporated into the mausoleum of Lala Shahin Pasha Türbesi in Mustafa Kemal Pasha in Bithynia, probably built before 1348. On the other hand, arcade friezes on corbels were widely used on the tops of defensive towers erected in the Genoese colonies, both in the Black Sea and Aegean basins, from the first half of the 14th century to the end of the third quarter of the 15th century. In most cases, they consisted of stone semicircular brick or stone arches on stone corbels, including the one on the right at the bottom, the northwestern tower of Ichkale. This is an element of the fortification of Samastri, today Amasra, 350 kilometers eastwards from Constantinople, erected for the Genoese by Greek builders sent from Crimea between 1421 and 1437. Friezes and brick arches, round and pointed, on stone consoles were also used in Genoese buildings on the island of Chios. To sum up, the forms of the most important decorative elements can be found in Palaiologan and Genoese buildings dating back to the 14th and 15th century. Although there are no buildings among them dating before the beginning of the 14th century, so before the hypothetical time of construction of the Greek church, as assumed by Nieuwener, and with one exception, Tekfur Saray, these are buildings erected outside of Constantinople. Despite the lack of any ultimately convincing arguments, two conclusions can be drawn from this matter. It is more likely that the original idea of D'Aleggio d'Alessio was closest to the truth. Benedictine church contained fragments of a much older Greek shrine, something additionally suggested by modern period descriptions, which indicate that in the apse behind the main altar there was a syntronon, and its interior was decorated with mosaics with Greek inscriptions. Therefore, the entire church was certainly not built for the Benedictines around 1427 from scratch, but only its certain elements, such as the tower portal. But the dome chapel, or at least its lower part, could be part of an older Greek building. The second issue concerns the origin of the workshop, which was probably engaged here, around 1427. The tower of the Benedictine church manifests a distinct heterogeneity of forms, making it difficult to unambiguously define it in the terms of its stylistic and cultural affiliation. And we should admit it is unique, especially the forms of the arcade frieze are, to my knowledge, unique. The use of Byzantine decoration techniques may indicate to the employment of Greek builders and stonemasons who had to adapt to the requirements of their clients and to consider the functions of the building that were being erected. Stefan Westphalen arrived at similar conclusions with regard to the Dominican church in Pera, which he considered to be a result of a collaboration between Byzantine builders and Latin clergy. Quotation, its architecture shows how the concept of a monastic church was adopted by a local workshop. Haluk Chetinkaya indicates that a similar situation might have occurred more or less at the same time in Constantinople, where the eastern part of the Zodohospege church, which had been in Latin hands since the Fourth Crusade, was converted for the needs of Catholic worship. According to Nivener, the employment of a Greek workshop in the construction of the Latin church was unlikely due to the policy of religious and national segregation supposedly enforced by the Genoese authorities of Pera. This assumption, however, seems particularly unjustified. In general, the colonial Genoese authorities pursued a religious policy of tolerance, and we do not have a single case of an active church belonging to another Christian denomination having been taken from them by force and handed over to the Latins. Churches that had long belonged to the Greeks and Armenians seem to function without any obstacles within Genoese Lageria. A good illustration of the often friendly relationship between the two denominations would be the votive gifts dedicated and donated by the Genoese to Greek saints and Greek churches. The more documents of Massaria di Pera show numerous examples of the employment of Greek craftsmen by the authorities of this colony and of Massaria di Caffa, of Greek builders around the Black Sea. It seems that the island of Chios, then in the possession of the Genoese, should be considered a serious candidate as the place of origin of the workshop. Apart from the already mentioned similarities to the arcade friezes of Genoese buildings, it should be emphasized that ceramic friezes were very popular in Greek churches on this island, dating from the 14th century. Intensive work was carried out on the expansion and reconstruction of the castle in the city of Chios in the first half of the 15th century, providing further evidence that construction activity was quite intensive in this location, in contrast to Constantinople. Interestingly, the buildings erected on the orders of the Genoese authorities in such places as Olympi, Pyrgi, and Mesta were mostly the work of Greek builders, thanks to the research of Geo Pistarino, referred to in the sources as Magistia Antelami or Masahani. Finally, there was a Benedictine monastery in the city of Chios, which maintained close contacts with the authors in Pera. Father Placido de Podio, prior of the Pera Benedictine monastery, organized the transport of relics and the most valuable cult objects to Chios during the siege of Constantinople. The second, maybe less probable possibility is that the Benedictines employed Greek builders from Crimea who worked exactly at the same time on the reconstruction of the Samastri fortifications between 1421 and 1435 and the reconstruction of the walls of Simisso, today Samsun, in 1423-25. I'm looking forward for your comments and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, dear Rafal, for this wonderful presentation and all your evidence you brought to us about this church and all these collaboration between Latin and Greek builders and architects we will discuss later on. Thank you very much. And our next speaker is Assistant Professor Luca Orlandi from Aegean University from Turkey, and the title of his paper is The Built Environment Heritage Left in the Former Genoese Town of Galata. Dear Professor Luca.
Yes.
Of course.
Thank you, first of all, for the invitation. Thanks to be part of this marvelous, really an interesting conference, even though I'm not there in Venice, but I'm in Constantinople. I'm following with pleasure all the other speakers and participants. So I'm moving on, jumping some centuries ahead, because my presentation, even though it's focusing on the same areas, can you all see the presentation, by the way? I can switch.
Full scale, yes, fine.
Is it okay? No problem. Mm-hmm. So, as I was saying, I mean, since we are dealing with the same areas, but specifically, I'm more interested today to show you in more not so recent time, but let's say in the modernity or the passage of modernity, how somehow the continuity of this former Genoese colony continued in the period of the Great Reform in the Ottoman Empire, Tanzimat, and onwards, showing how this heritage was somehow founded by, in the second half of the 19th century and in the first part of the 20th century, how, I mean, somehow was integrated in the transformation of the urban and architectural layout of Galata. Therefore, I mean, even though the topics are kind of overlapping, in my presentation, I will focus most of the period that goes between the second half, basically, of the 19th and early decades of the 20th century. Here, just to show a location, of course, of Galata, our area that we are talking today. I will extend, of course, just not only Galata, but also partially what was later intended as a Pera, so the highest of Pera, with the development in, especially after the conquest of the city, outside the city walls, the in-wall city of Genoese Pera, and extending towards north. And here you can see, for instance, in this map, quite clear how it was the situation of Galata in between. You can see the dates. We are approximately in the second half, beginning of the second half of the 19th century. And quite interesting, it shows mostly urban layout that is characterized by the influences of several overlapping of also minorities and, let's say, the protagonists of the architectural built environment of Galata and Pera, which were Christians, basically. And then, of course, among the Christians, the Latins, so starting from the Genoese and over the time also, we can see in Pera they got more and more importance, the Venetians as well. It's enough to think about Palazzo Venezia. They still carry the name of the Venetians, even though it was used later on by the Italians for the representative buildings. But nevertheless, here I want to show just from Galata that still you can still perceive somehow the boundaries given by the Genoese walls, but how we extended in few decades. And here you can see the urban transformation that happened in, especially towards the end of the 19th century. And from Galata, we can see here reaching the highest of Pera and the big street that crossed all Pera from Tunnel, let's say Galata, to Taksim Square, which correspond to the Grand Rue de Pera, or today Istiklal Caddesi, which was really the representing the core of the transformation of the city between the 19th and 20th century. And my focus is also on how somehow we can link to the past the fact that in second half of the 19th century, thanks to the Tanzimat, thanks to the reform wanted by sultans like first Mahmud II, then Abdul Majid and Abdul Aziz, more and more foreigners came to the Ottoman Empire to implement or to present or to develop projects in all over the city, but especially in this part of the city that maintains since the Galata period its own, let's say, peculiarity to be a city within the city, and expressively more Christian city, Latin city within first the Byzantine and later the Ottoman Empire. Of course, presence of other minorities as Jewish, as Armenians, as Turks and Arabs as well. But nevertheless, in this period, mostly of the population also living there were mainly done by non-Muslim, and very strong was among those the hair, in a way, of the ancient Genoese colony even though not exactly the same people, but somehow the Italians represent a very strong part of this community. Therefore, mostly of my presentation is based on the architecture, the built architectural environment left by these Italians or Italian-rooted or Levantine, whatever, architects who contribute to the transformation of the city in this important historical period. For what concerns just the Genoese heritage that somehow Raphael sort of start to propose, and I'm sure we will see also later with the Sir John presentation as well. But here I want just to point out what is left generally of the real, let's say, Genoese heritage today. And I work a lot on this in terms of not restoration, but at least given acknowledgement and recognition of how important should be this heritage even today, even though it's mostly in very bad condition. But anyway, moving on, I will present, therefore, many examples of this environment. And I want also to point out the modernity of the city, how Galata was perceived towards the end of the Ottoman Empire in the early 20th century. So you can see the bridge, you can see the harbor, you can see many, many activities that belongs to the modernity of a modern city. And here, for instance, even strolling through the main avenue, like the Grand Rue de Pera in the height of Pera, we can see exactly how the pictures also of the built environment represent clearly a cosmopolitan environment in which it's very difficult to understand the limiting and the boundaries between East and West. From this picture, it's this engraving, of course, from the 19th century is very clear. Here, the juxtaposition between the Ottoman capital, I mean Constantinople, and in a way, if you let me use this term, the Frank capital or the Levantine core of the modern Istanbul, represented by Beyoğlu, and so Galata and Pera together. And you can see here how the built environment is completely different from what we can see still on the historical peninsula with its silhouette of mosques, domes, and minarets. Here instead you can see palaces. You can see, of course, still the Genoese tower as a landmark of Galata, but at the same time big palaces representing the embassy, delegations, and in a way the appropriation, even cultural appropriation, or better contaminations between the Ottoman environment and all these Western models coming from Europe, or implemented by local Levantine architects as well. I point out the Italians because it was a very strong community, and you will see also the quantity and the quality of buildings left by them in this period. Just this description by the Amicis. Edmondo de Amicis was a traveler, 1874. He visited Istanbul and he left marvelous traces of his trip in the description of all Constantinople back then. But I like just to highlight this description of Galata and Pera. You see, it's named as it's the city of Constantinople. Of course, comparing it to London, to the city of London. There are almost all narrow, winding streets lined with taverns, bakers' shops, berbers, and butchers, Greek and Armenian cafes, shopkeepers' offices, workshop, shacks. Everything is dark, wet, muddy, viscous, as in the lower London district. A busy and buzzy crowd comes and goes in the street, continually opening to give way to the porters, carriages, donkeys, omnibuses. Almost all the trade in Constantinople passes through this village. Here the stock exchange, the customs, the office of the Austrian Lloyd, those of the French messengers, churches, convents, hospitals, warehouses. An underground railway connects Galata to Pera. If they were not seen on the street of turbans and fezzes, it would not seem to be in the Orient. And I think this is one of the most and better description of to understand the frenetic and busy life of this part of Constantinople in that period. And among the architecture, I want to start with the Fossati, Italian-Swiss architects who renovate and basically rebuild completely from scratch after several fires the church of Saints Peter's and Paul in Galata as an example, especially for the interior of neoclassical architecture, which still today is one of the most important, even though small, buildings belonging to the Latin community. And you can see the years we are exactly in the period of the Tanzimat reform, who started in 1839 to ended in 1876. And it was, let's say, the springboard for launching all these newcomers, architects, decorators, engineers, artists, who contribute layer by layer and decades after decades to implement the architectural environment of Galata. So I start with this example, but then to move on, even the same municipality building erected for the new arrondissement, let's say, of Beiolu, was built by Italians. You can see here the transformation. Barborini was the architect for the Beiolu municipality. And you can see here through the time how it was changed, unfortunately. And even today, I have to see, it's quite shocking to see the building as it looks today, because it's very, very far, especially with the context and the environment in which it's placed today. It doesn't reflect anymore that spirits of the cosmopolitan city of that time. And moving on, also, I want to point out the Italian hospital. Here we are in Topane, so very close to the eastern, or better, north border towards north of the Genoese walls. Here it was just outside the city walls. But the Italian hospital represented a very important milestone, because it shows the Italian institutions were present not only as a religious, but like in the case of churches linked to the of course to the Vatican, especially after the unification of Italy in 1860s, but very important civic and functions for the Italian local population. So here are some details. Giorgio Domenico and Ercole Stampa were two brothers who worked there for several years. Here as well others like Leoni brothers, also here helped by Stampa brothers, for a palace for a former Genoese family, Corpi family, who later sold the palace at the beginning of the century, and the palace became the embassy of United States up to the end of World War I, when later on the formation of the Republic, the capital city moved to Ankara, therefore the embassy moved, and this building continued to stay as a consulate, American consulate, up to the 2000s, when later was moved on, and nowadays it's host and hotel and facilities. Here as well, a very important building by Alexander Vallauri, we will see later him, but here I want to point out also the how can I say, the financial center of the city of Istanbul, and located in Galata and Pera, and many other Italians contribute to this architecture in this area. So here, for instance, the Chiugi's house, again by Vallauri, or here Bottarlini together with Vallauri. Vallauri changed his citizenship, he became French citizen, but he was born as Italian. And here for another very important institution in the heights of Pera, the mutual aid society for the Italians, for the workers, for Italian workers, today transformed into a museum, sort of museum and community space called Casa Garibaldi, and run at the moment, it's rented by the theater of Istanbul. And here, fascination for Orient Express. So again, Vallori or Vallauri with the Pera Palace, a monumental building that from outside it looks very much eclectic and Western-like, but inside it shows all the fashion for this Oriental world. I'm just passing building to buildings just to show you the variety, like in this case, the Sark d'Orient, who was also the lodge for the masonry, and also the Italian masonry had the meeting in this building, and nowadays transformed, unfortunately, in a shopping mall with radical changes inside. Or here, again, I want to point out the Ottoman Bank with a double facade that is very interesting. The facade towards the Western European-like bank center, more Italian, we can talk even a neo-Renaissance style, but the facade facing and looking towards through the Golden Horn and looking to the Ottoman capital, facing more Ottomans with features that remind of the typical decoration and architecture of the Ottoman part. So double-faced building, very interesting. Today, you can see here in old pictures, and today transformed into South Galata, a cultural center. So again, quite important function for this building, this imposing building in the core of Galata. Here, another building by him, just a commercial building, and Ömer Abed Han in Karaköy, eclectic style, mostly purpose for commercial purpose in the premises of the harbor of Galata. And here some other buildings like Russolino Palace and the Grand Hotel de Londres. We are still in Pera, quite imposing architecture. And Guglielmo Semprini was another architect who moved to Italy to look for, searching for fortune in the Ottoman Empire. And he became one of the most important architects, even though not so known like the Levantine Vallauri or Mongeri, as we see later, but he contributed to many buildings, especially in Pera and Galata. Here you can see in a picture of the time. Today, still in a hotel, while the other one, the Rossellino Palace, is transformed into a research center, Istanbul Research Center. And here you see in the picturesque view of the old time, showing the Golden Horn and more surrounded by palms. Again, this idea of fascination for Orient for the Western tourist. And here also, even though the architect is German, but the building was built actually as a contractor by Semprini. This is the Teutonia Hall, or German club, today used by the Orient Institute, not yet open officially. And here also a church in Pera, the Santa Maria Draperies, which link to the old family, Genoese family of the Draperies, who own the land and will to own the construction of the church in the 15th, 16th century. And later on, the church was enlarged and transformed by these architects like Semprini first and Denari later. Or here, when Art Nouveau arrived at the beginning of the century, we can see amazing decoration in Raimondo da Ronco buildings, like in this case, the house for the Dutch tailor of the Sultans, Botter family. Today reopened this building as a cultural and design center. I see a hand rise, but I'm about to conclude. Sorry, yes. Other view of this. Another fountain by da Ronco, again in Galata. Really a masterpiece of Art Nouveau, in which the architect was able to combine elements of secession, Viennese secession, with inspiration from Hirab, from mosques in this case, and a mosque built by da Ronco in 1903 in Karaköy, Galata, a perfect, marvelous example of an old Art Nouveau mosque, unfortunately demolished in the 50s to enlarge the square and lost forever. And today you can see there are just some trees in this place, unfortunately. And other important buildings like a church made by Mongeri, helped with Edoardo Denari and Semprini as a contractor. You can see here brought the spirit of the new Gothic architecture in the core of Galata and Pera, especially. And other buildings like the Neo-Byzantine Karaköy Palace that was used as the Banca Commerciale Italiana, 1910, or a building by Mongeri and the French-Italian Antoine Perpignani, Karaköy Palace.
Excuse me, you must finish.
Yes. Just a few examples and just go to the conclusions. Just to show the quantity and the quality of all these architects. And I wanted just to point out the monument in Taksim, just that we are in the celebration of the 100 years of the Turkish Republic, made again by an Italian sculpture, Pietro Canonica, helped by Giulio Mongeri for the arrangement of the square. And as a conclusion, I want just to point out, here we are in the core of Galata, and during the restoration, they unearthed a signature of Perpignani, Langas, Denari, Mongeri. Many architects who work, their office physically were located in Galata as a sort of continuity with their builders who contribute to the Latin transformation of Galata in the 13th and 14th century. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Luca. Thank you for your presentation. And our next speaker will go back to medieval times. So it's Dr. Ioana Cucuni, and the title of her presentation is Renaissance Art from Chios Island, Genoese Stone Carvings. Dear Ioana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Androudis, for the introduction. And I also thank from this position Dr. Ioana Christoforaki, who is absent, for having invited me to this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, more than a centenary has passed since the first, and until recently the only one, publication of Frederick Hasluk, The Latin Monuments of Chios. Hasluk visited Chios during the first decade of the 20th century, when the island was still Ottoman soil. Moreover, it was literally an island rebuilt from its ashes on account of two major catastrophes that befell on it within 60 years' time. In the spring of 1822, the massacres of the population by the Ottomans, followed by arsons in properties and estates, left thousands of victims, and a formerly thriving island became a desert, buried in ashes. In 1881, Chios was a shadow of its old self. However, life had just become normal again with the export trade, main source of the wealth, carrying on under, however, a new social class of ship owners. But in the spring of that year, a major earthquake in the middle of the night leveled to the ground whatever activity had until then taken place, burying in the debris thousands of people. In the 1900s, Frederick Hasluk visited a no longer cosmopolitan place, but a provincial town in the Aegean frontier of the Ottoman Empire. Scattered marble blocks, stone slabs, column capitals, inscriptions were buried and reused as ready-made material during the hasty rebuilding of the 20th century town in the aftermath of the quake. In this paper, based on my monograph, I present select Genoese artworks from Chios town and its outskirts. The carvings date from the period of the well-known to all Maona of the Giustiniani. My aim is not to present them as mere decorative elements, nor to distinguish between different stylistic trends and workshops. My aim is to highlight the profound partaking of Chios in the cultural period dubbed Rinascimento, Renaissance. I then conclude with the impact that this cultural movement had on the art, architecture, society, and lifestyle of the inhabitants. The reliefs that I will present are broken down into three categories: coats of arms, pictorial reliefs, and religious icons in relief. I will compare with parallels encountered in the mother city, Genoa. Here in this picture, we see a tondo with the Giustiniani arms. It's made of white bluish marble. It is reused in a private property at the campus of Chios, the suburb, some 5 to 6 kilometers away from Chios town, where the Genoese and Byzantine nobility had their resorts. It is placed above the apsidal doorway of the estate. The form of the tondo is not encountered in the Greek art. Here we see in the center the shield with a castle with 3 oblong towers, above them an eagle wearing a golden crown, a circle of spheres in exergue relief, and circles and decorates the tondo. The second, on the left, it is a marble slab in the form of a testa di cavallo type shield, bearing the Giustiniani arms in exergue relief. We see again the symbol, the castle with the 3 towers, surmounted by an eagle wearing a crown. The detail is fantastic. We see on the left and right side the monograms P and I, obviously standing for some Pietro Justinianus, to be more correct. The crown on the head of the eagle assigns a date after 1413. This carving was presented for the first time last year in Heidelberg and will be published shortly in the acts of that conference. It is built in the pillar of the water reservoir of this estate. The next relief on the right-hand side is unpublished, and it is a rather recent find. It was a chance find of the Roman Catholic priest of Chios some 9 years ago. It was found in the Roman Catholic bishopric of St. Nicholas at Chios town. It's broken, unfortunately. However, we see it's made of white marble, and apparently it depicted the Giustiniani arms. We see part of the castle and part of the mantling of the device of the coat of arms. Let's proceed to the next images. On the left-hand side, we see a marble slab of white marble at the Byzantine Museum of Chios. I figure out it is unpublished. It bears a testa di cavallo type shield, and its device is an eagle frontally depicted with spread wings. The eagle stands on an upright jug, as we see, and on left and right with the monograms J and G. Apparently, this was a coat of arms of a private person, another noble not belonging to the Giustiniani clan. On the right-hand side, marble slab of white marble bearing a shield, an oval shield in exergue relief, and mantling around. We have no depiction of arms, but I suspect that in this case, the arms might have been painted, rendered with painted decoration. This slab was found in second use, of course, above the apsidal door of a rural church of Panagia Liapirgousena on the road to Chalkios village, some 7 kilometers northwest of Chios town. Here are the next images. We proceed to the narrative scenes. This group of carvings bears a narrative of the religious theme, flanked by the coats of arms of the Giustiniani lords. The stylistic trends come from Genoa's artworks on lintels. On the upper image, we see an oblong marble slab, now in the Byzantine Museum of Chios, which has been associated with the famous Gaggini workshop, a Lombardian artist and his workshop that was active in the second half of the 15th century, of the Quattrocento. The lower relief is not a replica, the same topic, but on the same topic inverted, we would say. The topic is the story of St. George. St. George, the patron saint of Genoa. He slays the dragon. He is flanked by the Giustiniani arms on the upper relief. We see the castle, the three-towered castle, mantling, and instead of a crest, we see two angels holding banners mentioned in prayers. The same topic goes, the same description goes for the Nelson Atkins Museum, the relief at the Nelson Atkins Museum in Kansas City that we see below. There are several variations of the theme with additional scenes, such as the royal couple before their castle, or a shepherd piping his flute and watching his flock, etc. Here we see only very minimal description with a hill on top of which the princess is depicted kneeling in prayer. The next one, it's a doorway, a portone, as they say in Genoa. Here is, we encounter this doorway at the village, the same village of Chalkios, 7 kilometers northwest of Chios town. This relief and the door jambs are attested by travelers' accounts that it was initially it was in the castle of Chios town, but until at least the 18th century, at least the end of the 18th century. The oblong marble slab, the lintel, bears the entry to Jerusalem, but in this slide it's not very visible. It's rather blurry, but I want to draw your attention practically to the door jambs and the portone. It's the two Renaissance protons, the two heads, male heads, and the decoration around. And we see a Genoese parallel here. The next one is situated at the campus of Chios. It's a relief in oblong marble inserted above the lintel of a private estate. It bears two putti holding a wreath. Inside the wreath, we see the monograms of Jesus Christ. On left and right of the putti, we see the monograms A and V standing for the then owner. Happily, this relief bears a date. We read 1514, 16th century, that is. Below, we see a similar, a counterpart in Genoa proper. Two, not putti, but two young men, nudi, the wreath, the monogram of Christ, and surrounded by coats of arms. I know not to which family it belonged. It is in Genoa, as I said. The next one, narrative scene, is the Annunciation. Two marble slabs, the first one is stone slab, the second one is marble. Both of them are situated in Chios. The upper, as we see, is in gray stone and depicts a very minimal scene of the Annunciation, the vase with lilies in the middle, surrounded by the angel Gabriel, Archangel Gabriel, and Virgin Mary kneeling. The whole is flanked by two shields bearing arms, a griffin in left and right profile. The left shield, the left-hand shield, bears also monograms, M and B, but I haven't still identified this name. It might have been carved later, however. The second, the lower one, it's a pictorial relief, the same topic, the same subject, the Annunciation of Virgin. The vase of lilies in the middle, as we see, but more elaborately carved. Archangel Gabriel, Virgin Mary, before a desk and a throne behind her. And the whole scene is flanked by the arms of the Justiniani, not very well visible here because I wanted to focus on the scene proper. This carving has three initials on it, S, A, and I, standing for Simone and Argentina Ughetti Giustiniani. The Giustiniani arms in very exerg relief are carved on either side. Now, those two, both of them at the city of Chios. On the left-hand side, we see a Madonna with child and a donor on the left corner, left lower corner. At that time, during the early 20th century, the relief was kept in the Roman Catholic Cathedral of St. Nicholas on Chios town. Nowadays, it is in the church, the Roman Catholic Church of St. Felix at the campus in the outskirts of Chios town. The Madonna stands under a shell canopy. However, the shell canopy looks rather like a halo. On the right-hand side, we see another slab, which is incorporated in, it's found in the Roman Catholic Church of Saint Nicholas on Chios town. It is built in one of the walls. It was published for the first time in my monograph. How somehow it escaped Hasluk's attention. The Virgin is half-length seated with a child on her lap, and the child is suckling, something very rare in the Western art, but something very frequent, a motif very frequent in the art, in the Byzantine art. This relief bears a gable on top of it and a wreath at the center of which is the monogram of Jesus, IHS, not very visible, I'm afraid. But most important, it bears also an inscription with a date at the very lower zone of the relief, 1423. To conclude, I want to pinpoint, and as pinpointed by Professor Basso earlier, the Renaissance ambient, the Renaissance movement on Chios town. We have on Chios a rare example of a Hellenic land which lived and became part of the cultural movement dubbed by Jules Michelet the Renaissance. This had an impact on the Chios society, art, architecture, lifestyle, language. Centuries of interaction, cooperation, coexistence, family bonds, and finally assimilation gave birth to a new society, the society of the Levantines and their culture, polyglots, polymaths, cosmopolitan. We also have influences, mutual influences in regional art, introduction of blazons, elevation of the local aristocrats to the Genoese nobility, registration in the Golden Bible, the Libro d'Oro. Architecture, unfortunately, it is not, it is no longer rescued because of these catastrophes. All these influences which made the Genoese chroniclers mentioning another Genoa miles away from Genoa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kurkuni, for your excellent presentation and all these wonderful reliefs that you showed us, Renaissance reliefs. And now we're moving to our last paper, since Dr. Elena Yarovaya could not present her paper. It's from Dr. Hasan Serjan Sagalam, who's collaborating with the Centre National de la Recherche Scientifique, CNRS, France. And the title of his paper is Revisiting the Genoese Lapidary Inventory in Istanbul. I know that you're going to present us fresh, new material. Dear Serjan, we're all ears and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me and see me as well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. But there's still screen share, so I'm waiting it so that I'll share my screen.
Yeah. Yes, you can.
Sure, I'm here. No worries. So I made it full screen. It's all visible. It's okay. Can you see and hear me?
Thank you very much.
Thank you once again, and hello everyone. And first of all, I would like to thank the whole organization committee for this great scientific event altogether, which is an honor for me to be a part of. And today I'm going to present my research entitled Revisiting the Genoese Lapidary Inventory in Istanbul, which has been carried out as a part of the ERC Graph East project, for which I recently worked for 2 years as a postdoctoral researcher in the CUSAM here in Poitiers, France. During the late medieval period, the Genoese established a trade network all along the Mediterranean, Aegean, and Black Sea, which included not only harbors that they frequented, but also commercial colonies that they founded and ruled. Those included the renowned colony called Pera, which lasted between 1267 and 1453 until the Ottoman conquest. It was located on the opposite shore of the Golden Horn and was initially the 13th region of Constantinople, known as Sukai, then as Galata, a name that is still in use in today's Istanbul. As we saw in the great presentation of Luca Orlandi, it's the main landmarks of Galata and Pera, starting from earlier centuries until today. Also, I have been working on this place for a while, but mostly it's Genoese period, and especially the transformation of its urban morphology between Byzantine, Genoese, and Ottoman periods, as well as continuity of the sacred spaces in the meantime, multifaceted urban development and fortification phases during the Genoese period, as you can see on the plan with some key dates. Also, architectural history and function of the famous Galata Tower, formerly the Tower of the Holy Cross, and various archaeological remains in the area that are still visible today. In this case, I was able to compile the mural slabs with inscriptions as well as coats of arms, being 45 in total, which commemorated the defensive works in Pera. However, they did not constitute the only lapidary inventory of the former Genoese colony. The other one was the tombstones that were discovered and documented primarily in one place, being the Church of San Domenico, or Arab Mosque with its current name. The Genoese tombstones from this monument were primarily studied and published by Eugenio d'Allegio d'Alessio in 1942 in his Le Pietre Sepolcrali di Arab Jami, which included 106 tombstones in total starting from 1260. However, studies concerning the Genoese tombstones from Arab Mosque continued after him, mainly conducted by Sigrid Dü and her fellow colleagues, which covered a few more missed examples that were not studied by D'Allegio d'Alessio, and also corrections to his fundamental work had limited extent. San Domenico, also known as San Paolo, was the shrine of the Dominican convent of Pera. Previously, there was a chapel called San Paolo with an unknown place in Pera, established around 1307 by Guillaume Bernard de Gaillac. After the devastating fire of 1315 and around 1323, according to the dated tombstones as well as archival records, the Dominican convent with the church was constructed on the plot of Aya Irene. The church seemingly had some repairs as well as extensions over time, and following the Ottoman conquest, it was converted into a mosque called Jami-i Kebir, Great Mosque of Galata. Then, due to immigrated Arabs to Galata following the fall of Granada in 1492, the mosque had its current name. It had various damages, repairs, and alterations over time, and was subjected to not only also architectural descriptions by several travelers. The restoration that was carried out during the First World War caused the rediscovery of the Genoese tombstones below the carpets and wooden floors from the Ottoman period, where you can see on the photo. The Ottomans defaced many inscriptions, coats of arms, and crosses on the tombstones, since they, as Christian symbols and traces, seemingly bothered the later users of the monument. As of today, different architectural phases of the monument can still be identified from the Byzantine, Genoese, and Ottoman periods. On the plans and views, the gray tones indicate the parts that are authentic parts from the Genoese period, with its own sub-phases. However, the Ottomans widely reused the materials obtained from the collapsed parts from the Genoese period, where many Gothic portals or tombstones were recut and re-employed in the masonry. Therefore, the building kind of recycled itself to a certain extent over centuries. Further Genoese traces on Arab mosques can be mentioned as its elaborate wall paintings around the apse, which attracted many distinguished scholars to this day, including Rafał Koryny-Poplawski, and where one of the major discoveries previously was the employment of Byzantine masters with a Greek Orthodox artistic style for frescoes having scenes in accordance with the Roman Catholic tradition. Nevertheless, it must be stated that actually more frescoes are still waiting to be discovered. For example, right behind the later bricked up niche on the former belfry by the Ottomans. Siegfried Dürr, together with Johannes Kramer, so Siegfried Dürr and Johannes Kramer worked quite together, tried to elaborate the architectural history of the Arab mosque and reconsidered the earliest tombstone group by date that were formerly put together by Dallegio d'Alessio, and revealed that no tombstone actually dates before 1323, as formerly supposed. Their corrections only included redating and correcting the names in short, without a proper reconsideration, and only for a pragmatic result for securing the architectural history of Arab mosque. Their work also corrected the so-called earliest, perhaps one of the most famous tombstones, no more 1260, but 1360, and a certain Guglielmo, not from a Gandolfi family, but Cande something, but we will return to it in the end. A certain part of the tombstones can be seen in the Istanbul Archaeology Museum's Galata exhibition hall, now closed due to restoration works, and also in the new exhibition of the recently restored Galata Tower. However, the main inventory with roughly 95% of the material is still kept in several storages of the Istanbul Archaeology Museums, where each of them was visited, and all the tombstones were studied as well as photographically surveyed in place by me for a duration of 3 weeks as a part of our ERC Graph East project, and of course in collaboration with Istanbul Archaeology Museums, which I'm very thankful of, by the way. And one of the major outcomes is that it has been understood that Dallegio d'Alessio actually did not see perhaps any tombstones in person, did not take any photographs of them by himself, and simply relied on the black and white photographs of the official museum inventory, where he published only those visuals that are still there in the museum, and he carried out merely an office work where he was able to read the funeral inscriptions that are already legible on the photographs. So many tombstones remained unstudied despite their fairly good conditions. For example, Dallegio d'Alessio mentioned the reuse of different sides of the same tombstone, if already mentioned in the museum inventory list, as can be seen on this example dated 1357 and 1407, respectively, later recut and reused by the Ottomans for flooring. Yet, if the museum included the two sides of the same reused slab as if two different artifacts, Dallegio d'Alessio also copied this mistake since he did not see the artifact on the site, such as on this example dated 1380 or 90 and 1424, respectively, as if two separate pieces, but actually two sides of the same artifact, again recut and reused for flooring, but which is actually an ancient cornice, so it had 4 lives in total. The work is still in progress, but so far detailed survey, rereading, and research resulted with 12 new readings almost entirely, which Dallegio d'Alessio did not include at all, and 11 fundamental corrections, rather small, but corrected either names, surnames, or dates. For example, as one of new, let me say, corrections, the person who was formerly suggested as Giovanni Bellomi was actually called Giovanni Bellogio or Bellocchio, where the noticed coat of arms on the tombstone can also be confirmed in the Libro d'Oro della Nobilità di Genova by Scorza, a source that was widely used also by D'Allegio D'Alessio during his research. Likewise, the person who was formerly suggested as Eugenisio Prore was actually called Giovanni Rangoni, where both the inscription as well as the coats of arms are sufficiently clear. The corrections even include this anonymous example, such as its date from 1350 to 1334 and its typical formula, and is hers, whose soul may rest in peace, on another defaced, recut, and reused tombstone by the Ottomans in the same building, and again for flooring. Concerning the new readings, for example, a formerly entirely missed inscription by D'Allegio D'Alessio was read in full as "Here lies the discreet young man Tommaso Carrega of Lord Raffaele, who died on 11 October 1448, on whose soul may the Lord have mercy." It is possible to come up with Raffaele Carrega in question in one of the Genoese archival records from 1453, and it is also possible to confirm the partly defaced coat of arms through the family name in the compilation of Scorza about the Genoese family's herald. Another new reading in full includes this example, formerly remained unknown, and actually is, "Here lies the virtuous young man Pietro Massa, who died on the 1st day of November, 1440, during the time of the respectable man Lord Simone Massa, once his father, at that time the Honorable Podesta of Pera, whose soul may rest in peace, Amen." It is possible to confirm the family name through the coat of arms, and also Simone Massa as Podesta of Pera through the Genoese archival records dated 1439. On another formerly unread example, it reads, "The tomb of Lord Quirinos Spinola and his heirs, 1388 on 10-something September." And the coats of arms also corresponded to the famous family. On this example, formerly unread too, it actually reads, "The tomb of Giorgio Avogadro and his heirs, 1381, in which lies also his father." However, this time the coats of arms did not match with the one of the homonym Genoese family in the work of Scorza, as you can see for the Avogadro. And it appears that Giorgio Avogadro was not from Avogadro of Genoa by origin, but probably Avogadro of Lodi in Lombardy, since the eagle matches to them, according to further heraldic sources in addition to the Genoese ones. Accordingly, Pera, as a Genoese colony, was already a cosmopolitan place where merchants from many different places frequented and stayed and died, then buried in a shrine that served, in fact, all the individuals of the Catholic faith. Even the examples already studied by D'Allegio D'Alessio and also Dull and fellow colleagues displayed that, such as Giovanni from Florence, Bishop of Tbilisi, dated 1347, Master Nicola Croce, surgeon from Florence, and his wife Lady Oriola, dated 1398, Bonavita Ariccio from Messina, dated 1363, and also, on the slab studied by Dull, Luttrell, and Keane, English knights Sir William Neville and Sir John Clanwow, dated October 1391. However, there was a certain conditioning, especially by D'Allegio D'Alessio. Whenever there was an unidentified coat of arms on a slab, the only reference for his suggestions came after the work of Scorza about the Genoese family's heraldry, as if the person in question must have a Genoese origin. This conditioning also affected later scholars. Therefore, on further examples, where the family name is defaced to some extent and the coats of arms clearly do not match with any Genoese ones, a recent work of the State Archive of Florence on the Ceramelli Papiani collection about the noble family's heraldry concerning Tusca as the neighboring maritime region to Liguria as a starting point was consulted. On this previously missed example by D'Allegio D'Alessio, Guglielmo and Tommaso with a family name having CI and TI with a defaced, though circular round letter in between, clearly not resembling any Genoese families, as far as I'm able to see, including the coats of arms, probably belong to the noble family of Cisti from Florence. On another unstudied example, dated 1405, Jacopo and Bernardino, with a fully defaced family name, but having a fairly unique coat of arms, perchance belonged to the Bartoli di Lapo family, again from Florence, where identical coats of arms were not seen in any other Italian families during this research of mine. And finally, coming back to the slab, allegedly from 1260, but actually dated 1360, we have a slightly longer family name with 4 to 6 letters on the missing part before a typical et heredum, formerly supposed as Candolfi, but is actually Cande something, as discussed. In this case, as a new suggestion, the 3 diagonally arranged roses in the center correspond to a very similar pattern on a coat of arms belonging to the noble Candelari family from Pisa, according to the same collection published by the State Archive of Florence. Therefore, the mentioned person who died in Pera on 13 November 1360 was probably Guglielmo Candelari as De Candelaris. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, dear Serjan, for your wonderful and rich presentation and for presenting your results on fieldwork research. And then we are moving to our discussion. I think we're close to our time. So we begin from the first presentation by Dr. Michiu on the presence of Latins in Constantinople and Pera in 13th to 15th century, a very rich presentation, and we're waiting for your feedback. Are there any questions regarding this presentation?
If there are any, I will just, let's say, go back to the last paper where we have these testimonies of the tombstones. And we have these examples of the Confessiones Fidei that we have in the Patriarchal Register. And in some cases, the people there are signing with their heraldic emblem. You know, it's like, it's totally non-Byzantine custom. And sometimes it's very difficult because we were trying to identify the persons mentioned by the family names. And we came to the realization that they are not purely Genoese, although we know the Genoese community, but they had another background. Some come from Negron, probably, or some come from other Italian cities. And I think the material that we have with this Confessiones Fidei, it's like it comes very close to what have you presented, Serjan, on these different actually backgrounds of the people, perhaps in a Genoese setting, but who are not Genoese. I think it correlates very, very good.
I totally agree with you. And in some way, we are all talking about the cosmopolitan and the multifaceted architecture, art history, and I think it was a nice combination, and I agree with your comment.
We have
one question. I think there is a hand that
from Rafal.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. I have Fidei by Filippo Melini and Ilario Doria. What kind of a profession it was? They confirmed to be Catholics, or they converted from one to another denomination? I didn't understand it very well.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. Perhaps I didn't explicitly mention, but they are Catholics that are becoming Orthodox. They profess the Orthodox faith. And these texts are very interesting, not only because they have the typical part where you say, I believe in God, and you have the long list until the end, but they add also sentences saying that I reject the customs of the Latins, and they add elements that they are not this Constantinopolitan credo. And this makes them really interesting. Some contain a longer list of things that they are rejecting apart from the Latin faith. Some are shorter, but they are actually not only having, they do not only address the matter of filioque and so on, but people had actually to reject also the customs and the traditions of the Latins as well, probably in the liturgy and in rituals and so on. And this makes them interesting. And I have shown you only 2 cases, but we have many others. We have another Genoese, Georgios Tuvacha. We have some Catalans as well that are appearing in the register. We have some Venetians. The general impression is that are individuals that are connected with the imperial family in Constantinople, or they have a kind of interaction on specific levels with the emperor or his family, and then they come also to the patriarchate and they interact also with the patriarchate.
Thank you very much. It is very interesting, and I'm just curious about the motivations. What do you think? Were there only spiritual, or there was some political or economical background for these conversions?
In these cases, in the case of Ilario Doria, it's very clear that he wants to become a member of the imperial family. He converts to the Orthodox faith. With Lomelin, we do not know. Perhaps there was a much more greater profit. There is not. We cannot say if they just decided out of their heart to become Orthodox, but we suspect that there were political, economic, or other reasons that motivated them. In many cases, in some cases, they wanted to marry an Orthodox woman, or the other way, if there is a Catholic woman here, she wants to marry into an Orthodox family, she may convert, like is the case of Zoe from Negroponte. So there are just reasons of everyday life, or political motivations, or economic motivations. I mentioned that there are also some confessions from Byzantines that became Catholic at some point, and then they come back to the Orthodox faith. This is a different typology. These are individuals that are playing between the 2 players in Constantinople and Pera. They say, okay, if I get punished by the emperor, or if I get punished by the patriarch, I will move next door. I will become Catholic and save my life, or I will live a better life. But then when they see that the situation changes and they may bargain, they bargain then with the patriarch or with the emperor, they can come back to the previous faith. So it's not, in my opinion, it's not at all a matter of belief and true faith. And in the cases we could analyze, it was more in the direction of some personal profit, and not a matter of faith.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question.
So are there any more questions for Dr. Michiu? And this conception of networks, I know that you are working in Vienna on these networks with, I don't remember the name.
Johannes Preis-Capella.
Johannes, and it's very important this, because we can trace movements of people, ideas, and networks of art in these networks. You should develop more your research. Is very valuable to us, all this research. It seems all these flashes point to one or other direction. They are very essential for research, all these.
Yeah, I didn't go in this paper very deep into the social network analysis, because I didn't want to escape from the framework of the conference. But there are possibilities to depict and analyze these relations between individuals, between cities, between objects, and to see how these things are interconnected, how they are getting from one place to another, and there is a whole range of possibilities. In some cases, in my questions regarding the Latin scholars come in touch with the Byzantines, or if you have works of art that are reminding of Byzantine art, but you are not sure, the problem is that you will create probably a network that is not accurate. And this is my my fear whenever I'm not sure about really the provenance of a piece of art, or if I don't know exactly how a manuscript moved and from where to where. So I cannot really reconstruct all the pieces. I will kind of put things in the beginning, probably in Constantinople, and the end in Venice, but I will not represent the accurate network. But definitely, if the information is reliable, definitely one can connect localities, artisans, workshops together and see how they interact. For example, for the papers I heard in this panel, I really realized that there was an intense network of probably artisans and other people that were able to move in from the Black Sea to go to Pera, to work in the Genoese colony. And there is a network between these specific localities, Black Sea, definitely because we have Kaffa and the Genoese, but then we have Pera, and then these people moved in a close network, a specific cluster in the network where the Genoese are present. It would be of interest to see how intense these interactions were, but it takes time to collect the data, and yeah, but definitely perhaps in another conference, Professor Androudis, I may do that as well.
Commercial networks through the Silk Route, the Northern Silk Route, and the diaries of the Pratica della Mercatura and Libro di Conti di Jacopo Bado are very essential, and they you can combine all this information with this all, because they were well established. This the Libro di Conti is very.
Yes. I think we have already worked on Bondelmonte on that, and but you know, when I'm dealing with scholars, it's a little bit different than because there are other, you know, depending on the material, you have other questions, but definitely you can do it. Of course, you can work on that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We were moving to our second paper from Professor Enrico Basso, all these powerful, noble Genoese families that rule the Aegean, and this rich information and their relations with the local Greek population. Are there any questions for the paper of Enrico Basso? We have 3 questions. Probably the first one by Dr. Kukuni.
Not question, practically. I enjoyed Professor Basso. I enjoyed your paper. It was fantastic, and I just wanted to mention that it's a valuable material that you offer to light, and I just need to mention that from the material I collect as well, the artistic and material culture and the rest, we just need to ally to each other, just an open offer, because I really have a lot of material. During the past summer and autumn, I collected a wealth of material, which I really need to share with an historian like you.
It will be a pleasure to make this.
I'm going to email you, to write to you,
okay,
to discuss the subject. It's great. It will be my honor.
Consider that especially for Chios, in the archive of Genoa, there are still unpublished materials.
Yeah, I'm sure.
For the notaries of the beginning of the 16th century.
Beginning of the 16th. Okay, I'll have
End
that.
of the 15th, beginning of the 16th. And are very, very interesting.
I'm looking to approach you. It's fantastic. Thank you very much, Professor. Congratulations for the paper. I enjoyed every comma of it.
Thank you.
Dr. Michiu, please.
Thank you so much for the wonderful paper. I have a question about these collections of, you mentioned that they were collecting, if I got it right, you mentioned that they were collecting antiquities in a way, or inscriptions that then they gave as a present to somebody else. Do you know in which way they managed to transfer these presents? If it is documented in the material you have seen?
Yes, there are some indication. Obviously, the transportation were made by ship from Chios, especially, and I have left out one little story of a Franciscan monk who acted as an intermediary for this transfer, and he was not so honest as they have thought, and he sold the marbles to Cosimo de' Medici instead to go to give it to other destinataries. But there are documents for this transport, and he said that the charge was robbed by a Catalan corsair to justify. But we know that especially Giustiniani has had a collection of also of medals and books, especially of books. But Palamede Gattilusio was a great collector of marbles. Obviously, he had Samothraki to excavate, and he had a great deposit of ancient marble to use.
Thank you very much. And Rafal, do you have a question?
In fact, it was the similar comment as the previous ones. So I have nothing original to add. I would like to share the point of view of Professor Basso. I'm very much convinced also about this theory that generally the Hellenization, the acculturation of the Genoese in Chios and Mytilene was bigger than in Pera. Of course, maybe we shouldn't make such a great contrast, because also these were colonies or places organized on different principles, Pera being the direct subordinate of the Republic, but also the Pera was a large hub for the travelers. And you mentioned that there were more interpreters needed in Pera, but because there were also much more people passing by through Pera, and they needed the interpreters. And there is an interesting story about the famous Dominican monk Louis de Tabriz, who was the converted Armenian coming from Tabriz, but he was a Dominican monk, and he was appointed to look after the church of San Anthony at the harbor of Pera, because he knew 5 languages and he could preach in 5 languages. It was explicitly said he was a proper person for this place, which is frequented by the people speaking so many different languages and not understanding each other always very well. And I would like also to confirm or to add to the discussion about the transportation of architectural elements, which we know that also Genoese ships were obliged to have a proper ballast, which was very often stone elements, not necessarily very elaborate, but we know that some elements of this kind were sold by the Pera merchants to the ship owners, and they were transported 2 directions, so to Genoa and to Caffa. And that is why we have some early Byzantine elements of Constantinopolitan origin in Crimea, and generally, as you may know, the Benedictine monastery Santa Maria della Misericordia della Cisterna was called because of the cistern, which was a place of the monastery garden, and it was supposed to be, I don't know, 300 or more columns, and they were mostly sold out, and they were probably transported by ships in both directions, to the west and to the east. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we're moving to the third paper presented by Eleftheria Konstantinidou on the fortifications of Gatilouzi in Samothraki. Are there any questions for this paper? Yes, Professor Basso.
Only to make my compliments for this very, very interesting paper, and to ask if you think to publish this excavation and these elements on the castles of the Gatilouzi in Samothraki.
Not really the excavations, because we had some other thoughts for the restoration, but unfortunately we were not asked. They had some initiatives and for reconstruction. I had some other thoughts, but nevertheless, we should publish this because it's an old research and it merits to be published. Possibly we could have a collaboration on this issue. Thank you very much for your comments. Are there any other questions for this paper? Yes, Rafal.
A very short one, but maybe also I didn't understand very well. This Stroilos, do you interpret him as a supervisor from the official point of view or from the constructor point of view? Was he an official or was he an architect, let's say architect, a builder?
I don't know if he's superior and official, since this engraving is so pure, is so modest. I would have preferred to see a slab with a more elaborate slab if it was some official, someone of high rank official. But it's placed in the lower part of the tower, and I would interpret Stroilo probably a person of, let's say, Italian, probably, or of Italian origin in parentheses, because we don't know his origin. And there is also interpretation by Evangelos Papathanasiou, who believes that Stroilo has a Slav origin, but I don't agree with this interpretation.
Yes, in Russian, Stroitel is architect.
Yes. Is an architect, yes.
He was named Domitor, which is, I would say, more to constructor. It goes more to the constructor of it as a
rather than a supervisor. Yes.
Yes.
If I can, in some parts of Italy, there is the family name Stroili.
Ah, fine. Thank you very much for this useful information. Yes. It seems to be a person of Italian origin, and that's the case because the model is pure Occidental, the model of the donjon of the castle of Paleopolis, because it serves as a donjon with machicoulis and this typical Occidental, while the other tower in the Hora is more Byzantine, let's say, with these niches like the Tower of Phonias. Thank you for this comment. Thank you. For the next paper by Rafal Quirini Poplawski on the Church of Santa Maria della Misericordia del Cisterna, a very interesting example of Genoese architecture and all the history about the columns. Thank you very much, Rafal, again for this excellent paper. Are there any questions? Yes, Ioanna, please.
Hello, Rafal. I'm delighted to virtually meet you again. And I enjoyed your Fantastic information. Thank you very much. I just need to observe. Actually, I have an observation to mention that about the stone corbelling on the towers of the Quattrocento that you mentioned. In Chios, we encounter it in the secular architecture of private towers, the landowners' towers. You may know it. I just need to. If it escaped your attention, I just need to mention it, which is it's very interesting. We have the towers in the private towers, the secular towers of the local magnates outside the citadel of Chios. And if I'm not mistaken, there is one and only surviving example on Chios town, now in ruins, of course, but happily, the corbelling is visible and it still stands, and I'm very happy about that. Also, in private towers in the campus and in the area of Sclavia, in the outskirts of Chios town, where the Genoese nobles had their summer resorts. That's all.
Thank you very much. In a matter of fact, I moved with my illustrations quite fast, but I've shown the example of Villa Giustiniani del Forneto from Sclavia.
Okay.
It was in one of my slides.
I didn't see it.
But of course, I would prefer to present corbels or arcade friezes from the churches in Chios from that time, but unfortunately, we don't have such.
I can send you a photo. I have it in my archive of the corbelling of a private tower in Chios town proper.
Great,
Yeah,
thank you.
I can send it to you by all means. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Orlandi, Luca, please. Luca, you want to ask?
Yes, of course. Ciao, Rafael, first of all. So we don't see each other often, even though we are in contact, as well as with others today here in the conference. No, you already answered somehow, because since you mentioned the cistern, but in your presentation you mentioned at all the cistern, I'd like to know if you have more clues about, because I think that the last testified of the witness of the cisterns, it was Peter Gil or Petrus Gilius, who described that it was already open, so it was not anymore an underground environment, and there were people going down and probably moving some of the stones. So I would like to know if you have some more clues about it, because honestly, it's a part of the San Benoit history that is still missing, in my opinion. I mean, we have very, very little about the cistern today. I don't know, maybe also Serjan can answer me, because, but we know, with Serjan also we discuss about some columns that were found a few years ago next to that convent between Saint Anthony and San Benoit convent. And we discussed with Serjan, and I also told that maybe those columns, maybe it might be part of this complex, but we could never find out. So I want just to know from you if you have some more clues to share with us. Thank you.
I'm afraid I can share only the same knowledge as you have and what you have mentioned. So I know that Petrus Gilius, I think, described it as a kind of a garden. So in fact, the place of the former cistern was a monastery garden, and we can only suppose that maybe some of the columns were reused for the portal that I shown, that had exactly the early Byzantine columns, and maybe in the before us of the church tower. But I don't have more informations about really how it looked like, and I'm not sure if if it is anything published on that site. In general, my opinion is that, or impression is that all the area, so the church and the monastery, still the monastery grounds are still understudied from the architectural archaeological point of view. Also, because Philip Nieuwener has made an architectural overview, a very detailed one, but of course with no archaeological excavations, and I think it could help to know more both about the cistern and also about the architectural history of the church. But that is all I can add or admit my lack of knowledge.
I can add something very little connectedly. There is the publication of Kazım Çeçen, dated 1992, about the Ottoman water systems, and in which I tried to use and add some more tunnels that linked the main water sources to Galata, Pera, not only during the Genoese period, but also the Ottoman period. And we have the archaeological reports just out of the Galata walls next to Saint Benoit, and some Ottoman cisterns right above. So we may at least try to guess where the cistern used to be precisely in connection with those water conduits, because they're in use in the Genoese period, obviously, and also during the Ottoman period, where the cistern was disappeared in time. But maybe we can at least guess where it used to locate in accordance with those main water conduits, just from a methodological point of view.
Rafael, if I may make some remarks, I really enjoyed your comments on this row of corbels. I found in the past the term archeti pensili. I don't know if we can use this, and I would like to add to your examples that you showed us, two towers that existed in Vlaga Liman in Constantinople, but they were destroyed. You can see some sketches in broken bits of Byzantium, and I can show you some, I can send you some photos. And they have corbels. They have the same system of corbels, which does not exist in other fortifications in Constantinople. I don't know if that does mean something, this. And we can add also the corbels in Bursa, Prusa, the Murat Hüdavendigar Jami ve Medresesi, mosque and the medrese, that in my opinion was built by Genoese architect. It's a very composite and hybrid monument. And also Irgandi Köprüsü, the old photograph, probably of 15th century. It looks like the bridges in Italy, in Florence. It's a very covered bridge, and it's very special and could be attributed to the first half of 15th century. So probably, in my opinion, the use of corbels could betray, if we could use this term, the work of Italian architects, probably of Genoese origin.
Yes, thank you very much. I can only comment on the comment. It is very, very complex situation. In, I think, 1328, the authorities of Genoa issued a law against being involved in the construction of the church of the castles for the infidels at the territories recently taken from the Byzantine emperor, which indirectly indicates that the Genoese has been involved in the construction works already at the time of Osman and Orhan for the Ottomans. From the other, because if there is a law that prohibits it, it means that such case should have happened. So there is one possibility that there were Italians working for the Ottomans already at this early period. From the other side, we have also proofs that there were Greek architects working for the Genoese. And now it is very difficult to define if, for example, a corbel that was constructed for the Ottomans, or within the Genoese, it is a work of a Genoese, Greek, or Islamic architects, and
It's
how to define it.
Style of the period, let's say.
Yeah.
Favorable. Thank you very much.
But thank you for this remark. I didn't know these towers.
I could send you some. There is also a panorama by a Greek author, which was published by a Turkish colleague. I don't remember the publication, but I could send you some. And these towers clearly figure in this panorama of the maritime walls of Constantinople that were destroyed afterwards.
I have to admit, I have this publication, but I didn't see it. I know this publication. I have it at home.
The panorama, yes, in Blaga Liman. Thank you very much. And the next paper by Luca Orlandi and all these panorama of buildings from the medieval to modern period. Are there any questions for this paper?
Just one comment, that is a sarcasm of the history, that there is much more left of the Italian architecture from the end of the 19th and 20th century in Pera than from the Genoese period in Pera. But that's only the comment.
Well, the only thing I can add that unfortunately both of them, as you saw from many of my slides as well, are about to be lost in a way their appeal. I mean, they don't care too much about the Genoese heritage, but they don't care even too much about the, let's say, late Ottoman Istanbul, designed by, in my case, I show many examples of Italians, but really it's a struggle even today. I mean, you see conversion of building, reconversion in hotels, or just touristic facilities, or shopping mall, or this kind of interventions, of course, are not properly conducted mostly of the case.
Thank you. For the next paper by Ioanna Koukouni, all these wonderful sculptures, Renaissance sculptures from Chios. Are there any questions, remarks?
If I may, maybe the first again. So it's rather a compliment, and I would like to stress that in both of these presentations by Ioanna Koukouni and Serjan, we have seen a lot of unpublished material, or presented for the first time, which is a great opportunity for us. And this is the major comment, because as Ioanna has shown, also has stressed, many of these elements has been just found recently and has never been published. Congratulations.
Thank you very much indeed, Rafael. And yes, this is the desideratum, actually, because there is material collected from more than a century by the first researchers, the very first researchers of Chios, when it was still Ottoman soil, and then the first publication by Hasluk, and through the 20th century. Well, the problem is that there is no official systematic work in Chios, just rescue excavations, and there is a wealth of material which is unknown, and it is stored in the stores. What for? We just need to present it. And I'm independent. I'm not an official. I'm an independent scholar. We just need to outreach, first of all, to outreach people, because it's our heritage, and secondly, we need to publish for us, for you, for Sir John, for all of us. That's all. Yeah, thank you very much indeed, and I'm very proud of that. Yes, thank heavens there is a new material, that piece, that broken piece that was found by the Catholic priest. I was very touched when he showed it to me, and he told me, "Look what I have found." And I said, well, yeah, this is ready-made for publication, that's all.
Great, great. I have only, I'm sorry, one more question. The slab from Kansas, do you consider it of the Chios origin, or it came from Genoa?
It belongs to, it's a work of the Gaggini, either Giovanni Gaggini or his workshop, because it's very parallel to the Chios piece. But I don't know, to be honest, because I found it on the public domain. Just searching on the internet, Gaggini. And I found this piece on the public domain, and it's parallel. Just the profile changes. The one is on the left, the other is on the right. But I was struck. I was struck indeed. In the forthcoming publication, I will add one more piece, which I found in Genoa, to add to the comparison between the two.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rafal. And for the last but not least paper by Serjan on the study of these slabs and epigraphic material and the lapidary inventory of Istanbul. And we should note that the heraldry and genealogy are auxiliary to history, and they are always important to history and should be considered as good complete history, but a study of this material, important material. So congratulations again, Serjan. Are there any questions for this paper?
If I
yes.
Yes. So I could I think ask many questions to Serjan. First of all, I am envy. I have to say I'm envy that you are able to see all these slabs, and it seems that you are the first one to see, because it appeared that D'Alessio D'Alessio haven't seen the slabs. So it is really fascinating. So I have only to make the things let's say short. Two questions: when are you going to publish the results? And second is how many slabs finally there are in the museum? Because you said that D'Alessio D'Alessio didn't connect two pieces or more pieces of the same slab, also counted as two reverse and obverse of the same slab. So how many slabs there are finally there?
Thank you for the comments and also the attention, and also for the question. I mean, really appreciate it. To the first, I will publish like the first half, if I may say, hopefully this December, if everything goes well. And I may say the remaining half, as I presented here, perhaps in the proceedings. I mean, why not? So I reserved, let's say, two halves in this way, like the earlier rereadings and discoveries, and these later ones, hopefully in these proceedings altogether, I mean, are great contributions by such distinguished scholars. And for the exact number, it's really hard to summarize everything, but let me just give an overview. If we just exclude those slabs with the double sides, D'Alessio, let me say, considered all the available tombstones in the museum deposit, and all the missing ones, I mean, almost entirely were later published mainly by Sigrid Dull. And she and her fellow colleagues only reconsidered one of them, the English knights, Neville and Clanwell, separately. And I really looked for, are there any forgotten one? I'm not in any publication at all, at least even by photograph. No, there aren't. They're all somehow published. And they're all somehow known tombstones here and there. But what I criticized were the readings and the commentary. And all of them are still there. I mean, maybe some very fragmentary ones I was unable to find, since it's like full of artifacts and full of tombstones. Only the fragmentary ones, I'm sure they're somewhere over there, but all the remaining ones are in rather whole conditions. I was able to identify and photograph and study as much as I can. So it all making up roughly 130, I may say, together with Dull and fellow colleagues. There are 120, 30 altogether. That's the Genoese lapidary inventory in the deposits. But if you add the mural inscriptions as well, because some of them, I was able to identify 12 mural inscriptions more. And the rest are either on display or still in place. And there are some still in Arab mosque as well. One of the fragments I showed in the entrance, formerly unpublished, for example. There are still some pieces still waiting to be identified in the hidden parts of Arab mosque. I was able to identify one of them in the entrance, but maybe there are more behind carpets or somewhere. So, and also one more in the lower part of the minbar, for example, in the apse area. So it's a promising subject. I mean, more to come, I suppose.
I have one question.
Yes, Joanna.
Actually, it is not question. Dear Sir John, hello.
Hello, good to see you, Joanna.
Delighted to see you again.
Thank you.
Not a question. Actually, I don't have a question. Just to ask you that I have a reference about a Genoese horde, stone block. I don't remember if it is a marble or stone block. I have a reference about a Chios, a stone block from Chios in Istanbul, in the Archaeological Museum of Istanbul. Should you locate it anytime, please let me know. I think I don't remember if it is published. It might have been published in the late 19th century. I will.
It was published in Hasluk, isn't it? William
Hasluk. It might be Hasluk.
Who else?
Yes, no,
or Paspatis, or either Paspatis or Hasluk. I don't remember. A stone block with a relief, a coat of arms in Istanbul.
It should be. Yes.
Hasluk. Okay. All right.
It should be Hasluk, I suppose, and with supposedly the Saint Dominic, if I'm not wrong.
Okay. I think it's a coat of arms.
Is that one? Just coat of arms? Do you mean?
Coat of arms. Yeah, yeah. Not a religious symbol. No. Okay. I just need to. I will email you, then I'll find the reference. Probably Hasluk. Either.
Okay. Okay.
I don't remember, to be honest. Okay. Excellent.
Okay. Okay. Let me know. I mean, because I documented and photographed slightly more than the Genoese stuff, and maybe I included them as well. So keep in touch about it.
Yeah, yeah. But
I have some. Yes, I have some photographs. So maybe it includes.
Oh, good. Okay.
Just let me know, I mean, so I may
by all means.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Serjan. I would like to thank especially the speakers of this session, because our aim was to create a Genoese world in the East.
Could it be this one? Just I interrupt to Joanna.
Yes.
Could it be this one?
I think so. I think so. I think so, Serjan. I think so. Ναι, βλέπουν μάλλον μια μεγιστημία.
It's published in Hasluck, Latin Monuments of Chios.
Hasluck. Okay.
Hasluck in 1911, and he says Saint Dominic and Justinian coat of arms.
All right. All right.
That's the only one we are talking about, and it's in Istanbul.
Okay.
And there are also hospitallary inscriptions and coats of arms as well. So there are lots of late Ottoman imperial stuff in the deposits of Istanbul Archaeological Museum. Just telling you.
This photo is yours, I assume? No.
Yes, I took it. Yes, I took it.
Okay, then. Okay, then.
You will be in touch.
We'll be in touch. Okay, just as a quick response.
Thank you very much again, Serjan, and all the speakers of this session, because our special aim was to create Genoese environment in the East, Genoese world in the East, within our conference, because Italian art in the East normally means Venetian art in the East. Genoese art and culture is not well known or promoted. So we have a very rich, I would like to thank all of you, all the speakers and all the people who attended this session. And we'll be back in 5 o'clock Venice time with next session devoted to Ottomans and Italian art. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Ciao, ciao.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. I'm just waiting for a couple of minutes more to start the session so that maybe our colleagues from Venice can join us because they are the organizers.
Professor Filiz,
Yeah.
merhaba, how are you?
Fine, thank you. Are you there?
Nice to see you even via Zoom. We had some small technical problems with my paper, but we tried because my computer had some problems. So now it's better. I will present the presentation. Everything is fine. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm glad.
So we will start in 1-2 minutes. Is it okay for you?
Shall we start, Vasilis, or
Yes,
we can start since it's 5 minutes past 7.
Yes, we're moving to our next session devoted to Ottomans and Italian art. And the chair of the session is Professor Filiz Yenisehirlioglu from Koç University and Department of Archaeology and History of Art. Professor Filiz, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for being with us.
Well, thank you very much, Vasilis, Professor Vanderlis. I have been really listening to very interesting papers since this morning. I'm learning a lot because both the Italian, the East of Mediterranean, the Greeks, the Ottomans, everything forms a sort of a common cultural heritage around the Mediterranean world. So a lot of things are common. And I would like to thank you that you have also included the Ottomans in this detailed presentation of papers on the
Ottomans are always welcome.
I would say.
The history is very important to the understanding of Mediterranean civilization.
Yes, exactly. So in fact, the Italians and the Ottomans, of course, have a common relationship, both cultural and trade-wise, since the 14th century. And in fact, the 14th century, not only with the Ottomans, but also with the other Anatolian geography. So the relationships were not only limited to trade and to commercial activities, and also it was not only limited to the ports and to the cities, the coastal cities. We also have Italians within the central Anatolia and even eastern Anatolia. I'm joining you from Ankara tonight, and in fact the Venetians were here also in the 15th century and 16th century because they exported the Angora, the mohair from the Angora goat from Anatolia to, of course, to Italy. And the influence or the encounters of the Venetians with the Ottomans were not only one-sided, or coming only from, let's say, one direction, but it came from very different dimensions and from different ways, from the west, from the south, from Cyprus. And it's extremely interesting to find the sort of the signs, the Italian signs in Ottoman art and architecture from 14th century onwards. And we do have this not only in a painting, of course, which starts with the famous Bellini coming to Istanbul, but also with architectural plans, forms, techniques in textile production and in ceramic production. And in fact, the Venetians had ordered textiles and ceramics to be produced here in Anatolia, and which then they took over to Venice. So it's a very, very long history, and it has to be, in a way, needs another conference. So I won't be long. I would like to introduce our first speaker, who is Ergun Lafle. He is a classical archaeologist from the Kuzeyli University from Izmir, and he has published a lot about the classical period, but also on other periods. He seems to be a very prolific writer and published many articles, multidisciplinary subjects as well. So now today he's going to tell us about a horde which they have found in Western Anatolia near Akhisar. The floor is yours, Ergun.
Yes, good evening to everybody. Kalispera to everybody. Let me just check first my if my PowerPoint works out or not.
You have started
All
your
right, there we go.
but we can, yes, now we can see it. If you make it full screen, please.
Right. Okay, let me just begin with the title because it's not really properly announced. The title of the paper is A Horde of Coins of Frankish Greece from Tira, Western Turkey. Let me begin with my text. Well, as I said, the concentration will be Akhisar, the ancient Tira.
Excuse me, please. Can you make it bigger, please, full scale?
Well, I try. Can you see it now? Can you see it?
No, you can, you know, yes, now it's
fine,
Good.
thank you.
Okay. Right, as I said, it is Akhisar, ancient Tira, the same name for the Byzantine period as well, is a county district and its town center in the province of Manisa and located approximately 50 kilometers northwest of Manisa in Aegean part of Western Turkey, corresponding to the northwestern part of the classical region of Lydia. Around the beginning of 12th century, Hassan, the Turkish emir of Cappadocia, sent a large army unit after the failed siege of Philadelphia, today Alaşehir, on a raid in the direction of Hilaria, which we call Gördükkale, and Tira. In the 12th century, a large-scale inflow of Turkish tribes started. Tira swayed back and forth between Byzantine and Turkish rulers for 2 centuries. In the Partitio Terrarum Imperii Romaniae or Partitio Regni Graeci, a treaty signed among the Crusaders after the sack of Constantinople in 1204, and Tira became part of Provincia Adramiti de Hilaris et de Pergamis, claimed by the Latin Empire, but de facto belonging to the Empire of Nicaea. The fact that the Emperor of Nicaea, Vatatzes, made Manisa de facto capital of the empire and moved to treasury that there made the region more economically valuable, which is located at a major highway junction that dominates the roads leading to Hellespont, Bithynia, Smyrna, Ephesus, and Turks' lands. In the 14th century, Turks under the Turkish Anatolian Beylik of Saruhan regained all Western Anatolian lands, and Tira became under Turkish rule in 1307. Akhisar maintained its importance as a regional trade center during the early Ottoman period. Towards the end of the same century, it became part of extending Ottoman Empire. Under Ottoman administration, Akhisar was the first sub-district Kaza in the Sancak district of Saruhan, corresponding to present-day Manisa province, within the larger Vilayet province of Kütahya. Let me just show you the place of Tira, as you can just clearly see the point, which is actually not far away from Manisa. I should actually also indicate the location with Manisa, but we know more or less that it was a very significant part of Lydia during the 13th and 12th centuries AD. During these centuries, Tira was an important center of activity. It was on the ancient roads from Byzantium to Pergamum, Sardis, and Magnesia at Sipylum, Smyrna, and Ephesus. It was center of many small towns and villages which were administratively and politically bound to it. During the late medieval period, cloth and pottery production was the main activity in the town. Production of wool, linen, brass goods, and tanning were other commercial activities. The city remained a center of trade activity for centuries. In the early Ottoman period, Akhisar's cloth and rope were highly regarded in Istanbul markets. Among the other agricultural merchandise were olives, olive oil, watermelons, grapes, and raisins. Between the years 2008 and 2021, archaeological excavations were carried out under the directorship of Professor Engin Akdeniz at the prehistoric Höyük site of Tira. Höyük is the Greek Magula, which is located in the city center of Akhisar and called as Hastane Höyük, literally hospital Mount site. A group of 124 coins were found together conjointly with 22 late medieval Turkish Islamic silver coins belonging to Saruhanids and only one coin of Germanids on 10th of October 2017 at Hastane Höyük. These coins are made of an alloy of approximately 26 to 30% silver or less, it declined, and copper. This hoard was found in a sealed context, indicating that it was certainly deposited in 1307. The coins in question, which most probably belong to a coin hoard, date to the period between the last quarter of the 13th century and the second quarter of the 14th century, and are so-called deniers tournois, about all of the Crusader Principality of Achaia, central Greece, or southern Greece, which controlled the Peloponnese in the late medieval period. These coins, most of which are Bellon, bear mostly a cross pâté and the name of the prince on the obverse and a châtel tournois, an indication of the mint on the reverse. This sign scheme is inspired by contemporary French coins. Although most of the coins have been heavily damaged, the legend Clarentia on the reverse indicate that the most of the coins were minted in the mint of Clarencia, that is a city of Clarentia in the present-day southwestern Greece. Such coin hoards, which usually contain a mix of coins of Athens and Achaia, are known in medieval literature in the Eastern Mediterranean in several different places. I have made a list of them, actually. Well, this is a photo of the actual situation of the hoard. Without any pottery fragments or anything, so it must be in a perishable purse. During this period, Akhisar did have a direct commercial connection with the Peloponnese, where coins were minted. Some coins may be more related to Roger de Flor's troops, who was the Condottiere, who had been active in Sicily and Byzantine Empire in the years 1304 and 1305, including Western Anatolia in places such as Kissamos, Germa, Thyatira, Anaia, and Philadelphia. After Andronikos II Palaiologos asked Roger de Flor for help against the Ottoman advance, he also came with his troops to Lydia and fought against the Ottomans here. These military units used these coins and even suppressed their imitations. In fact, these coins were also used in military payments, just as payments to the troops participating in the First Crusade were made with silver lucadania tournois. The soldiers of Roger de Flor Catalan division, who achieved minor success, carried out some looting and plundering activities in Istanbul and other Byzantine cities. Thereupon, Andronikos II had Roger de Flor killed, and the Catalan soldiers who could not get their money and were left without a leader fled to Europe for pillaging and plundering the Byzantine lands in eastern Thrace. Let me show you one coin of this hoard of these 126 Achaean coins. This is a billion from Tira, minted by the Principality of Achaia, Philippe de Sauvois, at the very beginning of 14th century, denier with the clear indication of Clarencia mints, with a cross pâté on the obverse and châtel tournois on the reverse. Very simplified design, which we very well know with the book of Metcalfe of his coin catalog of 1995, Crusades, where he listed almost all of them. During the late medieval period, this site was located on the north-south route of the early stages of Crusaders expansion in Western Anatolia. While the Crusaders were descending from the north, they passed through Gerdes, Byzantine Yudyo-Gordos, to the interior places by a short intermediate road over to Tira. Local imitations of the coins belonging to Crusaders were minted in this area. These coins might also have been used in slave markets in Tira during this period. I have done with my colleague Maurizio Buora the catalog of the coins as well as the statistic of the mints, and we come to the conclusion that the most of the coins were minted in Clarentia in Greece, and we have some from Thebe and a little bit from Nepantum and 2 or 3 from different places. So they are all Frankish coins. The coins are in large numbers very damaged, so that their reading is very difficult. Most of them were minted in the Principality of Achaia, as I said, while a smaller number derived from the Duchy of Athens, still less from Nepantum. Most likely, the Akhisar hoard can be dated fairly closely, and if it can be determined that it was deposited during the 3rd decade of the 14th century, as indicated by the large abundance of coins issued by Mahmud of Hainaut. Our coins range from 1267 to the 2nd decade of the 13th century, so a very limited time period. The number of emissions increases as we progress through the 14th century. In any case, the presence of these excavated coins, probably part of a small hoard, seems to demonstrate a series, perhaps indirect, of relationships between the Turkish territory and the area of mainland Greece in the early 14th century. Their precise dating also contributes to the better chronological classification of the Islamic coins found together. Let me show you a second coin from this, not from the same hoard, but from another area in Alea in ancient Aeolis, in the Archaeological Museum of Izmir, where we see the same design, same minting. So I believe that these coins were extremely frequent in Western Anatolia, in this part of Western Anatolia, at the end of 13th century and beginning of 14th century. I also put one example for our catalog entry, just to show you how we did it. We put basically the inventory number at the beginning, and then its dating and measurements, of course, and weight. And then we have put both the obverse and reverse, as well as at the end, we also, of course, included the comparanda or the main literature to compare the coin. Let me show you 2 Islamic coins at the end of this lecture. We have, as I said, more than 20, most of them are silver, 21 of them belong to Saroukhans, and 1 of them is of Germanites, which is very important for us, especially because through these coins, we could come to the conclusion that the hoard is an indication for the economic changing from the Achaean coins into the Turkish beyliks at the beginning of 14th century. So this is I would say, an archaeological evidence of the economic changes in the region at the beginning of 14th century. So thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you very much for this very interesting paper, because the different types of coins that we can find in Anatolia, of course, shows us the different cultures and the different people who have, of course, passed from Anatolia. Thank you. So I move now to our second speaker, who is Michele Bernardini. Michele, I hope you are there. Professor Michele is from University of Napoli, from Orientale Institute of Asia, African and Mediterranean Studies, and he is also the president of the International Congress, International Committee of the International Congress of Turkish Art. And his paper will be on a portrait of Bayazit first in the painting cycle of St. Ladislaus in Naples. Michele? Wonder if he's there. Maybe he couldn't get connected. I didn't receive any messages from him. Michele? Well, he probably has a problem to connect, so shall we move to the next speaker? If Michele arrives, we can have him afterwards. Pascheris, is your paper ready?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So I don't need to introduce, of course, our organizer, Pascheris Androuis, and Athanase Gouroudis. So they will give us an interesting, I think, a painting, which is on Italian art in an Ottoman mosque in Greece. So very much looking forward to learn about it.
Excuse me for just a moment.
Yes, take your time. Since Michele is not there, we will have, if he doesn't come, we'll have lots of time for discussion also.
Can you see the PowerPoint?
Yes, you can make it full screen.
Yes, but we cannot see in our screen.
Okay.
Yes, it's fine, fine.
We can see your screen.
Yes. I would like to apologize because I had a problem with my computer and I couldn't see the PowerPoint. It was upgraded, the whole system, so I could not see the PowerPoint. So what we see now, it's not the final PowerPoint, but it's a good, let's say, version of the PowerPoint. So the topic of our presentation is Italian art in an Ottoman mosque in Greece. And we say Italian art because there's no strict evidence for Italian art, but we suspect the involvement of architects, masons, and probably a painter in the decoration of famous mosque in Greece. The so-called Bayazit Jami, some Bayazit Yildirim Jami, 1389-1402, or Mehmet Çelebi the first, 1413 to 1421. So this is one of the most curious mosques of the Ottoman architecture, and in my opinion, probably it's the most important Ottoman mosque in Greece, present-day Greece, and its construction history, it's complicated. So at the first glance, we see the old entrance of the mosque, main entrance of the mosque, and it contains two main building phases. The mosque is called Bayazit because according to old Ottoman historians on Ottoman art and architecture, its construction began at the time of Sultan Bayazit I and was interrupted by in the aftermath of the Ottoman defeat in the Battle of Ankara contra Timurleg, Tamerlan. After the establishment of peace and the succession of the successor of in the civil war between the successors of Bayazit, and when Mehmed I came to the throne, so he continued the construction of the mosque according to historians of Ottoman art and architecture, and evidence of its completion. We gain evidence from the inscriptions that we can see in 3 or 4 parts. So the inscriptions tell us that the mosque was inaugurated in March 1420, 1 year before the death of Mehmed I, and it was constructed by Sayyid Ali with the supervision of Dogan bin Abdullah. That means Dogan, the slave of Allah, God, and that points out to former Christian convert to Islam. So the architecture is sorry. Excuse me for this.
We can see the building.
Yeah, yes, but I see other things in my screen, so a little bit confused. So, okay. Well, that's another view of the mosque, and this masonry is more elaborated. It's of rough cut stone, and as Thanasis Gouridis proved, that there's a certain order that was employed, the so-called golden rule of 1.6, even in the rows of cut piece and even in the windows. So this rule is mainly used in Western buildings. And these are some other views. This masonry belongs to the second phase, building phase of the monument. And I would like to say that the mosque is huge. Let's say it covers an area of 900 square meters, while the thickness of the walls are 250. And in my opinion, that indicates a second building phase, possibly a revetment of the former walls. And the minaret has a height of 22 meters. And this is the plan of the mosque. As we can see, these piers belong to the walls, belong to the first phase of the mosque that was never completed. These drawings were made by Abdullah Quran. So in the first concept of the mosque, it was supposed to be covered by 2 domes, let's say, and sort of these other domes, and it has also a revac in front of the entrance, and the completion of the mosque was never done. So the mosque was not completed after this initial design, and now it has a section like this. That means that it changed radically the plan of the mosque, and they covered the building with a big conical roof. And it has a second roof inside. So it's a very unique, this construction. Unfortunately, due to some technical reasons and some other things, that happen in most bad way. The roof was burnt, and nowadays there's a program of construction of the mosque, which is supervised by the Hellenic Ministry of Culture, and many specialists of the Ottoman architecture are involved because it's a monument of unique value, it's a sultanic mosque. And because it is a sultanic mosque, in my opinion, we have some features that appear not to be clearly Islamic or Ottoman, if we can characterize them, but seem to be not alien, but not used in Ottoman architecture, like this sort of frame in the script above the entrance, the main entrance of the monument. We have also some other classical features of the Ottoman architecture of 15th century. And the architect of the monument was also involved in the construction of a mosque in Amasya. So we know it's his building activity. And also curious is this type of lettering, and also the frame, which does not appear to be typical Ottoman, while the voussoirs of these openings are pointed arch. The pointed arch has this sort of voussoirs that we can also encounter in the architecture of 15th century in Bursa. We can see some typical designs. Here we have a colonnade that was never completed or never executed, or it has been lost forever. And in the bottom part of the walls of the mosque, we see a sort of cloisonné system, not an ordinary cloisonné like the one in the mosques of early Ottoman architecture in Greece and in the region of Bursa, but a sort of cloisonné brickwork system, but that, in my opinion, belongs to the first phase, the so-called phase, the phase of so-called Bayazit Yildirim. And we have also some indications of the construction of Fenerbahce that was never completed. And now we can see these voussoirs, Bikram voussoirs, and these voussoirs seem to differ totally from the other ones that are employed in the mosque. We have, in my opinion, features that are typical Ottoman or Islamic, and some that imitate contemporary models in early Renaissance Italy or Europe. In my opinion, that's the case with the voussoirs here. It reminds of Florence or other regions. And this sort of voussoirs employed in these arts we can see also in the Ottoman Empire and in Western Europe. And these, of course, could be also Western, like the one in the right hand that is not an Ottoman. All these belong to the reconstruction of the completion of the mosque in 15th century. And as far as Dr. Gouridis proved, and this one is typically Occidental, for not say Italian. And this golden rule of 1.6 is also employed in the most of these windows. This is the brickwork cloisonné system. And what is more important in the interior of the mosque is the mihrab, for the prayer, the Muslim prayer. And we have this sort of paintings that seems to be of 18th century. And above all, there is a total different figure of a very pure painting that's an old photograph of the monument. Unfortunately, we don't know the state of preservation of this fresco, which is unique, and in my opinion, could be I cannot observe it because it's covered. All the mosque is under study and preservation. And it's an iconography that is aniconic first, and it depicts some buildings on the city, and the iconography is symmetrically, and in the center we have this sort of double-story fountain. We have also some mentions of a fountain in the palace of Bursa, which had some Western, let's say, features. This is including Heath Lowry's Bursa in travel accounts. And we can see some detail. The photo is not clear. I try to make my best, and we can see some buildings that and some features that are not of 18th century. The iconography is totally different. And it reminds me of the background of some pictures of Italian painters of the early Renaissance. We're not sure, we're not saying it for sure. And if we go back in this picture, we can see some buildings which are very high, and these columns are 2 or 3 stories high. I try to find some analogs in Western painting, especially the Italian paintings of early 15th century, but I found some analogies in Ambrogio Lorenzetti's painting, but I didn't find something parallel. So the point is that possibly, for not being affirmative, we have the involvement of an Italian painter in the decoration of mihrab niche, which is the most venerated part of the mosque, the most elegant. And as we discussed early in this morning, we have evidence of the presence of Italians working for the Sultan in some buildings, and in the mosque, the presence of such an iconography in the mosque, not only if we say that is from 15th century and afterwards, it's not usual, this type of iconography of buildings or part of a city. It has symmetrical, it's very symmetrical, this iconography. And we believe that if this fresco is entirely preserved, we could make a better, we could see better some details, but I try to enlarge and I find elements that are not Ottoman, they are not, let's say, Baroque elements. This iconography is not Baroque, but it's very curious to find this type of iconography. And for me, it could be explained by the fact that this mosque is Sultanic, and possibly there was a place or a willingness to put such type of iconography, even if not in the 15th century. If it's not 15th century, it is 18th century. We don't know, but I would propose a possible iconography of 15th century or early 15th century, from the time of the construction of the completion of the mosque, 1420, or a little bit later. And evidence for work of Italian architects and artists who have, apart from Bellini and the so-called, then the mosque Medrese Murat Hudaveniyar in Bursa, which in my opinion, it reminds of Italian palazzo, not the facade itself, but also the dispositions of rows of bricks and rough cut stone and the use of marble in the frames of the windows. And the analogies also, and possibly the use of Genoese foot. I'm trying to solve this. And the form, it's a hybrid building, and also the bridge of Irgandi-Köprüsü, the first phase of this building, and other mentions of the involvement of that happened during 14th and 15th century. We don't have mentions of involvement of Italian artists in later works of Ottoman art. That is our contribution, a short contribution to the present conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is a very interesting fresco indeed, and probably needs to be analyzed more in detail, but we'll discuss it later on. So our next speaker is Sotiris Voyagis. He is an architectural conservation scholar and has contributed to many restorations of buildings. And his paper is on the Italian Renaissance door frame at Süleymaniye Cami in Rhodes. So from the mainland Greece, we moved to Rhodes.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but the screen has to be changed.
Paschalis, please unshare your screen.
We're trying to.
Ναι.
We are getting to it.
Okay. Έγινε. Δεν έγινε. Δεν γίνεται. Δεν γίνεται. Μην τα έχουμε σε δίπλα είναι.
What about closing and getting back again? Would that help?
Έχει κολλήσει.
We don't hear you, Konstantinos.
Δεν γίνεται, πρέπει να ξεπροβάλλουμε. Πρέπει να ξεπροβάλλουμε για να προβάλλει ο άνθρωπος. Δεν το βγάζει. Αυτό λέω, δεν υπάρχει επιλογή να το βγάλω. Ποιο το όλο. Sorry, we will have a break for 5 minutes or for 7. And I apologize for this. It's mea culpa. We will back in 5 to 7 minutes. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Sorry about this, Mr. Voyages.
Okay.
You have done a lot of restorations on Ottoman monuments in Greece, haven't you?
Yeah, that's true. We have a very active office.
Is it your private office?
Yes.
Ah, very good. I was very much impressed when there was this conference that Basilis had organized also on the honor of Mahir Keel. There were a lot of papers on different types of restoration work of Ottoman monuments in Greece. I was really impressed.
There's also a book out with
Yes.
all. Yeah, if you.
Yes, I also saw, and some, I think 4 or 5 years ago, I was in Veria and saw the restoration work of the double baths there, which was also very nice, very interesting. They also had murals, which also was very, very interesting.
The murals were hunting.
Well, different types of murals there were. There were even a monkey.
Also in the baths of Pasahamam in Thessaloniki, I discovered murals.
Yes, you had sent me the slide. That was also very interesting. You can find them beneath the of course, the plaster, if they have not been removed.
Presently, we are working on the Medrese at Kastoria.
Ah.
I don't know if you know the building.
Yes, I know the building.
Yeah, it's 18th century.
Very
good.
Probably
the restoration studies finished.
Probably 15th century, and it was restored in the 18th century. Yes.
And what will be used for afterwards? A museum, a cultural center, a
Cultural
school?
center.
Ah, cultural center.
And there may be some specialized shops inside.
Uh-huh. Have you done any restoration work in Yanina? Oh, okay. Now we don't.
Okay, now, okay.
All right.
I'll share my screen now.
Yes, you can.
Can you see it okay?
Yes. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Sorry for the small delay. Good evening, everybody. The Mosque of Suleiman, or Suleymaniye Jami. Sorry. Okay. It located at the top of the hill at the end of Socrates Street, the most commercial street of Rhodes and the center of trade continuously since ancient times. With its position, the monumentality that's always the goal of Ottoman architecture is achieved. It's one of the most important monuments of the Ottoman rule in Rhodes, built from the beginning for this use and not adapted from an older building. The building is simple in plan, comprising of 3 rectangular domed spaces, the main prayer hall and 2 smaller lateral ones in a row, and 2 successive porches. The mosque, therefore, belongs to the inverted T type, or commonly called Bursatipus mosques. The first porch to the north is vaulted with 7 domes supported by a colonnade, and the second is of timber with a tiled roof. The central entrance is connected by a ramp with the courtyard of the mosque. At the southwest corner of the central prayer hall, a 2-balcony minaret is erected. The entrance to the minaret, both from the inside of the mosque and from the porch, is a transitional feature. The dating of the building presents great difficulties. Albert Gabriel states that the mosque was completely rebuilt in year 1224-1808. However, tradition certifies that this mosque was the same one that Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent built after the conquest of Rhodes in 1523 on the site of the Church of the Holy Apostles. The construction of a new mosque by the conqueror of new lands was an act almost mandatory in Ottoman era. The Bursatipus mosque, that dominates the 14th and 15th centuries, cannot be excluded from appearing in a provincial mosque of the early 16th century. After all, the great renovator of Ottoman architecture, Sinan, who seems to have fought in the capture of Rhodes in 1522, was too young to have been entrusted with the design of a similar project. Individual elements such as the shape of the pilasters, the position of the mihrab and the minaret, combined with the type of the mosque, can very well lead to an initial dating in the early 16th century. Other elements of the building, however, undoubtedly date to the 19th century, specifically the plaster reliefs around the windows inside, the neoclassical form of the mihrab, similar to that of the Ajami in Rhodes, clearly dates to the end of 18th, beginning of 19th century. Therefore, there is ample indication that the mosque was built in the 16th century and renovated in the 19th century, as stated by both Gabriel and Goodwin, who studied, but not extensively, the monument. At the central north entrance, a magnificent marble Renaissance alcove has been incorporated as a door frame. It consists of a heavy lowered arched canopy made of 3 pieces, of which the middle one is straight, decorated on the front with 3 bands of astragals and other floral motifs. The intrados of the vaulted section is divided into 3 parts, with the middle deeper and wider, decorated with garlands of flowers. On the middle voussoir, there is a circular adornment with a truncated cross and a hole for hanging a lantern. Above the arch, heavy marble slabs more than 10 centimeters thick complete the rectangle of the composition. In the circular sectors that are formed, floral adornments are curved. This composition rests on a complex projecting string course that includes convex and concave sections and an astragal forming capitals and straight sections. The whole frame stands on 2 monolithic piers of different marble that are placed on either side of the entrance. Apparently, they have been installed to raise the canopy and accommodate the entrance opening. These piers are supported by a system of pillars and columns. The columns are in front and are plain, decorated with simple garlands of flowers. Behind them, there are pillars and piers that are attached to the walls. They are decorated with representations in a vertical array depicting objects of war with great variety and expressiveness. Cannons, lances, helmets, trumpets, and banners. Piers and columns are crowned with similar capitals of the Corinthian type. These 2 supports stand on bases with simpler decoration, but contemporary with the pedestal columns. They are raised on marble pieces without decoration, similar to those found between the piers and the canopy. The main entrance to the mosque under the canopy is a typical Ottoman semicircular arch with stones of 2 colors, great white, not red, which is a later color. Inside, there is a second arch of double curvature in which the holes for the door hinges are opened. Above the doorway, a 19th century plaster pediment has been placed with interlaced flowers similar to the 19th century ornament of the interior. This door frame is apparently a freestanding monument which has been moved from elsewhere and adapted with great care by the Ottoman architects. to create the entrance to the mosque. Its decorated sections belong to a monument of the purest Veneto-Lombard style, which according to experts originally housed a knight's tomb, probably dating in the 15th, early 16th century, as we will see below. The canopy was raised on marble pieces in order to accommodate the door, very well adapted for the safe supported integration of the monument in the wall. The intermediate piers have been significantly reduced in width, but with great care so that this conversion goes almost unnoticed. At the rear, it appears that the wall was partially removed to embed the structure, so we can attempt a graphic reconstruction of the original monument. This monumental door frame, of course, did not escape the attention of the scholars that dealt with the monuments of Hospitaller Rhodes. This particular monument was identified by Albert Gabriel in 1921. Hermes Balducci, in his work of 1931, Orme del Rinascimento Italiano in Rodi al tempo dei Cavalieri, systematically referred to it and attributed to a knight's tomb in general. He observed, rightfully so, the reduction of the width of the supports by cutting off the inner mirror and proposed an interesting graphic restoration without going in detail, since his aim was only to highlight the presence of Italians in general in Hospitaller Rhodes. In our days, Jean-Bernard de Vèvre again dealt with it very systematically in his paper L'Enfer du tombeau de Pierre d'Aubusson, Grand Maître de Rhodes, without mentioning Balducci. He argued that this construction can be generally dated between 1470 and 1520 and belongs to the Veneto-Lombard tradition, despite the fact that it cannot be attributed to a specific artist. It could have been ordered in Italy or made in situ by an Italian artist. It bears striking similarities to elements carved in low relief on the tomb of Francesco Todeschini, Archbishop of Siena and Cardinal in 1460, who was elected Pope in 1503 and took the name of Pius III. For stylistic reasons, it can generally be placed around the 1500s, while reliefs must be attributed to some Grand Magister who had won an important victory. The tombs of Orsini and Del Carreto are known, so the tomb must have belonged to Pierre d'Aubusson. De Vèvre also proposed a fairly convincing graphic representation. This proposal is absolutely convincing. As it is known, d'Aubusson became Grand Magister in 1476 and successfully led the knights during the Grand Siege of Rhodes by the Ottomans in 1480, when he was seriously wounded. He died in 1503. Pierre d'Aubusson seems to have planned in advance his burial place in the monastic church of Saint-Jean-Baptiste, like his predecessors, in a private chapel. In fact, it seems that his successor, Emery d'Amboise, was also buried with him because his tomb had not been built yet at the time of his death. It is therefore not unlikely that such an important magister commissioned a grand tomb in Italy or from an Italian artist. Rhodes finally succumbed to the Ottomans in 1522 by Suleiman Pasha armies. Despite the fact that the occupation took place with the agreement of the two warring parties, it seems that the Ottomans indulged in looting and destruction. For the extent of the destruction, can only speculate from sparse descriptions. For this reason, de Vèvre supposes that the Ottomans, discovering the tomb of d'Aubusson, the great magister had won a resounding victory over the army so numerous with such powerful artillery of Mohammed II. As a highly symbolic gesture, they placed it to adorn the gate of Suleiman's Mosque, which was built to commemorate their great victory. The new master of Rhodes, appropriating the ornaments which commemorated the victory over his grandfather, thus wished to divert them to his own glory. The church of Saint Jean-Baptiste, that was in close proximity to Suleymaniye, was completely destroyed in 1856 after the accidental explosion of a forgotten gunpowder storage room located under the church since the time of the Knights. However, from the 19th century, we have some description of the church and engravings by Vidocq of it before the destruction. We even know the location of the tomb in the church, thanks to a note by Swedish doctor Hendeborg about the research he had carried out there in 1850, who specifies that on the south side, in the corner, near the place where the monuments of Aubusson and Amboise were. Here's a graphic reconstruction of the church. Also, in engravings by Villeneuve-Bargemont from a book of 1852 that published earlier manuscripts probably appears a representation of the tomb very closely resembling the monument we are discussing, probably copied from an original manuscript in the archives of the Malta order. For the above, De Vevre declares, quoting Somi Piccinardi, a writer of the end of 19th century, that are figments of the imagination of the writers of the 19th century who were inspired by the door of the mosque and not by the actual monument where d'Aubusson, who had never appeared, sitting. The proposal for the attribution of the funerary monument to the Grand Master d'Aubusson is completely acceptable, although in the graphic representation of the original form, De Vevre missed the reduction of the vertical mirrors, which Balducci pointed out. Therefore, the latter's proposal must be closer to reality. However, the time of the placing of the tomb as a door frame is debatable. I think a 19th century date is more likely for the following reasons. The possibility that some Ottoman scholar, 42 years after the siege of 1480, remembered d'Aubusson's name and was able to read it on his tomb from Latin or Greek is really too far-fetched. There is ample evidence from texts, although conflicting, that d'Aubusson's grave reached 19th century, despite what De Vevre says. Apparently, Rotier, Bossio, etc. saw this tomb inside the church of Saint-Jean a few years before it was blown up in 1856. However, in this engraving of 1828, no structure can be seen inside the church. If the tomb existed, it would probably be in some underground crypt or in an other outside chapel that escaped the blast. Finally, on the wall behind the door frame, there are disturbances and traces of older structures, which were probably replaced by the Renaissance portico. After the above, we will make the following working hypothesis. The tomb of d'Aubusson somehow escaped the looting of 1523 and the blasting of 1856. However, it was located in a now almost dilapidated building. For this reason, it was carefully dismantled and its pieces were transferred at Suleiman's Mosque, which was being renovated at the time. The sculptural figures were removed or were already destroyed, and the plaster plant composition was placed on top of it, similar to the decoration of the interior. For no apparent reason, the depth was reduced at the same time, possibly because it was no longer necessary to bear sculptures. However, what did the new door frame replace? It is unlikely that the entrance was originally a simple door in such an important building. More attention should be paid to another mosque in Rhodes. The Ibrahim Pasha Mosque is a simple one-room mosque, much humbler than Suleymaniye, without any datable details. Over the entrance, it bears an inscription that reads, Sultan Selim Khan, the conqueror's son, Sultan of the land and the sea. Sultan Suleiman built this mosque from the ground up and in a fine rhythm in this city on the passage to Arabia, Hajj. May God protect this mosque from all evil. May God accept this good work he did in Rhodes. Let whoever enters this mosque be safe. Hegira 947, 1540. This inscription on a mosque bearing the name of a Grand Vizier who was strangled in 1536 and is not mentioned to have ever set foot in Rhodes is very strange. Why is this mosque not handed over to us as Suleymaniye? We can, as a working hypothesis for the time being, conjecture that the inscription was removed from Suleiman's mosque to be placed at Ibrahim Pasha's simultaneously with the modification of the door in order to accommodate the Renaissance door frame. The reason unknown. At present, research cannot provide the final answer without extensive study of the Ottoman archives and inscriptions inaccessible to this scholar. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very interesting sort of, trying to find out the origins of the door. Very interesting. Thank you. So now we pass to our last speaker of this session. If you can, yes. So our last speaker is Defne Naz-Kut. Defne teaches Italian at the Italian Institute in Istanbul, and she's also a PhD student at Koç University, working with Professor Günsel Renda, and she has done great research on the Ottoman images in Italian prints, and she still finds very interesting images of the Ottomans. So now tonight her paper is on victories and defeats Messenia between Venice and the Ottoman Empire in Venetian prints and engravings. Please, Defne. You are muted.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Hocam, for the introduction. In this presentation, I will briefly focus on Venetian perception of their victories and defeats in Messenia region in Morea, and how they were represented in the Venetian engravings, as well as their overall role in the creation and circulation of the image of the Ottoman Empire, through a sample of primary sources that include visual representations or allegories of the Ottomans during the wars in Messenia from an iconographical perspective. Before moving on with the engravings, I would like to briefly provide some geographical and historical context. Messenia, also identified as Belvedere on this 17th century Venetian map, holds a significant historical and strategic importance due to its location on the southwestern edge of the Peloponnese. The region's geographical location serves as a crucial hub for maritime activity and also trade, because it's connecting sea routes in the Adriatic, the Aegean, and the Ionian Seas. Beyond its strategic positioning, Messenia boasts fertile plains, making it agriculturally rich. Furthermore, the control of Messenia makes it accessible to valuable resources, sustaining both the local population and military endeavors. Several strategically vital cities and ports, including Modon, Coron, Navarin, and Kalamata, further enhance Messenia's significance, since these fortified towns contribute to the region's defensive capabilities and maritime prowess, due to all these Venetian and Ottoman castles built on top of each other over the centuries as unique examples of spolia. For all these reasons, Messenia, as well as the broader region of Morea, have been witness to a series of conflicts since ancient times. And this brings us to our topic today. In the context of Ottoman-Venetian battles, Messenia's strategic ports played a pivotal role in controlling key sea routes, prompting both the Venetians and Ottomans to vie for control. The first one of these prolonged rivalries in the region began during the reign of Sultan Bayazit II. In 1499, the Ottoman forces, led by Kemal Reis, achieved significant victories, capturing key Venetian territories, including the two eyes of the Republic, Modon and Coron, thereby consolidating Ottoman control in the Messenian region. This war concluded with an armistice in 1503, acknowledging Ottoman gains and marking a significant shift in the balance of power in the Eastern Mediterranean. In the 16th and 17th centuries, Modon, Coron, Navarin, and other Morean towns were under Ottoman rule. In 1645, however, Mehmed IV initiated a naval campaign on Crete, and as a part of this prolonged war, in 1659, Venetian commander Francesco Morosini, collaborating with Maniot, captured Kalamata in Messenia. In 1683, the failed Ottoman attempt to take Vienna led to wars with the Holy League, and the Sixth Ottoman-Venetian War, also called the Morean War, broke out. Here, the Venetians had achieved victories under the commander Francesco Morosini, and it resulted in Venetian conquests in Messenia. Eventually, the signing of the Treaty of Karlowitz in 1699 caused significant losses in the Ottoman territories, and as stated in the traditional historiography, marked the beginning of the Ottoman decline. Shortly after, the Seventh Ottoman-Venetian War began, with the Ottoman aim to reconquer Morea. Grand Vizier Silahtar Damat Ali Pasha led the Ottomans to recapture the Messenian towns. Eventually, the Treaty of Passarowitz confirmed Venetian loss of Morea, ending the centuries-old rivalry in the region. Morea remained under the Ottoman rule until gaining independence in 1829 during the Greek War of Independence. While all those political developments and territorial shifts were happening in Morea, something else was going on in the lagoon. In the 16th century, Venice had become one of the two major printing centers in the Italian peninsula along with Rome. It became a hub of news and information due to its position and status, because it was close to intellectual centers such as Padua and Bologna, but it also had the money, the freedom, and the interest to invest in the creation and circulation of news, ideas, and images with the advent of the printing press. Thanks to all who gathered and collaborated with each other in Venice, especially the book and map publication, mostly for the intellectual and the bureaucratic elite, flourished. Moreover, pamphlets known as fogli volanti, like religious broadsheets, newsletters, and other ephemera, were commercially printed for the public consumption. As a popular subject, the news about the conflicts with the Ottoman Empire, especially the victorious ones, such as the Battle of Lepanto or Morosini's conquests in Morea, were published quite often in the Venetian printing houses. Since people were naturally curious to learn about what was going on, the newsletters called avvisi or ragguagli, as well as relazioni, were printed and circulated around the squares of Venice. While some of them consisted of only text, some of them included visual illustrations. For the illustrated ones, Venetian engravers of the era, such as Vincenzo Coronelli, Domenico Rossetti, Stefano Scolari, and Isabella Piccini, produced many visual accounts of the battle. Naturally, most of their representations were of a victorious genre and they focus on Venetian victories to celebrate Republic's conquests. Therefore, most of the visual material in the 17th century has more of a propagandistic nature, while the representations of the Venetian defeats in the Second War or in the Seventh War either depict the chaotic nature of the battles or simply provide information about what was going on through the siege maps without any allegorical representations. Let's analyze some of them. To my knowledge, the only surviving Venetian engraving depicting the Second Ottoman-Venetian War is this hand-colored woodcut that illustrates a scene from the Battle of Zonchio. It is made by an unknown Venetian artist, probably around 1500. It includes a stylistic depiction of galleys with numerous small vessels around them, and the main ships are inscribed as Nave Loredan, Nave Turquesca, and Nave dell'Arme, respectively for their Venetian admirals Antonio and Loredan and Albano d'Arme, and they bear the banners as well as cannons. It is an accurate portrayal of the Ottoman galley of Kemal Reis in between the two Venetian ones. I say accurate portrayal since the comparison between a contemporary Ottoman miniature of Kemal Reis's Göke-type galley also demonstrates. Although there are stylistic differences, the two representations are very similar. Considering the tradition of naval knowledge of Venetians, as well as their technical engraving skills, it is not surprising that they depicted the ship so accurately. In this crowded battle scene, it is possible to notice Kemal Reis, inscribed as Kamali, commanding the Ottoman soldiers that carry shields with crescents and turbans. Janissaries, with their traditional headgear called akberg, are depicted attacking with their bows, and soldiers are shown falling to the sea from the ships. Overall, this big and very detailed engraving depicts the chaotic atmosphere of a sea battle perfectly. The fact that there's a contemporary copy of this engraving made in 1935 stresses its enduring relevance. This one also stands out as a documentary and artistic image, and obviously not of a celebratory genre, compared to the engravings made after the Sixth Ottoman Venetian War. Indeed, as opposed to earlier visual accounts of Ottoman Morea in the late 17th century, Venetian workshops accelerated the production of images depicting the region. These are mostly work prints drawn in a technical manner to emphasize settlements, topography, castles, buildings, tents, or ships. And in this period, Vincenzo Coronelli, the renowned engraver and official cosmographer of the Republic of Venice, played a significant role. In his atlases, Le Conquiste della Serenissima Repubblica di Venezia and Memoria Historiografica della Morea, Coronelli showcased Venetian triumphs through detailed siege maps and battle scenes. He presented Morosini's conquest and the geography of Morea to a broader audience. Coronelli's works introduced new topographical elements as well, including views of Patras, Navarin, Modon, Mani, and Mistra, expanding the visual narrative beyond the Ottoman-Venetian conflicts of the time and creating a cartographic model for its successors. It is also interesting that in different editions of the same engraving, variations are notable, reflecting Coronelli's adaptation, alteration, or addition of plates and texts in response to historical or political needs, as Leonora Navari discovered in previous research. A notable instance is observed in the engraving Piazza di Calamata. In this original Conquista publication, an unidentified horseman is present, while in the Morea edition, this figure is conspicuously absent after recutting and re-engraving. The modified plate now features a wounded Ottoman soldier with arrows on his body, lying on the floor in a struggling motion, symbolizing Venetian victory. Apart from this significant change, the rest of the engraving has pretty similar scenes. At the background, there's the town of Kalamata. In the middle, there's a group of Venetian galleys and a crowded battle scene where the Ottomans and Venetians are easily distinguishable by their costumes and by their facial expressions, of course. It is interesting that only Venetians are described with rifles, whereas the Ottomans defend themselves only with their swords and shields. This is an effective first image for propagating the Venetian success in their campaign of Morea. A more military depiction in this album is the siege map of Kalamata that you see on the left corner. It is a simple military map with almost no figures, but the emphasis is rather on the disposition of the fleet and the tents. We see the simple depiction of the town of Kalamata and the Ottoman tents defined by their crescents and the Venetian ones. In the middle, the two forces are positioned, ready to engage in the battle. A heavy smoke on Venetian side suggests that the first cannons were fired and the battle has started with the galleys on the seashores. Considering his position as the official cosmographer of the Republic, it is safe to assume that Coronelli's engravings were reliable historical sources prepared with high concerns for military accuracy. A composition of historically accurate military siege map, as well as a symbolic figure illustration that propagates the Venetian victory over the Ottomans, is the engraving of Coron, again published by himself at the same year, in the same album. In the center of the engraving that you see on the right, the castle of Coron is represented with its towers with tips in the shape of crescents. The main tower of the castle also bears the Ottoman flag with 3 crescents and is inscribed with the date of 1463, the date in which the town fell in the hands of the Ottomans during the reign of Bayazit II. It is a very descriptive plan of the siege that depicts not only the topography and its disposition, but also shows the Venetian attacks through curved lines in the middle. On another engraving that you see on the right top, you see that Coronelli places an Ottoman soldier very creatively holding the curtain of the siege map as if he was trying to get out of this situation. His hands or neck are chained in one single chain, implying his imprisonment. The impression on his face also suggests anguish and despair, which is a very common narrative for the European depictions of the Ottomans following the Battle of Lepanto. From an iconographical perspective, this small addition creates a strong symbolic narrative about the defeated. In other examples, we see that the tradition that has begun with Coronelli's work has been used by either directly copying from the plates or by altering the symbolic representations in the corners of the plates. But in almost all of them, we see accurate portrayals of topography and geography, making it important sources of information. Let's quickly see some other examples from other Messenian towns and their engravings, such as Zarnata and Navarin, today Pylos, and move on to some allegorical ones. This descriptive and informative map production continues to celebrate the Venetian victories, and in some cases with more striking allegorical representations at the edges of the maps. In this one, for example, by Stefano Scolari, the Morean Peninsula is described in detail with an allegory at the left corner. If we analyze its symbols in detail, we see the traditional iconography of triumph through the symbol of the Lion of Saint Mark beating a dragon that represents the powerful, scary, and savage enemy, which is the Ottoman Empire. Another allegorical pamphlet on Venetian victory in Morea is by Suor Isabella Piccini. Under the divine figures, like the symbol of Virgin Mary, she places the same traditional image of the Lion of Saint Mark beating the dragon. This scene is inscribed, the moon, meaning the crescent, under the feet. Or, put the dragon's head in the waters, meaning the Ottoman defeat in the naval war. Or, we will not be afraid while the earth is disturbed and the mountains are moved into the sea, emphasizing the savage and devastating nature of war. As can be observed here, this usage of symbols and allegories had become a tradition in the engravings of this genre and is typically found in many of the Venetian prints focusing on the Morean War. I wish we had more time to delve into each and every one of them, but now I will move on to my conclusion. Overall, Venetian prints, especially in the 16th and 17th centuries, emerged as a key medium for spreading news and shaping narratives. From the chaotic Battle of Zonchio to Vincenzo Coronelli's detailed depictions, the engravings reveal the artistry and propaganda altogether. Naturally, we see a shift in tone and frequency with a surge in celebratory engravings following Venetian victories. The fact that this period coincides with Venice's emergence as a printing center, these engravings from this era serve dual purposes, portraying not only documentary depictions of topographies and battle scenes, but also incorporating allegories and propaganda during and beyond the course of war. This period also aligns with the Enlightenment period, characterized by a surge in scientific cartography, where the engravers and printers tried to ensure accurate depictions of geographical and topographical aspects. Here, Vincenzo Coronelli, who inspired his successors, holds a pivotal role. While his work serves documentary, historical, scientific, and geographical purposes, the question arises: can we solely categorize Coronelli's contributions as documentary? His status as the state cosmographer suggests a dual function, simultaneously serving as a tool for the state propaganda, embellishing victories, and projecting Venetian strength. In essence, the engravings from this transformative period navigate the line between allegorical propaganda and documentary precision, reflecting the multifaceted nature of art in the service of politics and history. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Daphne. My internet is a little bit unstable, so I might get stuck somehow. Now we pass to the questions and comments. Ergun Lafi, are there any questions or any comments to his paper? It was about a horde, a Frankish horde that was discovered. Yes, I think Mr. Papakostas has a question.
Yes, hi, good evening. I was wondering about the date of when the horde was concealed. I think, Ergun, you mentioned early 14th century, presumably on the basis of the latest coins in the horde. I mean, can you say a little bit more about that? What do you know about that date of concealment?
Yes, well, archaeologically, I would say, because the layer that they found at the Höyük, at the Magula of Hastane in Akhisar, they got such a layer that gives only that type of pottery from that period, that particular period, as well as they had also some other coins which were just sort of helping to date the layer precisely. Because if we have like Höyük finds in Western Anatolia, then we're sort of luckier than the other type of sites, other type of settlements, as we have most of the time certification, not exclusively for medieval period, but Akhisar, but Hastane Höyük is an important place, is a significant place for its medieval layers. So that we are more or less sure to say that it is a sealed hoard, and we can more or less sort of date it precisely into the late 13th and early 14th century. An interval of, like, I would say 40 to 50 years. Yeah.
Okay, good, thanks. So you do have sort of additional evidence, it's not just the coins, there is more.
Yeah, I just want to sort of focus on the coins exclusively, because this is the conference for Italian material in the East, in Turkey, in Greece, in the Aegean. So that was what I actually wanted. But it's good that you told me about that, so that I will also remark it in my text before I forget.
Thank you.
Thank you for your remark.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Yes, if it's possible.
Yes, please.
Hello? Do you hear me?
Yeah, we do.
Okay. I was very interested in your presentation, Kud, on the Vincenzo Coronelli propaganda and the like. It
Is
was
your
something
question?
that. Sorry? Hello?
Sorry, is your question to Daphne or to Ergun?
Sorry.
Is your question to Ergun?
No. Sorry, I will wait then. Okay.
Yes. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
No, you sort of scare me with your what you said with the scandals and whatever stuff. So thank you for this.
Okay. Any other questions for Ergun? No. Okay, then we pass to the second one. Our second speaker is not here. I think he couldn't get connected. So it was Vasilis Pandoulis who spoke out about the mosque in the Dimethiko and about the fresco that they have discovered on the mihrab. Are there any questions or comments? Well, I have some, if you permit. Such paintings, such frescoes, of course, they do exist also on some mihrabs in Western Anatolia, especially in the late 18th and in the 19th centuries. So I think what needs to be done is to ask the restoration people of the mosque to see if this fresco is on the same plaster level as the construction of the first construction of the mosques. Only in that case we can be sure that they have that the fresco is also from the 15th century. Of course, we know that there has been Italian artists also in Anatolia. We know, for example, that the Lapseki castle in southern Marmara region was constructed by an Italian architect. Also, we can follow up certain architectural details that show us that the Italians were there, even though we cannot sort of pin down those artists by their names or by archival material. But I think the painting that you have found can also be from the 19th century, especially when we consider that Italian painters also worked in Edirne in the 19th century, which of course is not very far away from the Demetico.
Yes, you're right. The most obvious could be that the painting should be dated to 19th century, but there are some archaic elements that are not Baroque elements or Rococo elements. There's, although the iconography seemed to be could be 19th century. It's totally different from the iconography of 18th, 19th century, which is Soto in the lower levels. It's totally different. The colors are different. The treatment is different. Probably it was repainted. I don't know whether it was repainted or not. The problem is that I do not discover this fresco. I visited twice the mosque in 2007 and 2009, and it was very hard to get in. I got a certain permission to get in, and I couldn't make clear photos. And the problem is that I believe that this fresco was damaged, seriously damaged so it is covered. And recently we had a paper presented in the conference of Athens, Greek Χριστιανική Αρχαιολογική Εταιρεία, on a canon, depiction of a canon, which is found somewhere inside the mosque. So we have a depiction of a canon, and this was interpreted as the first use of Ottomans, of canon by Ottomans, and that it was not successful. And afterwards, this fresco was covered by the Ottomans themselves. So it proved that this first use of canon was not successful. But I believe that this is all is fantasy. There are depictions, some small depictions, engravings inside the mosque, but it's very hard to see them. We don't know in which conditions they are, and the layers of paintings, frescoes, plaster, it's very confused. I visited the monument twice, and it's very hard to see. We don't know the situation because everything is covered. And now there's a team that is working from the University of Athens on the restoration of mosque, and they have even difficulties with archaeologists who is in charge of the monuments. They could not collaborate. All the stuff is very hard. So that was a presentation, that's a suggestion, and nothing more. I can say Professor Michela Gazzi, she just sent me a message. Interessante, il nome del luogo, proponto confronto con pittura del Quarriento, alleggo foto sede mostra del 2011 per incoronazione Vergine Padova, Chiesa Eremitani, 20 anche recente monografia di Zuleika Murat. So probably there is a feedback, but I would be very glad to see if there are any parallels or comparanda with this fresco, whether it's medieval or not, let's say.
Yeah, yes. Professor Renda, please.
I just want to say a few words about that. We do have very similar wall paintings, even in mosques or in houses, but the style is very, very similar. You know, And of course, we have to examine the state of the wall painting, you know, I mean, where it is located, you know, I mean, you know, the door, the wall, and all these layers and etc. But style-wise, I can think of many similar examples. We even have them in, you know, even in Syria, in several, you know, areas in Turkey in the late period, late 18th or early 19th. And we do have a lot of examples also in the Balkans, this architectural style, you know. And of course, at first sight, when you see the perspective and the way that they have lined up, you know, buildings, but this is what they try to do in all the world paintings. And we do have many records of, you know, really Italians, Greek, or, you know, several artists of different origin working for these, you know, wall paintings. So really, I think we really have to look in those examples as well. But this is very interesting. I personally had not seen that. So thank you very much for introducing to us. That's why we have all these conferences, you know, to find more examples and go deeper into research. Thank you, Phyllis.
Thank you, Professor Renda. Yes. Any other comments or questions, Vasilis? No. Okay, then we pass to the third speaker, Mr. Voyogis. Any comments or questions? I think the reproduction of the, or reconstruction, I would say, not reproduction, of course, reconstruction was very well done. I mean, it was really detailed and convincing, especially the fact that all these symbolic images around the door panel and how they were used elsewhere was very impressive. Yes, I think, Ergun, you have a question?
Yes, thank you very much, first of all, for this very informative lecture that I learned a lot. As a person from Izmir, we go to Rhodes a lot because it's just very close area to us. So I bring some Turkish tourists to the area. So each time when I go there, I need to learn a little bit about Rhodes and its Ottoman heritage, of course. And if I'm not wrong, there's one new publication of Anna Maria Castagli. I think she's a famous name in Greece for the Rhodian heritage. She published, if I'm not wrong, in 2016 in Oxford by Arco-Press, a volume about the stone carving of the Hospitaller period in Rhodes, about the pieces and fragments. I mean, if I'm remembering it correctly, she indicates somewhere that the minaret and this whole thing was maybe imported from Italy by the knights. So I was wondering if you have any idea about the role of knights, the Rhodian knights in your mosque and its reusing elements. Thank you.
The knights were gone when the mosque was constructed, of course, and but this door frame might have come from Italy or was made in situ. We don't really know if it was, but it was from an Italian artist. This is for certain. Where it was made, we don't really know. Maybe it was cut in pieces because it is constructed in pieces and brought there. We don't really know exactly how this thing came and was put there. But certainly it was, this is for sure, I'm sure about it, it's from the tomb, Knight's tomb.
Because each time when I go there, I'm always just telling to my people that these are like from the Hospitaller, but that's not, obviously not. So I learned it from you. Thank you very much for this information.
Thank you.
Well, the islands of Rhodes and Crete, of course, are so hybrid in their architectural styles that Crete also is like that. Where you go, you say to yourself, is this Italian? Is this Ottoman? Is this hybrid? Is this Greek? Very interesting places for encounters of cultures. Yes, Mr. Papakostas.
Yes, related to this last issue of where this doorway could have been made. Soteria, I mean, what does the material tell us? Do we know what sort of stone it is made from? Or is it not easy to establish? I mean, is it something that could have been available locally on Rhodes or not?
I haven't really checked about the material, but thank you. I will check that.
Okay. And could I ask a second question related to this very interesting doorway? Well, you concluded that it was placed there at the mosque in the 19th century.
Yeah.
What would people, well, whoever took it and placed it there, I guess the authorities in charge of the mosque, what would they have thought about it? Would they have known that it was a part of a tomb, of a funerary monument, of a Grand Master, or would they not be aware of its history?
I really don't believe in projecting our thoughts about ideology in back in time. So I think they saw something very nice, which was in a dilapidated building, and they took it and put it there. I don't believe that they saw that this was by D'Aubusson or it was a very nice object. And the people who were renovating the mosque, they found that in the Saint Jean-Baptiste, which was completely destroyed, and they took it with very great care and put it there because they liked it, not because they thought that it would represent something else.
Yeah.
This is my idea. I don't know exactly. We were not there to ask them, but this is what I believe.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We now pass to our last speaker, Defne Kut. Are there any questions and comments for her paper on the images of the Ottomans? We had one in reserve, so please go on. You're muted, Andrew.
Andrew, unmute yourself. The microphone, Andrew.
The microphone.
Yeah. Sorry,
Okay.
Can you hear me now? Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, fine.
Okay, fantastic. So I was very interested in your concept of the use of propaganda by the Venetians. And you were talking about Vincenzo Coronelli in the 17th century. I had done some work a few years ago looking at the 15th century depiction of Negroponte. Early in the 15th century and then towards the end of the 15th century. And it was very interesting how on maps, Negroponte was slowly growing in size. Its depiction grew from just being a little town compared to Athens to becoming 5 times the size of Athens by the time we got to 1485, which was the Isolario of Bartolomeo d'Alisoneti. So I wonder whether my question is whether you have actually looked at earlier maps to see whether the Venetians or whether the Genoese or anybody else for that matter were actually using that immediate in that early period as propaganda.
Thank you for the question and also for letting me know about the Negroponte maps. I have checked some earlier Venetian, not just Venetian, but earlier maps, but I cannot say that they were all in world maps or atlases like Juan del Monte's, for example. But after that, I haven't come across anything. But I should look. I know that not for propaganda purposes, but obviously because it is there's this one by Pirides in the 15th century. In the 16th century during the Ottoman rule, he actually depicts this area along with many other places in his famous Kitab al-Bahri, Book of Navigation. But besides that, I haven't come across anything Venetian, at least, with propaganda purposes. I should look for that.
Well, the interesting thing with the Sonetti one is his Isolare was actually dedicated to the Doge of Venice. So there's a very clear link politically between him as a cartographer or sailor and the state. But anyway, that it was just a bit of information that I wanted to add. Okay.
Thank you
very much. Anyway, for a great presentation.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments to Daphne? Okay, thank you very much. This has been a quite long session because of technical problems. So now I close the session, and I don't know when the other session will start. Maybe Basilis can tell us.
Yes, the next session will start at 7 o'clock. We have 3 papers since the paper from Mrs. Yildiz will not be presented. So we have 3 papers, and the session is Italy and Cyprus Artistic Relations. Will be back at 7 o'clock Venice time. Thank you very much. Teşekkürler, Dr. Filiz, Professor Filiz. Thank you very much for being with us, and thank all the speakers for this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for this organizing this marvelous conference. You don't stop. I mean, this is at least the 4th conference that I'm
stop. It's my final stop.
Yes. Bravo. Congratulations.
Grazie.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Pascali. Would we start the session?
I am ready.
Okay. Dear colleagues, welcome to the 8th session of this conference, Italy and Cyprus, Artistic Relations, 15th, 16th century. The first speaker is Tasos Papakostas, Senior Lecturer in Byzantine Material Culture, King's College of London. Professor Papakostas will present his paper, Relief Carving in Venetian Cyprus, made in Venice or made in Cyprus. Professor Papakostas, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, Dimitri. I assume you can see my first slide, right? And it's full screen?
Yes, it's okay.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks a lot. Good evening to everyone. I'll get started. It's been a long day, and I guess we're all exhausted. I will try not to keep you for too long. So, let's see. There we go. Here we've got on the right an armorial panel of Bishop Niccolò Dolce of Limassol, the Latin Bishop of Limassol at the turn of the 16th century. It was placed on the facade of the Latin Archbishopric building, or the compound that housed the Latin Archbishopric in Nicosia, not in Limassol. That's where it survives today. The bishop, as far as we know, never traveled to Cyprus. He was in Venice, he was in Italy. So the panel must have been installed there by his representative on the island. And we know that this happened in other cases in Cyprus with Latin prelates. As you can see, I hope, from the photograph, this was almost certainly carved out of a slab of Proconnesian marble, which is one very sort of interesting fact about the panel. Now, Proconnesian marble was, of course, imported to Cyprus in late antiquity in large quantities for late antique basilicas and all sorts of other buildings. The ruins of those buildings were being exploited, were being excavated by the Venetians, well, during the period of Venetian rule on Cyprus in the 16th century. And indeed, using an old spolium, a sort of 1,000-year-old piece of marble to recarve and display was quite common in this period. I'm showing you two examples from the fortifications of Famagusta. These are, of course, state-sponsored projects. That's not an episcopal sort of object related to a bishop. But the practice is well attested, so nothing surprising about using old marble for this purpose. On the other hand, however, there's also lots of Proconnesian marble in Venice itself. There was and still is lots of Proconnesian marble. According to Lorenzo Lazzarini, in fact, there is something like 1,000 columns surviving today in Venice, carved out of Proconnesian marble, taken, of course, there after 1204, primarily from both Constantinople and other places in the Eastern Mediterranean. At San Marco alone, there's something like 180 Proconnesian marble columns, both inside and outside, of all sorts of sizes, and something like 3,500 square meters of marble revetments in Proconnesian, as we see on the image on the left, in Proconnesian marble. So I wonder, could the panel of the bishop, of Bishop Dolce of Limassol in Cyprus, could this have also been carved in Venice rather than in Cyprus and sent over by the bishop? So in this case, the material itself, Proconnesian marble, cannot help us very much in determining the place where this was made. Now, the carving on the panel is very accomplished. And in fact, in terms of quality, it is among the best surviving examples on Cyprus from that period. There are a few elements which I think support the Venetian rather than Cypriot carving idea in this panel. Let me explain. First of all, there is the heraldic beast, the animal shown on the heraldic shield. This is quite rare. It's an example of a mythical dolce, or dolce in Venetian dialect. It's a heraldic panther, which was used intermittently in this period for coats of arms. And you see an example in the middle used for the Pisani coat of arms. So very similar. This was definitely made in Venice, the one in the middle, very similar beast to the one on our Cyprus example. So that's one element, the heraldic beast that suggests Venice. The second is the decorative motif on the frame of the panel, of the Cypriot panel, the Dolce panel, with the palmetto and lotus motif. Now, very common, of course, in the Renaissance, taken from ancient examples. It shows familiarity of whoever carved this panel with that sort of vocabulary. The images you see on the very left, just random examples from Italy, just to illustrate the popularity of this motif, which of course could have been transmitted to Cyprus through printed books, manuscripts, portable works of art. I'm not excluding that, but it is not, to my knowledge, it's not known in this kind of version, at least from Cyprus in this period. So in a way, as rare as the heraldic beast, as unique as that. And then there is the technique of that decorative motif. It is carved, it is incised, actually, also not common on Cyprus, but seen in many artifacts, many carved panels in Venice from this period. So I think all in all, I would tend to suggest a Venetian origin for this panel rather than a Cypriot one. Now, if you want to compare with what was being carved on the island, where at least there is some certainty, if you look at this panel, completely different context. Here we are in a rural environment, a church, a rural church. Over its western doorway, there is this panel, two heraldic shields again flanking a Greek inscription. Here, what definitely tells us that this was made locally is the material. This is local gypsum, in all likelihood, as far as I can tell. The type of gypsum called in Cyprus marmara, although it is not marble, it is used in vernacular architecture, mainly for paving, indoor paving. It is not suited to exposure to the elements. It gets abraded very quickly, very easily, as you see in the detailed photo. I mean, you can barely read the Greek inscription. It is all very eroded. So not good for fine carving, not ideal, and clearly locally made panel in this case. On the right, the Venetian column in Nicosia. Here we've got a spolium shaft, obviously, taken from some ancient site on the island, erected in Nicosia in the 1540s. Its base, its hexagonal plinth, bears or used to bear 6 carved square panels with the coats of arms of the Venetian officials imposed at the time. Here we are. So these panels, I mean, the stone, I think in this case is also local. It's a fine-grained stone. It must be local limestone. Again, not particularly good for carving, but not as bad as the previous example. The interesting aspect of this is the slight contrast between the whitish stone of the panels and the porous yellow sandstone of the plinth itself, which is very common in Nicosia. It's been the traditional building material in the area of Nicosia for centuries. So this juxtaposition, this color scheme, in a way is reminiscent perhaps a bit of what is happening in Venice with the contrast between Istrian stone and red brick, the traditional building element in Venice. And I think Istrian stone is indeed what we have in my next example. At the Famagusta Gate in Nicosia, built some 20 years after the erection of this column. Here we are. This was the most elaborate of the 3 gates of the city, built in the 1560s, together with the new fortifications around Nicosia. This is the inner facade towards the city, of course, with 6 heraldic shields, 6 panels on this facade, again representing the officials in post at the time. And if you look at the detail here on the left of the mula arms, the mula panel, one of the officials, I think this must be Istrian stone, therefore imported stone from the area of the lagoon, or perhaps even directly from Istria. What's important to note here is that these 6 panels were made at the same time as a set. The slight differences in shape, in size, reflect the hierarchy of the officials themselves. Their tenures, of course, overlap without coinciding exactly. And I think one might imagine that the last who arrived of these 6 officials, as it happens, this was the luogotenente Niccolò Dandolo, who arrived in the summer of 1568, knowing that the others were already on the island, already in post. Perhaps one could imagine him bringing these panels already carved from Venice to Cyprus in order to be installed on the facade of the gate that was just about to be completed. It's all very speculative, right? I'm just trying to make sense of this. And my last example, quite different yet again. Here we are at St. Mamas, a rural site west of Nicosia, but a very important pilgrimage church. So here we are not within a context with something sponsored by the state and its representatives, but a religious monument. One of the most, if not the most, ostentatious church built in Cyprus at the time, the 16th century. We happen to know that its patron was a well-known, very wealthy local aristocrat, Genius Inglitico. The church was equipped with lavish furnishings. As we see, there is the very tall iconostasis from the 1540s, probably, and Christodoulos, who we'll be talking later on, has worked on this. It belongs to a group of tall wood-carved iconostases on Cyprus. And again, Stella Frigerio Zeniu, who will be talking to us tomorrow, is looking at all these different elements from this period. Now, this one is unique in that it incorporates 2 Proconnesian colonnettes flanking the central opening. It's not the only one, but the integration of these colonnettes is particularly successful here. And it also has stone-carved closure slabs flanking those colonnettes at the bottom, as you see in the central image. These slabs were originally painted and gilded. There is some of the gilding surviving, and as you see, of course, they are in urgent need of conservation. And they are extremely unusual in a Cypriot context. The style of carving, first of all, the stone, I should say. I have no idea what kind of stone this is. I mean, before cleaning and conserving them, it's very difficult to tell, but it's probably not local. It's a very compact gray stone, perhaps marble, as we see bottom right. Then the style of the carving, which is very crisp. As you see, there are vegetal motifs, which are somewhat reminiscent of the vine scroll on one of the capitals we see on the left from the south arcade, one of the sort of most skillfully carved of the capitals in the church. So these panels, were they made locally or were they imported, as indeed Christodoulos has suggested? Well, the iconographic themes used on them, the motifs, are of course encountered in wood-carved iconostases, but they are very different in style, I think. Here they are much less stylized. It's all much more fluent, more naturalistic in rendering, and lots of odd fruit among the leaves. If anyone can identify what sort of fruit all this stuff is, I would be very grateful. You can see a bit more on this image. Now, considering the style of the carving, which is, I think, as exceptional and unusual as that of the first example, the Dolce, the bishop's panel, and perhaps the overseas origin of the stone, in conjunction with what we know about the patron of the church itself, Degno Singlitico, I would suggest that these are probably of Italian manufacture, perhaps commissioned by Singlitico himself or his son and heir in Venice, just like the Dolce panel, and sent to Cyprus in order to be installed here in this church. Now, the import of such artifacts, I mean, would be nothing unusual in a different context, in a Cretan context, for example. But in Cyprus, there is very little evidence of that sort of thing happening. Let me show you two examples on a larger scale. I mean, we do know, of course, from texts, from sources about the import of books, of manuscripts, of maiolica dishes, which are indeed found in excavations, of furniture as well. But in terms of sculpture and carvings, there isn't that much which can be certainly attributed to external sources, apart from a very small number. Now, here we're looking at on the left, we are looking at the Sea Gate in Famagusta. This is a very symbolic, very important monument, the first all'antica structure on Cyprus from the 1490s. This is not just the entrance into Famagusta from the harbor, it is the sort of official entrance into Cyprus, so to speak. And its lower part, under the sort of the lions and mark over there, the entire frame of the doorway, I think, is made of Istrian stone, white Istrian stone, therefore imported, presumably already carved, ready-made to be installed here at Famagusta. This is 1496, by the way. And it is, of course, a state-sponsored piece of architecture. The other example on the right, excavated on the site of the Latin cathedral at Paphos, probably part of a funerary monument. Again, here it's the stone that suggests that it's not of Cypriot origin. It's a very compact limestone, perhaps of North Italian origin. The canopy that comes with it contains inlay decoration in marble that is of even more remote origin, perhaps from Spain. I owe all this information to Dimitris Michailidis about the stone and the marble. So these are two good examples of the sort of thing that may have been imported to Cyprus from Italy at the beginning, towards the beginning and the end of the period of Venetian rule. Now, unlike Crete, there are no names in the sources or any information for Cyprus about sculptors, painters, craftsmen, artists from outside the island working on Cyprus, with perhaps one or two exceptions of ceramicists and well, very restricted evidence. So there's no, the Spandounis tomb in Thessaloniki, for example, there's no parallel to that from Cyprus, or the imported Vere da Pozzo that survive on Crete, imported from Venice, or the Rosso di Verona funerary slabs also on Crete, or the Istrian stone, I think it was again a Vere da Pozzo that we saw yesterday from Negroponte. Very little of that on Cyprus. So the question of craftsmen, their origin, their training remains to be explored in the case of Cyprus, always bearing in mind, of course, the specificities of the island, the distance from Venice, the relatively short duration of Venetian rule, barely a century, and of course the very strong earlier traditions of the island, both from the Byzantine and the Lusignan periods. Now, why does all this matter, you might wonder? After all we've seen today and yesterday, 2 or 3 pieces of imported carvings on Cyprus, Well, I think it's a wider context that gives sense to all of this, as was beautifully presented yesterday by Karen Matthews in her sort of overview and synthesis of everything else that is going on around in the Mediterranean world. And I will close by noting that there is a lot of work being done currently by colleagues, doctoral students on carving tools on Cyprus, techniques, the epigraphy of inscriptions, the iconography of funerary slabs. So we will have many more answers and more definitive sort of conclusions, hopefully soon. And I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Papakostas, for sharing with us this amazing material and for your important thoughts. And we proceed to the next speaker, Christodoulos Hatzichristodoulou, my old colleague in Thessaloniki. Christodoule, are you here? Christodoule? Open your microphone. Christodoule? Maybe has a problem.
Can wait for a while, and then if not, we will proceed to Conrad.
Okay.
Dimitris.
We can see Christodos, but his microphone is closed, and the camera. He raised his hand.
I cannot see him.
Action is unstable. What will do, Paschalis?
We should go to Conrad and then see if Christodoulos
Okay.
connected.
Okay, we can proceed to the next speaker, Mr. Konrad Paniewski. He is PhD candidate in Jagiellonian University. He will present his paper, Italian Patterns in Frescoes from the Church of Panagia Pantanas and Koulou. Mr. Paniewski, the floor is yours. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope you hear me well.
Yes, yes, it's okay.
Okay, so I will share my screen. And I hope you see.
Okay, but not in full screen.
Yes, I need to just give me a second.
Okay.
And here you should see the whole screen. Is it visible?
Yeah, yes, yes.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Dimitris, for the introduction. So, hello everyone, and firstly, I would like to especially thank Dr. Androudis and the entire organizing committee for this wonderful event, and of course for having me here. And I will outline some remarks on the iconography patterns of the Italian origin used in the decoration of the Church of Panagia Pantanassa in Koulou, currently a small village in Paphos district in Cyprus. So I'm changing the first slide. I hope it changed. I don't hear any votes that it didn't. So I will proceed. So let's start with a few words about the church itself. The building is a simple single nave structure which was extended to the east, most likely in the 18th century. The original medieval core of the church is therefore the western part, which must have once been entirely decorated with the frescoes. Here is the interior. A significant part of the original painted decoration has been preserved to this day. Thus, we find here a Christological cycle, which starts on the southern wall of the church and continues with the Passion cycle on the western wall, ending on the northern wall with the scene of the empty tomb. It can be assumed that in the church there was also a cycle dedicated to the life of Mary, of which only the scene of the first steps of Mary on the northern wall has survived. In addition to the narrative cycle, there is a row containing busts of saints in the lower register of the frescoes of the northern and southern walls. Within the wall niches, there is a representation of Mary assisted by the archangels and a group of donors, as well as two Old Testament episodes: the sacrifice of Isaac and the free calf in the fiery furnace. Depictions of various scenes can be also found on the arches of the niches. Although today Hulu is a small village, during the reign of the Lusinians in Cyprus, it remained in the royal domain. The high position of Hulu at this time is also evidenced in the Chronicle of Leontios Mahairas. We can find there information that in the 14th century, Hulu was ruled by Jean de Montolive, appointed in 1360 by Peter I Lusignan, Chamberlain of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. The church was first described by Rupert Ganis in his Guide to the Cities, Villages, Monasteries and Castles of Cyprus, published in 1936, where the author devoted a short fragment to the building and its decoration, dating into the beginning of the 16th century. This dating was later confirmed by Athanasios Papageorgiou within a brief note in the Cypriot Encyclopedia. Different dating of the execution of the frescoes, precisely the second half of the 15th century, was proposed in the literature by Michele Bacci and Ioannis Eliades. However, the frescoes from the church of Panagia Pantanassa were rarely included in literature so far, being only mentioned within broader studies. Surely, in the decoration of the church of Panagia Pantanassa, we can find features of the developed Paleologian style, which presence in Cypriot art can be tracked down to the second half of the 14th century. One of the first examples of this style within monumental painting would be part of the decoration of Church of the Holy Cross at Pelendri, namely Evangelist, Independentives of the Dome, dated to 1360s, and the decoration of the east end of the north aisle of this church, probably made before 1375. A developed Paleologian style is also present in the decorations of the churches of Famagusta, where, according to Bacci, a group of talented painters educated in Constantinople or Thessaloniki would have worked at the turn of 14th and 15th centuries during the Genoese dominance over the city. Although the iconography of Hulu frescoes generally follows the Byzantine tradition, it is worth emphasizing that paintings also contain iconographic details showing Western influences. The armors worn by soldiers in several narrative scenes, including the flagellation on the left and the crucifixion on the right, should certainly be considered an element of Western origin. This type of representations are widely represented in Cypriot art of the Lusinian times. Also, the depiction of Latin monk, visible in the flagellation scene, here on the far left, is undoubtedly an example of such influences. Apart from general Western patterns used in Hulu frescoes, there are motifs that can be directly linked to Italian direction of influence. These are for sure characteristic ornaments described by Bacci as Giotto quadrilobes, housing the busts of holy women on the arches of the niches. This type of ornament, according to Bacci, was a common motif used in the medieval East and West, dating back to early Islamic art. However, the origins of the quadrifoils present in Cyprus can be traced down to Italian art. This motif gained popularity thanks to its use in the stained glass windows of the upper church and the frescoes of the lower church in Assisi. This decoration could have had a significant influence on Italian artists of Trecento, including the leading figure of that period, Giotto, who used the motif of quadrifoils, framing the busts of saints in the decoration of the vault of Scrovegni Chapel in Padua. During the 14th century, this motif was transferred from Italy to the eastern part of Mediterranean, being present in the decorations of the churches built in areas under Latin rule, among others in Cyprus. Quatrefoils were widespread in the 14th century decorations in Famagusta churches. Their use continued throughout the period of Latin rule in Cyprus. This is evidenced by the frames of the busts of the apostles painted on the vault of the so-called Latin chapel in the monastery of St. John Lampadistis in Kalapaniotis, dating to the early 16th century. The quatrefoil type present in the cited examples was enriched in Hulu, where the medallions were interlaced by inserting a small circle in between. You can see it here. This modification of the well-established motif is known from decorations of Rhodes churches, such as the Church of St. Fanurios in the city of Rhodes, St. Nicholas in Agia Triada, or St. George in Archangelos. However, there is no doubt that the origins of this modification can be found in Italian art. As an example, one can mention the so-called Cope of Gelasius II, preserved in the Opera del Duomo Museum in Pisa. In this vestment, parts of which date back to the 14th century and parts to the 15th century, quatrefoils housing unfortunately poorly preserved busts of saints were also interlaced in the same way. Returning to Hulu, other interesting iconographic motif, probably also of Italian origin, is visible in the scene of the Way to Calvary. This type of depiction, where the cross is carried by Simon of Cyrene and Christ is held on a cord by a soldier, was widespread in the medieval Cypriot art. Such iconographic redaction was present in 14th century, e.g. in Church of Panagiatis Asiniou near Nikitari, or in the Church of St. Heraclidius in the monastery of St. John Lampadistis in Kalapaniotis. It was continued during the 15th century and then also in the times of Venetian rule. Here you can see Church of St. Paraskev in Yeroskipur and the Church of the Holy Cross of Agiasmati near Platanistasa, where the same redaction of this iconographic variation of this scene was used, quite popular one. This well-known scheme was also used in Hulu. However, here apart from tight hands, there is also a noose around Christ's neck. We can see it here. It's not really well preserved, but I hope we can see it. Such an iconographic nuance is rather unusual for the Cypriot painting. It rarely appears in Byzantine art, but is quite popular in 14th and 15th century Italian painting. In Italy, the scene of the Way to Calvary was arranged differently than in Byzantine art. It was not Simon of Cyrene, but Christ who carried the cross, and there was also a noose around his neck. This type of depiction was especially popular among artists originating from the Sienese school. We can find this motif among the works of, for example, Ugolino di Nerio. Here we can see the panel from the Santa Croce altarpiece. It was also popular in 14th century wall painting, as testified by the composition attributed to Lippo Memmi in Collegiata di Santa Maria Assunta in San Gimignano, or fresco from Corsini Rinuccini Sacristy in Basilica di Santa Croce in Florence by Spinello Aretino. It was in use also in the 15th century. Like here we can see the panel by Andrea di Bartolo, or fresco from Battistero di San Giovanni in Siena by Vecchietta. It seems that in Hulu, both of these traditions have been synthesized. the Byzantine Cypriote type of the scene, in which Simon of Cyrene carries the cross, was mixed with the use of Italian motif of the noose around Christ's neck. The proof of the fact that this iconographic pattern, known from Sienese painting, permitted Cypriot art is evidenced by the representation of the way to Calvary from the church of Panagia Chrysopantanassa in Paleorio. Here, the scene was divided into two episodes, the so-called Italian on the left and traditional Byzantine on the right. The church in Paleorio was decorated with frescoes during the Venetian rule, and its paintings reveal numerous Italian influences. Summing up the above considerations, the church decoration, most likely executed during the 15th century, undoubtedly follows the Byzantine painting tradition. In the frescoes, we can find features of the developed Paleologian style, present in Cyprus at least from the second half of the 14th century. Apart from that, though, in Hulu we can observe the use of motifs derived from Western and especially Italian art. The decoration of the Church of Panagia Pantanassa testifies to the phenomenon of the interpenetration of Byzantine and Latin patterns in the Eastern Mediterranean. The motifs appearing here seems to be another argument confirming the strength of Italian influence on Cypriot painting in the late Middle Ages. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your brilliant paper. And if Christodoulos is here, Christodoule?
Yes, Dimitri, do you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
You open your camera, if it's possible.
Yes, just a moment to share my screen. Okay.
Okay, Christodoulos Christodoulou is doctor archaeologist responsible for the Byzantine and post-Byzantine monuments of the metropolis of Morpho in Cyprus. And Christodoulou, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Painting artworks originating from Italy were active in Cyprus during the Latin period, 12th, 16th century, especially during the Venetian rule, 1489, 1571. Among the artistic trends that developed in Cyprus, two are of particular interest in regard to the subject of discussion. First are the works of Italian painting tradition that are reported or created on the island. Second are works that show influence from Byzantine art, also known as Italo-Byzantine, Italo-Cypriot, or Cypro-Renaissance art. You can see two examples, one from Gallo-Panagiotis and the other, the icon from Nicosia. Now we will present mostly Italian works dating from the 14th up to until the 16th century. Frescoes of this period include those of the Church of St. George Exorinos in medieval Famagusta. On the south wall of the corresponding nave, which is an addition of 1360-1370 to the original 13th century church, there is a rare representation of St. Mary Magdalene with her blonde hair loose. The depiction is in the Italian style with Paleologian influence and could be dated to the late 14th century. Further east, there is a salvage fragmentary angel with an Italian halo in relief, holding the edge of the veil of the Virgin Mary from the now lost representation of the Virgin Misericordia. Enlarged reports that there was even a head with halo from the same scene. A starry sky was depicted in the background. In the frame above the scene, we can see floral jewelry and the coat of arms of the aristocratic Genoese family, Gibele, which abandoned its possession in the East between 1289 and 1299 and settled in Famagusta. This family is apparently associated with a sponsorship of the church. Of particular interest are the radial relief halos of the sarcophagus, an element brought from the west. Similar are the 14th century halos of the sarcophagus from the Latin Church of St. Anne, built around 1363 in Famagusta. On the western bay of the west wall, there are depictions of an ornate arches and two holy princes in colorful detail. According to Michael Walsh, the important Il-Gothic J29 from Cyprus, currently housed at the Torino Biblioteca Nazionale Universitaria, St. Anne is a historiated letter, dressed in blue and holding a red book. Walsh supposed that this image can be projected close to the existing frescoes of the Church of St. Anne and also those of St. Helena, Margaret, Ursula, Catherine, and Lucy depicted in the church. During the 15th century, a significant economic recovery allowed for the creation of several churches throughout Cyprus, as well as their decoration with frescoes and icons. Contributing to this was the fact that many Cypriots at the time studied in Italian universities, exposing them to the achievements and ideas of the Italian Renaissance. However, painting styles imported to Cyprus at the end of the 15th century and the first half of the 16th century did not manage to prevail. In the Latin chapel of the cavernous church of Aegean Napa, there are frescoes of three holy women with evident Italian influence. These frescoes have been dated back to the 15th century by Athanasios Papageorgiou. Among the painters brought the Renaissance in Cyprus are those who decorated during the 16th century the churches of Panagia Podithou at Galata, the chapel of Akathistos Ymnos, or Latin chapel in the monastery of St. John Lambadistis at Kalapanagiotis, and the church of Panagia Katholiki at Pelendri. An interesting example in the fresco of the crucifixion at Podithou Church, we found here many iconographic elements like the rendering of the third dimension, the depiction of volume, and the use of perspective are to Italian Renaissance painting. The style and the narrative of this particular composition shows a strong influence from Italian art, with which the painter was familiar either through paintings or through Western European engravings. It seems that the new pictorial themes of the Venetian rule are also introduced by Renaissance engravings, such as in the representation of the hospitality of Abraham and the nativity of Christ in the monastery of Lambadistis, and in the deposition of the head of St. John the Baptist in the church of the same name in Askas around 1560 from an engraving of Israel von Mechenen dated circa 1480. Another point of interest is the portable icons. These are viewed as objects of devotion and are considered works of art. In Cyprus, these icons present in a variety of forms with different themes and iconographic and stylistic particularities. In the Church of the Holy Cross in Belendri, there are 8 unique icons dated to the middle of the 15th century from the Dodecausto that are directly related to Italian painting, specifically to early Gothic painting. Another one icon of this Dodecausto is now kept in Kikos Museum. Amongst them are the icons of the Nativity and Crucifixion, where the elements alluding to the early Gothic style are evident and self-same in all these icons. The Gothic style in painting appeared around the end of the 13th century in Italy, especially in Florence and Siena. The stylistic linkage with the Byzantine tradition is easily seen. According to Ioannis Eliades, the pictorial aesthetic and stylistic elements of these icons to affiliate more with those exhibited by the school of Siena. The precious diptych from Lefkonico is a religious artifact important to Cyprus, having painted in Italy during the 15th century. The diptych introduces Western iconographic elements, such as the Western type representation of the resurrection of Christ from sarcophagus and the assumptions of Virgin as an episode separate from the Dormitio. Simultaneously, one-point perspective, Gothic structure, tower building, etc. are introduced. The composition reveals an artist from the West who is familiar with the Paleologan art and is proficient in manipulating it in miniature. The unique icon of Madre della Consolazione of the 16th century from Phaneromene Church is said to carry traits from the Byzantine Hodigitria. The depiction of the Virgin Mary's hair is characteristic of Western iconography and is also found in other icons, like the icons of the Sacra Conversazione, of the Adoration of Phaneromene, and the icon of the Virgin of Perpetua Help from St. Dometrio Church in Lefkosia. You can see the details. I must mention the icon of Sacra Conversazione with St. Mary Magdalene, shown with St. Joseph and Virgin Hodigitria, 15th, 16th century, from Tripioti Church in Lefkosia, Nicosia. This iconographic theme was developed in Italy in the middle of 15th century. It was very widespread during the 16th century. Additionally, in the 16th century icon from St. Dometrios, the forms of the Virgin Christ are in counter movement, a technique established in Venetian painting since the 14th century. Christ's strong counter movement brings his right hand as if to give a blessing the donor in Latin type, and with his left holds a gold sphere. Some of the icons from the Church of Panagia Catholic in Belendri stand out due to the possible Italian origin of the skilled creator. In the icon of St. Mama, the Byzantine theme is clothed in a natural design using Italian techniques and assuming Western characteristics. Here, the glasses towards the viewer are the Western law, assign the time, ultimately relaxing the characteristic Byzantine iconographic standards. The icon of Panagia των Γονάρων, the work of the same artist that painted the icon of Catholicity and of St. Mamas, of course, shows obvious Italian influence, particularly on the embellished form by using a gradation of tones. The characteristic narrow eyes of the Virgin with her sweet gaze towards the viewer shows a certain sophistication, the presence of which intensifies in Cyprus from beginning of the Venetian period. This element is said to have been introduced to Italy by Giotto from the Gothic art. Renaissance elements are most pronounced in the depiction of Christ. Many researchers refer to other icons that were imported from Italy to Cyprus, like the icon of the Virgin Christ and Elizabeth with John the Baptist that belong to Porphyrios Dikeos, Sacra Conversazione from Tripioti Church, the Holy Family at Chrysopolitis Larnaca, and the Adoration of the Magi from Phaneromene Church, the icon on the right, The last one is a work that reflects the output of mediocre painters with Byzantine education that work in Venice in the 16th century and are influenced by the surrounding artistic atmosphere, not always with the same degree of success. Two more icons of Italian origin and style stand out with their impressive Venetian frames, which have been missing since 1974. Yesterday, Mrs. Mara Verikokou spoke about these Venetian frames. The first one depicts Virgin of Tenderness and comes from the Church of Theotokos in Kythrea, and the other one is from Harcha, the icon you can see. We'll go back. The interest with this icon on the left is the triangular pediment of the frame of the second image. It has a second image with Christ, which is presented as a man of sorrows. I will finish my paper showing a Venetian noble lady. Santa Maura or Santa Mavra is depicted as an icon dated to 1561, dressed in Venetian garments. Unfortunately, the icon lost in 1974. From research using the few salvages material on this topic, we can conclude that painters and artistic influences stemming from Italy were active and flourishing in Cyprus, bringing about interesting results. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Christophe, for your presentation. You must stop sharing screen. Okay. Thank you very much, all participants. We can open now the discussion, the questions. For the first paper of Professor Papakostas, are there any questions? Okay. Dr. Stefano.
Question, no, but thank you, Tassos. I was hoping some answers and not more questions.
The questions, yeah. Well, answers in the future, maybe.
Okay, I will wait.
Tassos said the most crucial question on this topic in the Venetian occupied regions in general. What is Venetian and what is other? I suppose there is this question, it may never be answered unless we have inscriptions, written sources.
Yeah, and especially I think in the case, some of the cases I presented, shouldn't be that difficult to do petrographic analysis to determine the origin of the support and therefore be able to say a little bit more whenever.
Can I ask something, Tassos?
Yes, of course.
Yes, congratulations, Tassos, for your paper. Do you find anywhere similar panels like that in Semamas in Morpho?
Not that I know, which doesn't mean they don't exist, but I haven't seen anything similar. But others may have, or they may lie somewhere unrecognizable, from soot and dirt and whatever. But yeah, nothing obvious that I know about.
Yes. And the interesting with this panel is that they have paintings with gold and colors. If we are lucky to clean in the future, we found, I think, elements, especially in the coat of arms, if you agree.
Yeah, of course, yeah, if they are conserved and cleaned, we'll be able to tell a little bit more and see if those heraldic shields bear any recognizable arms. But that's, yeah, again, it would be good to do that if possible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tassos, congratulations for your work. I agree with the results of your research that these shields, these sculptures should be Venetian than Cypriot. And I personally found many similarities of the gray stone sculptures with fruits and so on with the stone used in the monument of, you refer to this Spandounis in the Basilica of Saint Demetrius in Thessaloniki. It reminds me very well. It's very, it's a kind of limestone. It's very good for details. But this was created in the atelier of Lombardo, the one in. And if we see the distance, I believe that Cyprus is more far than Thessaloniki because you need to move up to Thessaloniki. And the condition is very different because these sculptures were transported within the uncertainty of conditions and Ottoman Empire, during the Ottoman Empire. So we should take into account these two different ways of importing material. The one within the permission of Ottoman authorities, as was in the case of Thessaloniki, and the probable transport from Venice, but within another context.
Yeah.
Very much.
That's why the Spandounis case is so exceptional, that having these monuments sort of transported within Ottoman territories to be installed there for obviously for a Christian tomb, but still quite surprising and amazing. Yeah.
Other questions? Yes. Mr. Rafael, I cannot see the...
Rafael Quirini Poplawski.
Yes, good evening, Professor Pavakostas. Thank you for this very interesting lecture and very interesting material. Just one additional information which could be of the interest for you from the Black Sea perspective, because you were wondering if some elements or the material or the elements of the portals could be brought from Venice because of the distance. We have a very detailed informations concerning different actions during the first half of the 15th century concerning the Venetian colony of Tana. Tana in the Sea of Azov, so much farther from Venice than Cyprus. And the archival material from the Archivio di Stato di Venezia was published in early 20th century by the Russian scholar Kovalevsky. And it is explicitly written that they brought from Venice, they sent from Venice the construction material, and it was set for a certain gate, then for a certain bridge, for a certain tower. Of course, we don't know exactly what does it mean, construction material. We know that there was a lack of stone on the place, maybe not the old stone for the construction of the tower, but anyway, they were sending from Venice stonemasons and construction materials on that long distance as early as the beginning of the 15th century. So in my opinion, in 15th or 16th centuries, both possibilities are very plausible. So sending both the skilled artisans or stonemasons or the construction material. And if we don't have the, let's say, the evidence like the inscription or the archival material, we cannot answer exactly the question. Was it just stone, sand, and work on the place, or the stonemason sand, or just the how to say, finished artifact?
Yeah,
that's my comment only.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Rafael. That's good to know that there is this earlier and sort of even more
much farther, yeah. And difficult to reach by the ships from Venice.
No, I mean, I think in the case of Cyprus, what's surprising is that there isn't more of that, actually, considering that it was within the confines of the empire and of the Venetian state, and considering all the evidence from Crete, which is not, if something makes it to Crete, why not to Cyprus? It's not that much further away. It's just a little bit further away. So in a way, it's the other way around. What's surprising is the lack of more additional evidence that makes these examples so exceptional. And there is evidence in the sources, actually, of the importation of building materials such as timber and metal for building purposes, but not, as far as I know, or at least very little there is in terms of written evidence for stone or marble or anything else. But yeah, that's the situation currently. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there other questions? If not, we can move on to the next speaker, Christodoulos Hatzichristodoulou. Are there questions for the paper of Christodoulos? Yes, Professor Papakostas. Open your microphone.
Christodoulos, those lost icons from Kythrea, the ones with the frame.
Yes.
Well, I imagine we don't know what's happened to them. We don't know where they are. Is what you showed all we know, those photographs?
Yes, yes, is the only photographs, I think. Yes, Robert Garnis was published them in 1937.
Okay.
Yes, and the other one of Agia Mavra, Santa Maura, was published by Papageorgiou. He was photographed, the third icon, before 1974.
Last one, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Tasos. Other questions? Okay, we can proceed to the next, the last speaker, but not least, Mr. Vanievski. Are there any questions? Tasos?
To monopolize this. Thanks, Conrad. So I wasn't sure what you suggested about the dating of those frescoes at Hulu. Are you saying late 15th or something like that?
Thank you for your question. It's a complicated issue. I was having a speech in March in Nicosia on the Byzantine Medieval Studies conference when I was focusing on the dating of the frescoes. So it's a little more complicated because generally there are two hypotheses, as you probably know, early 16th century or the first or the half of the 15th century. And I assume that maybe they are even a little earlier, that maybe they are from before the half of the 15th century, because there are no you can see there are lots of this Renaissance in style influences from Italian painting. There are also the whole Palladian style is more more traditional in many ways than in other examples of 15th century Cypriot monumental paintings. And of course, it's a hard thing to say because we don't have so many well dated monumental paintings from the 15th century. Mostly they are late ones from the Venetian period or the 14th century, and the 15th century is like it's more problematic. But we also know about the position of Hulu at the end of 14th century about the like I think that the high position of this place for sure, and it seems that this church, which was like the main church of the then nowadays village, but then a more important, a small maybe not city, but as like a important part of the domain of Montolive, and maybe it was then when they built the church at the turn of the 14th and 15th century. And there's also a small detail which is really interesting in this crucifixion scene. You can see the crescents on the flags and coat of arms of soldiers, which I think can go to, like, we can assume that they might have seen these soldiers who were the oppressors of Christ as the Muslims, which at the turn of 14 and 15 or before or in aftermath of the Battle of Kyrokitia would be really like on time. But I'm still doing my PhD on Hurul frescoes, so it's a lot more things to investigate, and I think that 1 year from now I will be able to tell you much more than now. But yeah, my hypothesis for now is that maybe they are earlier than the middle of the 15th century, but I'm not sure about that yet. But thank you so much.
Looking forward to the results of your investigation. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. And it's great to meet you, not only from your papers, but like this.
Nice to meet you too.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there other questions, Conrad? I suppose we are tired. It was a long day today. So, Paschalis, we can close the session.
Yes, thank you very much, Dimitris, for being the chair of this last session, the 8th session of our conference. And it was a very fascinating day with very interesting papers and new ideas, fresh material presented for the first time. I would like to thank you all, congratulate for your papers, and also great thanks to our audience. I wish you a good rest and see you tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Καληνύχτα.
Καληνύχτα σας. Το chat πώς το βλέπουμε. Πέτρα, καληνύχτα. Μ' ακούς?